What's up, guys? Welcome back to another banger LinkedIn clone with React.js. I hope you're excited. Let's get your mind blown. So I'm just gonna show you on the screen and let's go to the LinkedIn clone. As you can see from the URL, that is not the real LinkedIn, right? This is the one that we've actually built. So check it out. This one has really sweet functionality. And if I actually switch to a mobile version, look, you can see that it actually looks absolutely beautiful, even on mobile. Okay, now what we're gonna do. All right, so now check it out, right? Most builds that you'll see anywhere, they're not mobile responsive, but this one is. That's exciting. Now let's go ahead, sign in with Google. This is powered by Firebase, and we have Google authentication coming in. Let me click sign in. Awesome. Put this in. We should be good to go in just a second. Beautiful. Look at that. Okay, we're inside of the LinkedIn clone. Okay, going all the way up top, I can see my card here on the left hand side, my right hand side feed, and all the posts down the middle. I have my search bar on the top left, all of my little things, and I can sign out if I wanted to. And another cool thing is that actually I can even make a post. So I'll click here. We got our nice little modal. And let's just go, this is my LinkedIn clone. Hopefully you're excited to build it. Boom. All right. And guess what? We can actually even add images to this. So let me actually add this image right here. You can even add video links to it. I'll hit post and waiting. Look at that. That is a thing of marvel. That is absolute beauty. So I hope that you're enjoying this so far. With that said, guys, let's just get straight into the actual build. I'm so excited for you. Now look, if you want to take your skills to the next level and you want to become the badass developer that you've always dreamed of, go to cleverprogrammer.com/pwj. Okay, so then you don't just watch me do this, so that you can actually build apps like this, okay? This is why we made this course, Profit with JavaScript, so you can get your skills up so freaking high and really get to that next level. So go ahead, if you want to take it to the next level, watch this video, go to this page, cleverprogrammer.com/pwj. We'll put a link in the description as well. But guys, this is what we do. We have the best community on the planet. Okay, we have success coaches for you. We show you how to make money with JavaScript and coding. We have an amazing community. It's like a family, okay? You're going to build some incredible projects inside of this course. You have some of the best instructors in the world, okay? And you have people landing six-figure developer jobs. All right, I got a job offer for $90,000. Frank got a job offer for 6 figures. This guy got a job offer for $110,000. I mean, the results are crazy. Okay, you can go ahead and check it out yourself. And honestly, join this course. Worst case scenario, you have a money back guarantee. Okay, so there's nothing for you to worry about. So go ahead, sign up for this course so you can actually build these clones yourself. You can actually build these projects yourself, and you're going to learn the fundamentals that you actually need. And we're going to start from absolute scratch. And what that means is we're going to start from our command line. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear out everything on my command line. I'll make my screen just a little bit bigger here. And let's just go here and do a couple of things. Okay, so I'm just going to go into my GitHub folder. You can go wherever you want. Okay, and I'm going to do npx create. This is the important command for you to follow. LinkedIn clone. Oh, it's complaining. What is it complaining about? Okay, so let's go ahead and start and let's try doing sudo npx. Let's see if it's a complaint about this. No, it's not. Okay, so the complaint is that we need a new version. Is that right? New minor version available. Okay, so they want us to install the new version. So let's just take that command. You might actually need to do this as well. And now it's complaining. So let's do sudo. Okay, actually, let's do this. Okay, I'm just going to do create React app. Okay, for you, npx probably works. For me, sometimes on this computer, I have to do create React app for whatever reason. And I'm just going to do LinkedIn clone like so. And let's hit enter and let's see what happens. Beautiful. It's installing. Hopefully it's installing for you as well. Beautiful. Okay. Let's wait for it to finish. All right, great. We have the entire app pretty much installed, ready to get started. The Create React app adds in a lot of useful things that we need. That's why this is important. And once this is done, we are actually ready to go ahead and get started. Now, what I recommend we do is let's open up Visual Studio Code, okay? And I'll bring that over here. And inside of our Visual Studio Code, okay, we're gonna do this, okay? I'm gonna open, let's go. I'm gonna go to my GitHub. I'm gonna go to my Banger projects. Here's my LinkedIn clone. I'm just gonna open that bad boy up, and we're pretty much right at the start. Okay, so let me open up my command line and let's go into our app.js. This is what you should have. Okay, now I'm gonna do yarn start, and that will actually start my development server. And let's go here and start it. Boom. This is what we should be seeing right about now. Okay, awesome. One note for you, by the way, if you're watching this, if when I do yarn start, you can do npm start. Okay, so for example, if you don't have yarn, just do npm start. Okay, otherwise you'll have to install yarn, and I'm pretty sure it's something like this, and you could actually install yarn. But you know, if you don't want to get fancy, just do npm start and you should be good. I just like to do yarn. I'm just used to it now. Okay, so your localhost 3000 is open. You should be good to go. Now we're gonna do a couple of things. We're gonna delete unnecessary files. Okay, so for example, setup tests, I don't really need it. Report this one. Logo SVG, not gonna need that. Not gonna need app.test.js. So I'm holding command and I'm just clicking each one of these. Okay, and now I'm just gonna delete them. So they're all gone. Okay, next up, what I'm going to do is actually pretty much every line inside of my index, I'm gonna just remove. Don't need it. Okay, so let's just go like that and get rid of that. Okay, cool. So that's good. Let's go to app CSS, and inside of app CSS, I also don't really want anything, so I'm just going to hit Command A to select everything, and I'm gonna hit delete. Okay, and I'm gonna hit save. So now all of that should be gone as well. And now in app.js, now here's what's gonna happen. Okay, so on the right hand side, when I hit refresh, you should see this error. Your error will be like something logo SVG complaining about it. Well, it makes sense why it's complaining about it, because you just removed the logo, silly. All right, so now in our app.js, we're gonna go, and that import line at the top where we're not importing the logo anymore. So now we're just gonna go ahead and remove that line. Okay, so I'm gonna delete that line right there. And also there's a bunch of stuff in this file that we don't need anymore. So for example, everything inside of this div right here, I can just get rid of, and instead I'll just say, let's build the LinkedIn clone like that. Okay. And on the right hand side, now it's complaining about report web vitals. Okay, that's simple. Just go to index.js and remove this line there, remove this line there where we're importing, hit save, wait for it to stop complaining, and hey, we're making some progress. That's what you should be seeing right now. Okay, so great job so far, by the way. Okay, beautiful. So we got rid of all of the fancy styling or anything like that. We want to pretty much start this app as bare bone as humanly possible. Okay, and kind of go from there. So now what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna kind of set like LinkedIn type of styling. Okay, so first things first, I'm actually going to take the LinkedIn image. All right, and again, I'm gonna drop these images for you guys in the link. Okay, so you can grab the LinkedIn image from this file here. Okay, or you can just go online and find a LinkedIn image. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna grab this LinkedIn image. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it in my images public folder, and I'm gonna create a new folder in here, and I'm gonna call this images. So inside of your public, create a new folder called images. Cool. And inside of there, I'm going to put my LinkedIn.png. And again, if you wanna find the LinkedIn PNG, very simple. Just go online, type in LinkedIn PNG, and again, you can use the one I gave you, or just find one from online. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is, now that we have the image, okay, I'm going to go inside of my, let's go inside of my index.html. Okay. And that's also inside of public. You have index.html, and we're just going to make a couple of changes to that. All right. So where it says public _ URL, it says favicon, blah, blah, blah. We're going to replace all of that and remove that. and replace it with images slash the image that we just added, linkedin.png. Okay, and hit save. Now at the top of your app, you should actually see the LinkedIn logo as your favicon. Okay, do you see it? Beautiful. Okay, nice. And so that's good to go. Okay, now we're gonna go down and let's go, where do I want to add the rest of this? Okay, so let's go ahead and see where it says Apple Touch icon. And here, instead of this logo, we're going to replace this logo here with the same logo. So let's do images slash linkedin.png, just like that. Okay, great. So we're making good progress so far. Now let's go inside of our index.css. Okay, so that file is going to be inside of your source directory. So go inside of that. Okay, index.css. Now we're going to add in some styling. Okay, and this is going to be the common styling that we're going to be using for LinkedIn. So I just decided to splat all of that kind of in the start. All right, so we're going to start with making sure the overflow Y is scroll. Okay, so basically if we're scrolling up and down, I want to see the scroll bar on the right hand side. So that's what that's going to do. And now I'm going to do overflow X and we're going to do hidden. Okay, and what this is going to ensure, also remember to put semicolons and also remember to keep hitting Command S or Control S and saving. Okay, and overflow X hidden is what's going to do is if we're scrolling horizontally, we're not going to see any bars on the bottom. Okay, that's what this is going to do. Cool. And now let's just do a couple of things. To root to our body, to our HTML, we're going to add in a background color of the following: F5, F5, F5. Okay, this is a white color, the kind of color that kind of LinkedIn uses. Okay, that's what this is going to do. Okay, let's also add box sizing, and I will just do border box here, border box. All right, so that's good. That makes it easier for us to like design our app, okay, and make sure that things fit kind of like how we want them to, and it doesn't do anything weird. Okay, next up, we're gonna do a couple of things. All right, so now I'm gonna basically add some styling to things like H1, H2, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna just reset their styling so they behave in the way that I want them to, okay? So let's grab our div. Let's grab H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So all basically H tags. I'm gonna also throw in header in there. I'm gonna throw in HTML. This tag here, I'll throw in an image tag. Let's throw in label. These are all things that we're gonna need later, okay? My bullet points, li, nav, p tag. Let's throw in small tag as well, span, and unordered list. Okay, that's it, I promise. Okay, I know it looks freaking crazy, looks stupid, but I promise that's it. Okay, now we're gonna do a couple of things to it. So margin, we're gonna make it 0. Okay, that's first things first. So already you saw your headline go above, okay, because I removed the margin. So I'm resetting the settings on here. Padding, I'm going to set to 0 as well. Okay, we're gonna go and set border to 0 of all of theirs. Cool. Outline, we'll just set it to none. Okay, and then font size, I'll do 100% on these. Nice. Okay, let's throw in a vertical align on this bad boy, and we'll do baseline. Okay, and background, let's do transparent. Cool. So you shouldn't see too many changes happening right now, but what this is doing is setting us up for success. Kind of like if your parents were investing into like a 401k or your college funds, they were setting you up for success, even though when you were born, you had no idea what they were doing, okay? You're like, Dad, just buy me candy with that money, okay? What are you doing? All right, I hope you're making good progress so far. Okay, now we're gonna do a couple of things, guys. So what I wanna do now is, first of all, I wanna focus myself. Okay, good. Now, what I'm gonna do on top of that is let's start working on some of our components, like our login component, okay? So login component is going to be our component after I sign out of the app. So if I sign out, it's going to be our login page. Okay, so let's work on that. So first things first, I'm going to install a couple of things that I'm going to need. Okay, so I'm going to need, let me just open up another terminal thing here by hitting that button over there. Okay, and actually, you know what? I won't do that. Let me close that terminal just so you can see things clearly, and exit out of this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do yarn add, but you can also do npm install. Okay, either one is fine. I just like yarn better. So whenever I do yarn add, you do npm install. Yarn add, npm install. Okay, so I'm going to do yarn add React router DOM because I want to use React routers. Okay, so that's the first thing that I need to install. The second thing I'm going to actually need to install is styled components, because guess what? We're going to be using styled components in this. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, so we pretty much got what we're looking for. All right, we got what we're looking for. Those are the two things we're looking to install. And now we're going to go inside of our app.js. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's build out our component first. So let's go inside of our source. Let's add a new folder, and it'll be called components, like that. Inside of our components folder, I'm going to create a new file, and it'll be called login.js. Okay, and in our login.js file, we'll just start it off with import styled from styled components, like so. And then let's add in the actual component. Okay, so let's capitalize the name, and we'll pass in any props that it needs and open that bad boy up. Okay, and we'll just have it return a div that says login inside of it. So pretty much not that much right now. And of course, let's export this so we have access to this component outside of this file into our other files. Capiche? Good. So I'm going to hit save. Now let's go into our app.js file, because what I want to happen is I want to take this component, use it inside of my app.js file, and then have that be displayed on my screen. So now let's go to our app.js file. Well, in order to use that file, what do we need to do? The first thing we need to do is, starts with an I, then it has an M, import. Okay, so let's go ahead and import login, okay, from, and we're going to do components/login. All right. And another thing we need for this is we also want to start using our React router. Okay, so let's go ahead and import all of the things we need for that. So we're going to do browser router. Okay, like so. And we're going to do as router. Okay, comma switch. And let's do route. Okay, so I'm basically getting browser router, switch, and route. Those are the three things I'm getting. Okay, and where am I getting them from? Great question. From React router DOM, like that. Okay, and that's it. Cool. Well, now we actually got to do our routing. So I'm going to remove this H2, and I'm just going to start it off with router, and I'm going to hit tab to auto-complete that. Okay, inside of that, I got my switch. Okay, and inside of my switch, I'm going to have my route. All right, and this route is going to be an exact path. All right, and this exact path is just going to be the home page. Okay, so let's hit refresh. It's complaining about something. What is it complaining about? Well, let's see. What is the error about? Let's hit save. Okay, did we do yarn start? We did not do yarn start. So of course it's complaining. Makes total sense. Boom. Now let's hit restart. Beautiful. Okay. And now you're like, hey, I don't see anything on the screen. There's nothing here. Well, yes, because inside of route, you still didn't add in the login component. So let's add in the login component. Let's do that. Okay, this is a component we imported. We added it there, and now you see login. Ta-da! Okay, that's it. So we're pretty much now set to go and start working more on like styling our login component and adding more things to it. So let's just go ahead and start doing that now. Okay, great job so far. So now let's keep rocking and rolling. Okay, we got basic login component functionality working. Okay, now we're gonna add a container and we're gonna start adding some nav components and we're gonna add some styling to this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to do a few things. So first of all, I'm going to find this SVG right here. Okay, I'm gonna put that inside of my images folder. So I want you to actually find an SVG. Again, it's going to be in the comments below or in the description below for you. So don't worry about that. I'm gonna put it right here in my images. Okay, awesome. So hopefully now you got it in your folder. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. And guys, you know, if you want to know how to stop and start your server, is Control C. Control C stops it. Okay, then you can install whatever modules you need to install, and then you can do npm start. So just make sure your server is running, otherwise your app is not going to show up here. Okay, just a little note. Okay, cool. So now let's keep going through this. So I'm going to go inside of my login component, and we're going to now start adding some styling and stuff here. Okay, so just bear with me. So first things first. Okay, I'm going to just remove this entire line right now. Don't need that. And we're going to start with a return statement. Okay, and let's create a container component. Okay, and inside of our container component, let's create our nav component, and again hit tab. Okay, and then inside of our nav, I'm going to add a link tag. Okay, and then this link tag is pretty much going to do nothing as of now, and it's just going to be the LinkedIn SVG logo. Okay, that's it. So effectively, what is this going to be? It's going to be this thing right over here. Okay, just so you know where we're headed and what we're doing. That's what we're building. Okay, so it's going to be a link, and inside of this link, all right, we're going to add our image tag. Okay, so notice the hierarchy: container, nav. Inside of there we have a link, and inside of there we have our image tag. Okay, img, hit tab to autocomplete. From my images folder, I'm going to get my login logo.svg. That gets me my SVG that I'm looking for. And now look, it's complaining. It's like, hey, I don't know what container is or nav is. Make sure to keep hitting Command S or Control S to keep saving. Okay, so now what this is complaining about is all that means is we actually need our container and nav styling. Okay, so let's go ahead and just style them. Not a big deal at all. So first things first, I'm going to hit const container. Okay, and I'm going to create a style div, and I'm going to put tilde. Okay, tilde is the key that's right above tab. Okay, and just hit save. So I'm going to leave this style component empty for now. Okay, and then I'm going to create a style component for my navbar. So I'm going to do const nav, and I'm going to do styled dot nav, and I'm going to do tilde and save and stop right there. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm giving it empty styling. Okay, if I do that, well, you should now have a LinkedIn clone. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now I'm going to start adding some styling. Okay, and what that's going to allow me to do is it's going to allow me to control that image, because that image right now is just straight up out of control, right? Because you don't want your LinkedIn to look that freaking massive. So inside of here, I'm just going to hit enter. Okay, and then padding, going to give it 0 pixel padding. Okay, so on the container side, I'm done for now. And inside of my nav, now I want to style this. Okay, and this is where it gets like interesting what I need to do. All right, so let's go ahead and give it a max width of 1128 pixels. Hit refresh. Okay, cool. And then let's go ahead and give it margin auto. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a padding of 12 pixels by 0 by 16 pixels. Okay, so now we saw a little bit of like padding kind of kick in, so it's not completely touching the top part, right, of our browser, because that didn't look great. And now we're gonna actually use flex. So to enable flex, you got to do display flex. Okay, now you might be wondering, hey, where did it go? Bring it back. Don't worry, we're gonna bring it back really soon. Okay, just hang in there for me. Align items. This is gonna allow us to align it centrally. Okay, this is vertical alignment. And then let's go ahead and do position relative. Okay, And I'm going to do another thing. I'm going to do justify content, and I'm going to do space between. And I'll explain why I'm going to do space between in just a second. All right. And let's give it a flex wrap of no wrap. I don't want these to wrap and go to new lines, because for my browser, right, if I have this navbar right here, I don't want it to wrap and then go essentially to new lines. That's not something that I want. Okay. So this is looking good so far. And then I think I just want to do a few more things to make sure that we're good to go. Okay. I'm just going to say, hey, anything that's, you know, inside of the A tag, do a few things with it. Give it a width of 135 pixels. So now this image has a specific width. We controlled it, right? This is what we essentially wanted to do. Now let's go ahead down, and I'm going to give it a height of 34 pixels. Cool. Okay. And now what I want to do is media query. Okay. So this is something cool that I want you guys to learn. And what I'm saying here, okay, is on a phone. This line here, all that means is on a phone, do the following. Okay, so I'm going to open squiggly brackets. I'm just going to say give it a padding of 0 by 5 pixels like that. Okay, so if we're on a responsive mobile device, it's just going to look slightly different. All right, this is going to make a big impact later on. So with that said, with the navbar and where we're trying to place our LinkedIn clone, we are good. Now let me explain why we did space between. Remember how the final version should look? Well, guess what? Guess how this is separated? Because of space between. Okay? And guess why it doesn't run on new lines? Why join now is not here and why sign in is not here? Because of flex no wrap. Okay, all these little things make a huge freaking difference. Okay, and you can play around with it. You can delete lines and like go back and forth and see if that actually does anything. Okay, and that's another way to like pick up and get better at these skills. Okay, so let's keep going. And by the way, if you're wondering why your code, especially inside of the style components, doesn't look like mine and it's looking like it's just one giant long string and it freaks you out, what I recommend is go to extensions and you can get VS Code. Just type in styled components. Okay. And you can get like one of the styled components extensions that might actually help you. I think it's called VS Code styled components, that one. So you can get that one. And I think that'll like give you the highlighting you're looking for and make your things look normal. Okay. I have tons of extensions, but that's one of the ones that's really helpful. All right, cool. So now let's go ahead and add the join now button in our app. Okay. And that's going to be that beautiful button right there. And it has a couple of features I want to show you. When I hover over it, it has that little gray color that happens. Also notice that it has a nice little border radius. So we're going to go ahead and build that now. So let's go ahead and do that. So first things first, I'm going to go inside of my login.js. I'm already here, so that's good. And then underneath this image right here, the login logo. So go underneath that. Okay, that link tag as well. And I'm just going to open up a div, and inside of it, I'm going to create a new component called join. And inside of that, I'll just say join now. Okay. Now, again, you should be at this point where it's complaining. Join is not defined. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Well, not a big problem. Now, all we have to do is actually just go ahead and create our join component. So I'm just going to do const join, and let's just get started. Okay. And styled A and leave it empty for now. Save. Okay. So now at least you have join now up here on the top right. Okay. So now let's start with the styling. So go inside of it, hit enter twice, and let's go. So let's choose font size. And I think I'm going to go with font size 16 pixels on that one. All right. So now underneath the font size, I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixels by 12 pixels on this thing. Okay. So you can see it got pushed just a little bit from the edge. That's exactly what we're looking for. Text decoration, none, because for my link tags, I don't want them to have an underline. So that is to just make sure that that happens. And for color, I'm gonna go with something like this. Okay, just a not completely black, it's a little bit grayish. Okay, so that's what I want to do here. As a matter of fact, actually what I can do is 0.08. Okay, so I think, yeah, let's leave it at this. Actually, I'll 0.08 after hover. Okay, so let's go here, let's give it a margin right of 12 pixels. Great, giving it some more distance from the right hand side, because we're going to put something else there. And then let's go ahead and say that on hover, we want certain things to happen, because right now it still doesn't have any hover functionality, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So on hover, we're actually going to change the background color, and I'm going to do this to the background color. Okay. So what does that mean? When I hover over, it has a lighter gray, right? So it's kind of a dark gray join now. When I hover over it, it has a lighter gray behind it. Okay, cool. Now I'm also going to change the font color on hover. Okay. And I'm probably what I'm gonna do is I'm probably going to make it just a little bit darker. So let's go here. Boom. So the font color turns a little bit darker, as you can see. And then let's add text decoration of none. Okay. And all of that is looking good. So when I hover over, okay, no underlines, no weird stuff happening. And you know, one last thing is that it's still looking pretty square to me. What I want to happen is I want to give it the little rounded corners. So let's add some border radius to this thing. So I'm going to go border radius. And for border radius, I'm just going to say, hey, give me 4 pixel border radius on this thing. Okay, so when I hover over, I got a nice little rounded corners. And the join now button is looking absolutely great. Okay, amazing. We're doing great so far, guys. If you guys are enjoying this video, by the way, so far, smash that like button, break that thing, and of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And let's just keep on going. So the one thing I still want to do is to index, I want to actually add to our index as CSS. I just want to add some fonts. Okay, so going to our body, right? What I want to do is I actually just want to add a font family here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add to our body. Okay, and we're gonna add certain fonts. Okay, and the only fonts I really want to add here is font family. I just want to add Arial like this, and then I just want to add sans serif. Okay, fallback. And so yeah, now the fonts are looking good, kind of what we're looking for. And with that said, let's just jump in to start working on our sign-in component. Okay, that's that thing right there. So let's go ahead and do that. So sign-in component, we're gonna need a couple of things. So let's go to our login component. Inside of our login component, I'm going to make our sign-in component right underneath the join button. Okay, but it's gonna be in the same div. Okay, so this is important to understand. Same div, the join now component, and right underneath it, we're gonna have sign in component. Okay, hit tab to auto complete that. And then I'm just gonna do sign in. Okay, now again, it's complaining, hey, sign in is not defined. So same thing here. You guys know the rules. Let's create a styling for our sign in component. Okay. And this is going to be a tag, aka link tag. And then let's just hit save. Cool. So what you should see now is you should have sign in on your screen. If you full screen it, you should have sign in right there. Okay. And now we're going to go inside of this and start actually adding this thing. So I'm going to add a little box shadow to this. And, you know, I use the box shadow generator. That's what you can do as well. But here, you're just going to get the final version. So we got a little box shadow around this thing. So you see now a blue outline outside of your sign in. All right, we're gonna give it a color of a little bluish color for the sign in as well. Okay, and for border radius, let's give it 24 pixels. Cool. So now it's looking nice and round. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna give it a transition duration of 167 milliseconds. Okay, so you're gonna see that's gonna come into play later on. Like for example, when I hover over this, it has a little nice transition that's happening there that takes 167 milliseconds, it seems like. Let's give it a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a font weight of 600. Okay, so now it's a little bit bolder. Line height, give it 40 pixel line height. Okay, so now boom, all of this stuff got pushed down just a little bit. And on top of this, I'm gonna do a couple of more things to this. Let's give it a little padding, I think. Okay, so padding, I'm thinking 10 pixels by 24 pixels, like that. Okay. So now sign-in component is looking a little bit funny. It looks good here, but on mobile device, it's freaking cut in half, so it looks stupid. So we're gonna fix that, don't worry. Okay, so that's our padding. Now text align it in center. Okay, and then we're gonna go background color for it, and background color is going to be just that. Okay, so far so good. And then on hover, we're gonna give it some functionality. Okay, on hover, I'm going to say that the background color is going to be, let's go like that. Okay, actually let's make it this 1 to 49 by, okay, so refresh. Cool. Okay, so now when I hover over it, you see that there's a blue color that's happening. Okay, and when I remove the transition, look, it just happens instantly. So we don't want that effect. I want that transition there because it allows me to make it blue, but with a nice little transition on hover. And then on top of that, I want the font color to change when I hover on it. And I want it to be this blue right here on hover. Okay, so that's good. And then of course, text decoration, even though right now it's good, but let's just add this for safety and just good, you know, default behaviors and patterns. Okay, cool. So our sign in on your computer should be looking good. Okay, it's just because I was zoomed in like too much at 175%. So when I'm in here, it looks good. Okay, because I'm on a giant TV, so I'm trying to zoom in, but now you should be good. Okay. So with that said, our login component is looking pretty good. Now we're gonna start adding in our sections and putting in main content in there right now. Okay, so now let's actually work on our section. So in section, basically it's going to be this big section over here. Okay, so now we need to make that work, add the image so it's also mobile responsive, right? Because for example, it's here like this, but when I full screen it, ta-da, completely different, right? Boom, and now it's here. But when I go mobile, the image is in the middle, the text is at the top. How is that happening? So we'll show you the magic behind the scenes. Let's go to our login.js. So we're here. Now, right underneath the navbar, we're going to add our section. That's going to be our new component. All right. All right. So now, of course, it's going to complain and do our favorite complaint, which is section is not defined. Okay. So now it just means that we haven't had it added the styling part of this. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to create a section styling like this, and it's going to be section. Okay, save. Cool. So that's good. Now, of course, you know the drill. Enter inside of here, and let's start adding what we want. Okay. So first things first, let's go align content and start. Whoops. Start. Okay. Now make sure let's also do display flex because we're going to need that. Okay. Min height, I'm going to keep that at a 700 pixels for this thing. Okay. And let's give it padding bottom. Now, some of this stuff you guys are not going to see. Okay. Like for example, padding bottom, you're not going to see it. But what it's actually doing is if you added more content underneath this. So like, for example, say section is like this, right? If I added something else underneath section, it would start adding it from here. But that's not what we want. We want to give it a little padding. So that padding That's what we're giving it right now. Okay. So that's why some of the stuff is going to be invisible. You can be like, what the hell are you writing, Kazi? And why isn't it, it's not doing anything. But trust me, it's actually adding padding. That is good convention to do that. Okay. Conversely, this is going to add padding to the top. So just like this right now, you saw it gave some breathing space between the navbar and this section starting over here. Okay. So cool. We added padding to the top, padding to the bottom, and now we'll do this. All right. Cool. So just giving it some additional padding. Now I'm going to make the position relative. Okay. And flex wrap, I'm going to actually do wrap. Okay. And the reason why I'm doing that is the wrapping is what's allowing this image to get wrapped around, which means when I do this, it wraps it. Okay. So that's what we want. That means if the screen goes too small, those things wrap and actually form new rows. This is why flex is so freaking helpful. Width, we're going to give a width of 100% on this bad boy. Max width is going to be 128 pixels. Okay. Align items, because I want things to be in the center. Let's give it an align items of center. Margin auto. Okay. And then of course, last and pretty important thing is on media, how do I want it to behave? So meaning like on my phone, on my iPhone, how do I want it to behave? This is how I want it to behave. Okay. And let's give it a min height of 0 pixels like this. Okay. Let's open full screen. Okay, so now the section is in the middle. You guys are going to start to see a lot of this behavior once I start adding content to it. Okay, it's going to start becoming a lot more clearer. So now let's go ahead and start adding content to this thing and start adding stuff in our hero. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our hero image. So this is going to be our hero image that we're going to use right over here. Okay. So we're going to put that inside of our images folder. Oh, and just one fix right here, guys. This is PX right there. Okay, so just make sure you have that 768 pixels. Cool. Okay, now let's go to our, we're already here in our login component. Okay, hopefully you're here. Now underneath our section, we're going to add hero actually is going to be within our section. Okay, so the hero is going to be within here. Okay, so let's do this. Let's remove where we say section because that's not what we want anymore. Let's do hero as a component and hit tab and just hit save. So what it should look like is you should have section and hero should be inside of your section component. Okay, now inside of your hero, we're going to add an H1 and that's going to say, welcome to your professional community, kind of like how it is on LinkedIn, right? Hit save. Now, again, it's complaining, hey, hero is not defined. Well, again, that makes sense, my friend, because you know the deal. We need to actually go ahead and make the styled component for it. So we're going to do const hero style div. Okay, do that and hit save. So now we should have welcome to your professional community. So let's fix that. Welcome to your professional community. Great. And let's just go here and start adding our width at 100%. Why does it always autocomplete to that? It's so silly. Okay. And we're going to style the H1 inside of here like the following. Okay. So we're going to give it a padding bottom of 0. Okay. We'll give it a width of 55. Jesus. So welcome to your professional community. That's what it should be looking like. Okay. And that just happened because of the width that I gave it. Cool. All right. Now we'll give it a font size of 56 pixels, like so. Ooh, big font. That's kind of cool. Like it actually looks powerful as soon as I did that. And let's give it a color of 2977C9. Okay. So this is going to be a light blue. Font weight. Let's give it a 200 font weight. Okay, so not super thick and bold, not thicker than a Snicker. Okay, this is very LinkedIn-y vibe that we have here. Let's give it a line height of about 70 pixels. Okay, great. So that gives it some breathing room in between each line, like so. And after line height, let's add in a media query so we tell it how to behave on a mobile device. Okay, so let's go max width. Okay, and this is a mobile device, 768 pixels. Text align on a mobile device should be center, so it should be vertically aligned. Okay, let's go font size to be 20 pixels. All right, great. And then let's go width to be 100%. Great. And then let's go line height to be about 2. Great. Okay, so this is what it looks like on a normal screen, and then this is what it should look like on a mobile screen. Right in the center, fits nicely, looks great, just like you. Thanks for watching so far. Let's keep going. All right, so this is good. Now I want to get outside of this H1. Okay, and now let's style the image inside of here, because we want to add the image and we want to tell it how to behave. Okay, so let's go above all the way here. We're inside of our hero. We added the H1. Let's also go ahead inside of this H1, and inside we're gonna add our image. Okay, so let's go outside of this, correction, hit image and autocomplete that. And I want to pull the image that we added. Okay, and it's basically login-hero.svg. Okay, so now you should have the image showing up. Man, it's already looking pretty freaking nice. Okay, just make sure you didn't do any misspelling. So like, look, welcome to your professional community is looking good, but this image is looking way too big. So we need to control it. That's what we're going to do. Let's go to the bottom and let's go inside of our image, and we're going to just control this freaking thing. Okay, right now. So first of all, let's give it a Z index of -1. And why we're doing that is so if a text is overlapping it, it's always on top. Okay, this image should not have the most priority. The text should have a higher priority than this. Okay, now width, let's go 700 pixels on the width. Cool. Just exploded, but don't worry, we're gonna control that. So now on full screen, notice we have made it already smaller. Okay, before it was like even bigger than this. Okay, for position, we're going to do absolute. Okay, and then bottom, let's go -2 pixels. Okay, look at that. It's like in a weird position. Look at that. Boom, right there. Right there. Okay, don't worry, we're gonna take care of that right now. Let's go -150 pixels right there. Cool. And it's kind of like watching a painter paint, where it's like not making sense, and then all of a sudden it kind of comes together and your brain is blown apart. On a phone, how I want it to behave is top, give me 230 pixels. Okay, and then width, so like from the top, right? From the top, make it drop. That's a wet, you know what I'm talking about? So like, for example, if I change this to like 50 pixels, right, it goes higher up, but 230 pixels gives me that nice little touch that I'm looking for on a mobile device. But don't worry, right now it's like kind of invisible on a full screen, so we'll fix that as well. Okay, but let's just make sure it's good on the mobile device. So width, we're going to go with initial, and then position, we're going to go with initial as well. And I'm going to do the same thing for height, and I'm going to go with initial. Okay, so now on mobile device, it is looking beautiful. Okay, absolutely gorgeous. So far, so good. All right, folks. So one of the problems I'm running into right now is my image on full screen is going invisible, but on mobile screen, it's there. If that's happening with you, actually comment out the Z index -1 line, and now your image should be showing up. Okay, and you should be good to go. So let's keep on going ahead here and adding more functionality to our app. So I want to add in the Google form component. Okay, so I want to add in like that Google login. So let's go ahead and get that Google logo. Okay, so take that, add it to your images. Okay, awesome. So now after adding that Google SVG, let's go ahead and start adding that to our login. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. Let's go right underneath. Actually, we can keep this inside of the hero section, right? Because that's where we want it. So inside of our hero, I'm going to add a form. Okay, so let's go ahead and add that form. Actually, this form, I'll probably add it right outside of the hero. Okay, I apologize for the confusion and throwing you all over the place. Let's add form here. Okay, and we're gonna work on the styling of this form. And then inside of here, I'm gonna have another component called Google, just like that. Okay, and I'm gonna throw in an image inside of the Google component, and it's going to be my Google SVG component. Okay, or not component, I'm sorry, the SVG file, okay, the image. And right underneath this, let's go ahead and just say sign in with Google, like so. Okay, now again, it's complaining, hey, form is not defined, Google is not defined. You guys know the drill. Let's create stylings for them. That's what it's complaining about. So I'm going to create a form, and this is going to be a styled div. All right, I'm gonna leave it like this, and then I'm going to create Google, and this is going to be a styled button, and I'm gonna leave it like that. Refresh, boom, we got the sign in with Google form all the way at the bottom. You should be seeing that right there. Let me make myself just a little bit smaller. Okay, so you can see it. Okay, now let's go full screen like so. Beautiful, looking good so far. I can be here and be good. All right, full screen, and looks great. Now inside of our form, let's start adding styling in here. So let's start off by giving it a margin top of 100 pixels. Start there. So that gave it a bunch of margin, and that's really good, okay? Because we definitely want to add some margin in there, so that way nothing weird happens, okay? And also it gives it plenty of spacing that we want. All right, cool. So that's good. The other thing I'm going to add to my form is I'm going to give it a width of 400 pixels, 408 pixels, okay? And then let's go ahead and give it a media query. Whoops, media query. I'm going to say max width of 768 pixels, which means, hey, I'm on a mobile device, buddy. On a mobile device, I want you to give it a smaller margin top, so it's not a huge margin top. Okay, so you see, now it's a little bit closer to our image, which makes sense, Okay, now inside of our, all right, so in our styled button, let's go ahead and now add, let's basically add styling to this. Okay, so let's just start with display flex. So we have flex box enabled on here, and then inside of here we're going to justify content, and this is going to allow us to horizontally center things. So let's center that. I'm going to add a background color to this, and let's just do FFF, okay, which is going to be this bright white that you just saw happen right there. Okay, and align item. So I want to center align this thing. Okay, so that's now looking a lot better. Let's go ahead and give it a height of 56 pixels. So 100% width. Let's give it a border radius to give it nice little rounded corners. Beautiful. And now I'm going to give it a box shadow. That's going to be a little bit complicated here, but again, you can auto generate these from box shadow generators, okay? But just bear with me here because it is going to be worth it, because it will make it look great. Okay, and set pixels RGB. Okay, and let's give it a 0% here. Okay, I'm gonna just save this, and then let's do another inset there. Okay, and I think I'm gonna just make it, let's go RGB here, and 000/0%. Okay, so that's a mysterious looking thing, but it gave it the box shadow that we were looking for. Okay, without it, we just don't have that box shadow. So it's not the end of the world, honestly, whether you have that or not, but you can add that in. Okay, if you don't want to write all that out, I won't blame you if you avoid that. Cool. So let's do vertical align, and let's go middle. Okay, and then I'm gonna give it a index of 0. Let's also start adding in a transition duration for this, because I want it to have a nice little effect as I hover over it. Okay, and a font size of 20 pixels. So now sign in with Google is looking much bigger. So great. And then I think color, let's color it like so. So that makes it just that little bit grayish color. That is looking great. And then now let's add in hover functionality on this thing, guys, because once we have that hover, then it's gonna do things when we hover on it. Does that make sense? Okay, let's go ahead and do that, guys, and let's keep the freaking energy alive and up in here. So I'm glad that you guys are with me and rocking and rolling. Okay, if you've made it with us so far, smash the like button. Like, look at how good this freaking thing looks, right? On your portfolio, it's gonna look so great, and it's just gonna make you stand out from so many of the other people out there. So let's keep going. So on hover, let's basically add a background color changing. All right, so let's do this. Let's give it a 207, another 207, and we're gonna give it a 0.25. Okay, so now when I hover, it has that little gray color showing up in the background. Okay. All right, so we gave it a little background color. Now let's go ahead and also add a font color for this, okay? And I'm gonna give it this color right here, 0.05. So when I hover over, it makes the text a little bit darker, okay? That's a nice little touch. And now, again, we're going to add a little annoying box shadow thing with, honestly, I'm just gonna skip because I hate for you guys to have to type it all out. Just looks annoying. It's just annoying. So this is great so far. I think this is good. And I think that this looks great so far. So let's keep going. Okay, so next up, we're going to add a couple of more things to this. Okay, so that should complete your basic form and the sign in with Google. And let's basically add now some header functionality. Okay, so I'm gonna go inside of my header, and this header is going to be on the home page. So what does that mean? If I go to /home, okay, I want to be able to get routed there. So this is the completely built app. Okay, this is the built version, the final deployed version. And when I sign in with Google, right, when I do /home, it should take me to this page. So now we're gonna actually start working on this page and working on this header here as well. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So first things first, inside of my, let's make our header component, and then we're gonna make our home component. Or let's do it the other way. Let's make the home component first. So inside of components, I'm going to make a new, not folder, new file. And this is going to be home.js. And I'm going to do import styled from styled components here. All right. And then I'm going to create a component called home. Okay. And then I'm going to return div, and let's just do home like this. Okay, perfect. That's all good. And let's just go ahead and export default home. So now this is a component we have access to in other areas. Now let's go ahead and create our header component. Okay, so let's go inside of components, new file, header.js, just like so. And inside of our header.js, we're gonna do this pretty much the similar thing. Import style from styled components. And let's create our header component like that. Give it the argument of props. And we'll return a div that just has the text header inside of it That's it for now. And now inside of our app.js, we're just going to import these, okay? So here's what that's going to look like. So under login, we have this route ending. We'll create another route, okay? Create another route. And this is going to match the path of home like this. And then inside of here, we'll have header. Okay, let's go header. Let's make sure that in our header component, we export default header because that's why it couldn't autocomplete it seems like. Let's go back. And now I'll go header and boom, it will autocomplete it. And we just imported header up there. And let's also import home. Okay, so I'm gonna do home like that. And so I imported header from components header. I imported home from components home. We got header and home under the route called path/home. So that means now I should be able to go /home and it should take me to it. So both of those components are showing, and that's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So now you should be able to go to /home, see all of this stuff, and let's keep rocking and rolling here, okay? So next up, let's add in our containers. You know how I like to do these things, guys. So let's go to our header file, okay? And inside of our header, we're going to do a couple of things. So you guys are gonna need to keep up with me, okay? So let's go ahead and add a container. Inside of the container, let's add our content, okay? Inside of there, let's add just text that says header for now, okay? So this is what it should look like for now. And now we're gonna add these styled components right underneath here, okay? So I'm gonna do container, style div, and let's leave it empty for now. And let's do the same thing for content. And we're gonna do style div, and we're gonna leave it empty for now. Okay, let's hit refresh, boom. So far, this is what you should be seeing. Okay, if I change this with boogie boogie, hit save, you should now see boogie boogie here, okay? Cool. Now we're gonna start styling this stuff in here. So let's add a background color and let's go white. Dope. So it looks a little funny right now because it's just this bright white. And it's almost like somebody was cleaning a really dusty board, right? That's what it looks like. Now let's add a border bottom, 1 pixel. Let's make it solid and okay. Weird, did not need that many parentheses. So bugger off, mate. Cool. Okay. And now let's go ahead and add left 0. Okay. And underneath this, let's add some padding. So we'll go 0 by 24 pixels, just like that. Position, I'm going to go ahead and go fixed. Top, give it 0. And I'm just going to give it a crazy Z index because I want to make sure that that always stays on top. Okay, and that's like never going away anywhere. Again, a lot of this stuff is going to be invisible until you click into it like this, and now you'll see this header. Okay, I'm in inspect mode, so just bear with me. I promise it's going to get better. Let's give it a background color, or actually no, I'm sorry. Let's not do that. Let's do display flex. So now we have the flex mode enabled. Now let's go align items center on this thing. Okay, that'll center align items. Let's go margin 0 auto. And let's go min height 100%. Okay, hit save. And let's go max width of 128 pixels. Okay, awesome. Now with this, guys, you're not gonna see much. Again, this is to set us up for our next step, where we're gonna now start adding the logo in the header, okay? And then you're gonna actually start to see what this code was doing. So let's go ahead and now add the logo. So I'm gonna grab the home logo and I'm going to add it in our images. Okay, boom, right there. now let's go back to our header file. And in our header file, I'm going to now start by adding this image. So let's go to the top, and inside of content, let's remove the word header. We don't need that anymore. Let's add a component called logo. Inside of that, let's add a link tag. Okay, and we're gonna say that this image should take us to the home page, meaning that if I'm logged in, if I hit that image right there, you know, it should take me essentially to the home page. Okay, which is this page right here. Okay, so now we're just gonna add the actual logo and the image. So inside of this link tag, let's add an image tag like so. And this image tag is going to be /images/home-logo.svg. Okay, that's what we just added right here, home logo.svg. Now, styled components is going to complain. It's going to say, hey, I don't see this component or the styling for it. No worries. Let's go ahead and add it, my friend. So I'm going to add a logo like this, styled, and I'm going to make it a span tag. Let's make it empty for now. And let's do margin right, 8 pixels. And then let's go ahead and do font size about 0 pixels, just like so. Let's hit refresh, and ta-da! All of that work that we had done earlier is now showing us what's going on. Okay, so let's try removing these things and let's see if it makes a difference, right? So I removed container, and look, you cannot see anything, right? But now let me bring everything inside of container, and now you can see it. And now you can see why we gave it a color of white, because now it's visually there. Okay, so great work. All right, so now let's go ahead and add search and input and search icon. So for example, this search bar right here, let's go ahead and add it, and let's go ahead and get started on it right now. Boom. So first things first, we're gonna go ahead into our header file. Okay, and in our header file, we're gonna do a bunch of stuff. Okay, along with like some stuff with SVG. Okay, so what I'll try to do is I'll try to kind of give you this SVG so you can have access to it as well. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm going to give you access to the SVG file too in a second, but let's go ahead under our logo. And under our logo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a search component. Okay, and let's hit search, and I'm going to hit tab. All right. Inside of my search component, I'm going to create a new div. Inside of that div, I'm going to create an input. Okay. And I'm going to add a placeholder. All right, just like so. Now I'm going to go and create a new component called search icon. Let me actually go ahead and do that like this. Okay, search icon will be inside of my search component, so that makes sense. All right, now inside of my search icon, I'm going to add my SVG logo / path. Okay, so I'm going to give you access to this as well, but here it is. All right, if you guys need it, again, all of this is going to be linked in the description below, so that way you guys have access to it. Okay, so it's an SVG, and then all we got to do is we just have to close out of this SVG. Okay, just like so. So boom. Now, again, search is not defined. Search icon is not defined. So we're just going to go ahead and create those. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do search first, and then we're going to do search icon. So let's go search, and you guys know the drill. I'm going to go ahead and make it empty for now, and let's go ahead and create styling for our search icon as well. I'll go and do this. Okay, so empty, empty. Cool. So we got our search icon right here. We got our search bar right there. It is looking beautiful, magnificent, and we like it. All right, now all we have to do is start styling our search component. All right, so let's go ahead and style this thing. Okay, so inside of our search, I'm going to give it a opacity of 1. Let's give it a flex grow of 1 as well. Okay. And I think I'm going to give it a position relative. Okay. And then let's do the following for this div. All right. Let's go max width. We'll go 280 pixels. Okay. Input, I'm going to go border none for the input. So now notice that there's no border anymore. So it already looks much cleaner. Box shadow, we'll go none. And then background color, EEF3, F8. Okay, that gives it a little light gray. I'm going to go border radius of 2 pixels. Cool. Okay. That's going to be the font color, and width will go 218 pixels. So now it's a little bit wider. Padding. Okay. So great. I'm going to give it a line height of 1.75. Okay. So it became a little, wider from the top, got a little bit more height. Hence height. Font weight, let's give it 400. Great. Font size, we'll give it 14 pixels. Let's make sure we full screen it. Nice. Looks good. Looks really good. Height, let's give it 34 pixels. Border color, I'm going to give it this color right here. Cool. And then vertical align, text top. Okay, great. So this thing is looking good now, the search bar. Okay. Now let's work on the search icon. So we have the style div that we started. Now let's go ahead and style that search icon component as well. So we're going to make the width 40 pixels for it. Position absolute. Z index, let's give it a 1. Top 10 pixels. Yeah. So now it's getting inside of that search bar, which is exactly what we want. So that's good. And we're doing that by using, of course, position absolute, making sure that the Z index is making sure that it's not like hiding behind other things. I don't know, if I give it a Z index of -200, it might hide behind other things, right? So Z index 1, just make sure, hey, don't hide, don't be shy. Okay. And then the position absolute just allows us to like position it. Okay. Now let's go border radius of that. Cool. And then margin of 0. Great. I don't want any box shadow. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna even add that line. Okay. I mean, I could have pointer events none for this. Let's go and see. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay. So there's no, that's a nice little touch, right? Because if I save, if I hover over it, my mouse still looks like a pointer, right? But watch what happens when I go pointer events none. When I hover over it, the whole thing is a text box. It's a nice little finesse that we decide to put in here for you. And of course, let's go display flex. So we have flex functionalities and flex superpowers. And let's horizontally align that. Great. Now it's a little bit closer to the search bar. Okay. Let's look at it. Oh man, that search bar is looking nice. All right. And then align items. We're going to align it to be center. And then of course, let's add a transition, background color, and then have that transition be 0.15 seconds. Cool. Okay. Okay, dokie. Okay, I mean, I don't even think, honestly, we need that line. You can kind of take that out and it still looks fine to me. Okay. I like to just simplify it. If we don't need something, just take it out. Okay. Cool. So search icon is looking good. Search is looking good. Yeah, to me, this is looking great. Okay. You're making great progress so far. I'm really proud of you. Now what we're going to do is we're going to actually turn that search icon into a file. Okay. So I think that's going to be a lot better for you. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll show you how to actually turn this into a file. So inside of search icon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this SVG, right? I'm going to cut it. You need to cut it. Okay. And inside of my public images, I'll create a new file. And we're going to call it search-icon.svg, just like so. Now inside of here, I'm going to paste that SVG code. Okay. So now notice that my search icon is not there anymore. Makes sense. Now what I'm going to do, instead in my header, I'm just going to replace all that SVG garbage code that I had. I'm just going to replace that with this image. And I'm just going to go search icon.svg like so. And ta-da! We got that icon right there. Okay. This is also highlights to you how you can actually turn that into a file. All right. Has a nice little touch right there. Great. Now let's start adding things to our navbar. Okay. And we're going to start making progress on that. All right. So now let's style our navbar. Okay. And let's make it look pretty Ricky. All right. Here we go. So I'm going to jump inside of my headers. And we're going to add nav, okay? And we're going to add nav right underneath this search. So give me a nav component just like this, please. And let's just go ahead and say nav menus. Now we're going to go ahead in our styling and we're just going to say constant nav styled nav like this, okay? And we're going to go inside of here, get a little margin left, get a little bit of Okay, that's looking good. Display block. Beautiful. Got nav menus showing up on the top right hand side. That looks good. Of course, let's add in a media query for phones, 768 pixels, mobile devices in general. And let's say, hey, if you're on mobile, give me a fixed position on this nav and give me a left of 0, bottom of 0, background white. And of course, give me a width of 100%. Okay, so there we go. Beautiful. That's what it looks like on a mobile device now. Okay, pretty Ricky. Okay, cool. Full screen this thing. So some of the nav menu items seems like they're now coming to the bottom, which is fine. Okay, we ain't got a problem with that, right? Do you got a problem with that? Because I don't have a problem with that. Okay, so you should neither. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling. All right, so we got the nav done. Now let's go ahead and add home to the nav menu. So first things first, let's grab our image. Okay, let's take that image and I'm going to add the nav home image right there. All right, so this is our image. Now let's go inside of our header.js file. And inside of our header.js, we're going to do a couple of things. So first things first, let's actually wrap the nav, actually not wrap the nav bar, but inside of the nav bar, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete where it says nav menus. So delete that. And instead, I'm going to make a new component that says nav list wrap, just like this. I'm going to tab that and I'm going to hit enter. And then I'm going to make another component inside of that's called nav list, hit tab. And hit enter, and inside of that, let's make an A tag. And inside of that A tag, actually, here's what we'll do, okay? We don't need an AHREF for this, okay? We don't need that. But we do need this thing tag wrapped up in an A tag. So let's go here. And inside of here, let's add an image. And for that image, we're gonna go images with the nav home.svg, like that. Okay, that's the one that we put in our SVG file. So what it should look like is you got your nav bar, you got your nav list inside of that, and you got your nav, I'm sorry, not nav list, excuse me, nav, give could have your nav list inside of there. Okay. So that's looking good. Now it's complaining, hey, it's not defined. Okay, no worries. Let's go ahead and define this. So let's go ahead and do, first of all, const nav list wrap. Okay, and equal styled ul. It's going to be an unordered list. And let's leave it like this. Then let's go here and we're going to have our nav list. And this is going to be a styled bullet points. Okay. Here we go. Oh, my bad. Let's put the tilde at the end of it. Good. Good. So now all we see is this bullet point right here. That's okay because that's what we expected. Okay. Now we're going to make it mean something in a second by doing our styling. So inside of our nav list wrap, let's go ahead and do this. So display flex. Inside of here, we're going to flex wrap. Do no wrap. And then let's do list style type none. Okay, let's open this up. And now because we did list style none, we don't have that little dot there that we were getting. So that's fine. Now inside of nav list, let's enable display flex and align items. Let's make them centered. Okay. And now let's make a style our link tags. And let's give it a little bit of styling. Okay, so first of all, we're going to say align items in the center. Background, let's make it transparent. I'm using Vim, so you'll see a lot of JKs happening there. That's my shortcut for getting out of the mode. And let's go direction column. And I'll show you why that's important later. Okay, so column, cool. Let's go font size 12 pixels. Font weight 400. Okay, just hang in with me there. It's gonna make sense. I promise, my child. I promise, my child. This is gonna make sense. All right, just hang in there for me, pal. Justify content. It's gonna be center. And line height, we're gonna give it a 1.5. Because why not? Okay. And let's give it a min height of 52 pixel and a min width of 80 pixels, like so. And position of relative. Okay, and of course, you know my style. I do not like text decorations and the underlines that I sometimes normally get. Okay, so none is gonna be fine by me. Let's put that there. Okay, and now just a couple of last things we're gonna do. Let me just make sure that our nav list is right. So we got our nav list, nav home.svg, a nav list wrap. We got our nav list inside of that. We got our A tags. Great. Okay, let's keep on rocking and rolling. Whoops. Okay. Whoop, dad. Okay, my bad. So this nav home is going to be inside of images. Okay, unlike me being an idiot that I am, I put it not inside of images. So of course I didn't have access to this. Okay, here we go. It's right there. Okay, cool. So sorry, there's tons of mysterious code and you're probably like, what the hell's going on? We don't need the cursor pointer. We can get rid of that. Okay, cool. Okay, so now a lot of this is going to make sense. All right, so you saw when I took away align item center, watch, it became so huge and massive, right? That's what she said. But when I take it away and I hit save, it's gone. All right, also, this is what the media query part is doing. All right, let me remove all these lines of code so you and I can be on the same page, because I coded just a little bit ahead of you, but now we're back, so no worries. Let me just close this paren here, okay? And we're just gonna code this thing up together. Okay, so hit save. And if I hit this, now we can see this icon right there. Okay, beautiful. Mystery solved. Now inside of this A tag, let's go span and let's give it a little color. All right, and we're gonna give it this color. Okay, so boom, there we go. That's good. And where is this going to show up? You might be asking. Here's where that's going to show up. Okay, so inside of our, let's go to our nav list component. Now inside of our nav list component, you see that we have added this A tag. Well, what we want to add inside of that A tag is not just an image, but actually a span tag as well that says home. Okay, so like that. The A link contains an image and a span tag called home. So now this is what it should be looking like. We got home right there. Okay. And when we go to phone screen, right, we got home at the bottom, which is pretty freaking cool how the media query works magically and makes that happen. Okay. Media query makes that happen at the bottom, right? Like for example, if I change that to top, it's going to make that happen at the top, but we don't want that at the top. We want it at the bottom. Okay. There we go. Cool. So now let's style that span tag, right? But the color home now has that little like grayish color that you can see. Let's go display flex and let's align items, of course, center. Okay. So that's just going to make sure that the text is vertically aligned how we want it. Now let's get out of this span tag and we're going to add in a media query. And I'm just going to say, hey, my max width should be that, which is meaning a mobile device or a tablet or something of that nature. And let's give it a min width of 70 pixels. Okay. And then let's get out of all of that. And on hover, what I wanted to do is the following. And on active, here's also what I wanted to do. Okay. The A tag, specifically to the A tag on hover, here's what I want to happen. And specifically to the span tag on hover or active, inside of the A tag, I wanted to get just a slight color change. Okay. All right. Now you can get lost in how it's nested. It can get kind of weird, but it's a nice little touch. Okay. Watch this. When I hover over this home, watch what happens. Boom. It's very, very subtle. Just a very subtle shift. Okay. That's all that's happening there. So just a side note, if you're watching this video right now, there's a lot of weird things that you can kind of get tripped up on, especially how things are nested inside of one another. So like be on the lookout for that and just be careful when you're going through this, right? Because for example here, right, it's the on hover and on it being active inside of the A tag and inside of the span tag that's inside of the A tag have this color happen. Okay, so sometimes you can get lost very quickly and easily. So just be on the lookout for that. All right, so now let's add nav menus like the home menu that we added, but we're gonna add all of the rest of them. Meaning, I want to now add all of these ones here: my network, jobs, messaging, yada yada yada. Okay, and so let's start working on that. Well, for a couple of things, we're gonna need all these nav items. So we already did nav home, so we don't need that anymore. But we're gonna need nav jobs, messaging, network, notifications, and work. So I'm going to hold shift, click here, select all of these and drop them inside of my images. All right, now that it's inside of my images, I'm simply going to go to the top of my file, header.js file. Let's go to our nav list. And all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep on adding more nav lists. So for example, here, I'm gonna select this nav list component and I'm gonna do the following, okay? So this is, just be careful on this as you're following me. I'm gonna hit, I'm gonna copy this entire component, okay? Copy the entire component. And then all I'm gonna do is just replicate it a couple of more times. Paste, 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 okay? And how many icons are there? Let's go check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, maybe 6, but I think it's 5 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, worked on reading message ups. Yeah, so I think I'm fine pasting it 5 times. Now let's go and start giving them those names. So we have nav-home, Now this one is going to be nav dash jobs, I imagine. Actually, nav dash network. Okay, let's see what the first one is. In the completed version, we have network jobs. Okay, so the next one is going to be jobs. And then after jobs, it's going to be nav dash messaging. And after nav dash messaging, it's going to be nav dash notifications, like so. Now you can see on the mobile version, oh, so nice. Looks so good on a mobile device. Let me actually move my face a little bit out of here so you can see that. Like, wow. Am I pretending to look down right? Wow, that looks amazing. Okay, so there you go. That is beautiful. And when I go full screen, I see them all up there. Okay, and now I want to change what it says. So for example, where it says home, leave that as is. But the span tag inside of the nav network, well, we're going to go ahead and change that. And we're going to say my network. Okay, we're going to go to the jobs one and we're going to change that. And we're going to change that to just jobs. Okay, the one below that, we're just going to change that to messaging. And the one below that, we're going to change that to notifications. Okay, so now on mobile device, it is looking great. And let's go full screen. It's looking pretty freaking great. That's exactly what we're looking for. So our nav bar is now starting to look really, really good. That makes me really happy. So let's continue going forward and now add the activation functionality to this entire thing. Okay, so how I'm going to do that is inside of nav list, let's go where we have nav list. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something special. Okay, and I'm just going to do this to the home one, none of the other ones for now. Okay, I'm just going to kind of hard code it inside of the home one. And the functionality we're now adding is, you see how this home one here is active, right? But these ones look like they're not active. So we're going to add that styling to our app. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so nav list. Into this nav list, I'm going to add class name and I'm just going to call it active. Okay. And simply all we're going to do now is we're going to go inside our nav list wrap. Okay. So let's go inside to our nav list wrap right here. Okay. And under our nav list wrap, we're just going to add the styling. So we're going to do dot active. So for our active class, do the following. For the span tag, and right after that, we're going to just do content blank. Whoops. That's fun. Cool. Transform scale of X. I don't know why it does that. 1. Okie dokie. And simply then border, we're going to give it a border bottom of 2 pixels solid. And let's go white dash FFF. Cool. Okay. So we're working on this functionality. Dope. Bottom, I'm going to give it is 0. Left, 0. Position, absolute. Position. Misspelled position. Okay. Give it a 200 millisecond ease in and out. And I'll give it a border color of like this. Okay. So now we have this going on here. So now, boom, there we go. I just had to hit refresh. Okay. And there we go. We got home. It's going active when I hover over it. That's exactly what we want. And even on mobile screen, I can see home has that like nice little underline. And, you know, that's kind of what I expect to see on the home, you know, the mobile app, the mobile version of all of this. All right. So let's keep on going. All right. So now let's go ahead and add user nav menu and add work nav menu. Okay. So we're going to add a couple of more things. So for example, here we have a user menu and then here we have a work menu. Okay. Looking thing. So let's go ahead and add those two as well. So first things first, we're going to need the down icon. that little tiny icon right there. It's a little bit hard to see, but it's that icon right there. Okay, so we're gonna need that. The other thing, actually, you know what? Let's just throw that into the images first. Gonna need that. The other thing we're gonna need is the navWork menu. So let's go nav-work. Boom. Gonna need that. Oh, we already have that. That's fine. And then the other thing we're gonna need is a user SVG. Okay, there we go. There it is. Okay. Okay, so now that you have all the images, let's go inside of our header and start adding them. Okay, so let's go ahead and create these components as well, by the way. So I'm gonna go all the way under nav list, but within nav list wrap. So right under the nav list ending, let's go ahead and add user component. Okay. And then right underneath that, we're going to add our work component. Okay, so these are the two components we're gonna have. Now within our user component, let's go ahead and add a couple of things. So I'm gonna add a tag, but I don't need an ahref for this either. I just need to borrow the link tag styling. And inside of this a tag, I'm gonna need an image, and I'm going to use the user.svg. Okay, like so. Right underneath this a tag, right underneath this image, what I'm gonna need is a span. That's gonna just say me. Okay, and right underneath that me, I'm going to need another image, and I'm gonna give it the drop down menu. Okay, so far it makes complete sense because you got the user image, right underneath that you got the drop down image. Okay, so that's looking good. Now we're good with this part. Let's go inside of the work part. Work. So now let's go and add a couple of things. So let's go with a tag. Again, we're probably not gonna need any of the other things. Let's add an image inside of the work tag, and we're gonna add in the work image. Okay, nav-work.svg. Cool. And also we want to add a span tag inside of here. And we'll say work. And within that span tag, okay, within that span tag, I'm going to add another image. And we're going to give it images down icon.svg like so. Okay, cool. Now it's complaining, hey, user is not defined, work is not defined. Hey, no problem. I like when work is not defined because that's how I live my life as a CEO. Let's go. All right. So we're going to create new styling for the component. All right, so there we go. And now I'm basically going to add my styled components. Okay, that's all I'm going to do. So I'm going to borrow my styling from our nav list. Okay, that's how you can borrow styling from something else. And for my work, I'm going to borrow my styling from the user. Okay, that's kind of nice. Let's just hit save for now. Oh, let's do style with a small s, I believe. Okay, user is not defined. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. We'll define it. There we go. Okay, so on the mobile screen now you get this funny looking thing at the bottom right. Okay, if you're not seeing it, I'm just gonna move this here. You're gonna get this funny looking image at the bottom right. And if I go full screen, you'll see me and you'll see work. So that's cool, but that looks ugly. So we're gonna fix that. Okay. So let's go here to user and do a couple of things. And basically we're gonna say, hey, the SVG inside of this a tag, look, we gotta do something with this thing. All right, it's just unacceptable. So let's start off with width. Okay, let's try to control the width of this link tag. Okay, and then let's also try to control the border radius. Okay, 50, can't go 50 with no. Okay, let's see. Hopefully that does something. If it doesn't do something, I got another idea in mind. Okay, so another thing what we can do is let's grab the image tag inside of here and give that a width of 24 pixels. Beautiful. So now you see the image is actually quite small. All right, so that's controlling the image. That's good. Let's give it a height. of 24 pixels. All right, cool. And now let's give it a border radius of 50%. That's gonna add that nice little circular effect to it. So you can already see it's starting to have the nice little circular effect. That's great. And let's go span tag. And we're just going to align items in the center. All right, because that's just how we like to do things around here. All right. And now inside of my work, all I'm going to do, because it's already borrowing tons of styling, we're just going to give it a certain border. Okay. Give it a nice little color. So there it is. And when I highlight it, looks a certain way. We got the drop down. We got the me with the big fat arrow. This is pretty freaking cool. It's looking great. Okay. Okay, great work, young Padawan. So far, we're looking good. We're looking smooth. We're looking clean. So let's just keep on rocking and rolling through this thing. Okay, now we're going to add sign out functionality. Okay. So let's go into, let's go inside of our user, because that's where sign in functionality is going to be added. So my user is right here. Okay. Let's go right down there, right underneath the A tag ending, and I'll add the sign out component. Okay. Now this component, before we build it, this is going to be this component right here. When I hover over, all right, it gives me that sign out option. That's what this component is going to be. All right, so that's what that component is going to look like. Okay, so now let's go ahead and just build it out. Now inside of my sign out, I want to add an A tag. Again, I don't need the ahref. And all I'm going to have it do is say sign out. And again, I'm just adding the A tag to borrow the styling that I have added to it. Okay, so hit save. Let's go down and let's create our styled component for sign out. Const sign out. Okay, and we're just going to do styled div. Let's leave it empty for now. And let's go inside of here. Let's go back. Let's hit refresh. Cool. Okay. So we have something showing up. That's a good sign. Now inside of our sign out, we're gonna let's go ahead and do position absolute. Let's go top by 45 pixels. Okay. And I'm going to pass on the drop shadow because again, it's one of those like weird looking ones. I'm just gonna keep it simple here. So sign out creates a little box around. So we'll give it a white background. And now let's give it a border radius of this. Okay. So now sign out has a little border radius around it right there that you can see. That looks cool. And under here, I'll give it a width of 100 pixels. Okay, and a height of 40 pixels. Okay, so now the sign out is starting to get under control and not looking as crazy. Give it a font size of 16 pixels and transition duration. This is going to give it that little effect when it comes up, which it's not going to do right now, but in a second we will add that. So then it'll look much nicer. Text align, and let's align it in the center. Display none. That looks good. Okay, so it won't display anything, and then it'll come up on hover. Okay. So now let's go inside of our user, which borrows from our styled component, navless component. So inside of user, we're going to create a new thing, and we're basically going to say on hover, do the following for the user. All right. Now we're going to use this fancy selector to select our sign out component. Okay. And style it. Align item center. Okay, and I'm going to justify content inside of the center. All right, now we're having reference error. So what's going on here? Cannot access sign out before initialization. Interesting. So what we need to do is we need to move this code up, I believe. Let's take the sign out code and move it up above user. Okay, let's move it right there. And we should be good. Nice, we are good. Okay, because yeah, I couldn't reference sign out because it wasn't defined yet. So we just make sure we define it right before. Okay, so let's go back. Now when I hover over me, you can actually see this drop down of sign out showing up. That's a really good sign. That's what you should be seeing right now. Okay, dope. So looking good so far. Now let's keep on going with this thing. Okay, so we're now gonna add a container. And I'm gonna basically add another component using styled components, okay? So let's go with that. And we're gonna add the hiring in a hurry part, which looks like this ad right here, right there. All right, that gives it also a LinkedIn-esque feeling. We're gonna go ahead and add that now. Cool. So let's go inside of home.js, all right? And we're gonna add that here. So we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff. So inside of this return, okay, let's just open this return, create a container component. Inside its container component, create a section component, and then let's create an H5. And again, let's create an A tag, but without the AHREFs, okay? Like so, just to borrow the styling. And then basically what I'm gonna do is just type in hiring in a hurry, question mark. All right, and just like that, okay? And then underneath this H5, I'm gonna make a P tag. And basically, I'm just gonna say find talented pros in record time with UpWork and keep business moving, and put a period there. Save. Okay, so I have a section inside of which I have an H5 and a paragraph tag. Cool. Now let's go ahead and just style this. And a lot of these are very common stylings that we have already kind of done. So I'm gonna like go through this much faster. So our container is going to be, I'm gonna just keep it empty for now and start off with that. I'll have my content is going to be style div. We'll keep it empty for now. We'll have section. And I think I'm going to make that section, okay, styled section. And again, we'll keep it empty for now so it doesn't complain. And there you go. Okay, so now we have that text, but you saw it was a little hard to see, right? It's kind of up here, hiding. Okay, and we basically need to push it down. That's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna push it down. So inside of my container, I will go ahead and give some padding to the top, 52 pixels. So now, boom, it just pushed it down and now I can finally see it. Let's give it a max width of 100%. So, okay, cool. And then what I'm gonna do inside of content, let's give it a max width of 128. This. Okay, let's go down. And I'm gonna do margin left auto. And also we're gonna give it a margin right. And we're gonna do auto. Okay. Cool. And inside of section, let's do min height 50. All right, so let's give it that 50 pixels. Let's give it a padding of 16 pixels. Box sizing, let's do content box on this. Cool. Okay. So that just center aligned it. All right, now it's perfectly smack in the middle of the center. Let's give it a text decoration, and we will actually give it an underline. Okay, kind of like an actual link. We'll enable flex on this and justify content to be in center. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we'll do media queries here in just a second. Don't worry. For H5, I'm going to give it a special styling. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, give it a little blue for hiring in a hurry. That's that right there. Okay, and the A tag inside of here. Let's give it a 700. Beautiful. Okay, let's get in outside of the H5 tag now. And let's go into the P tag and style that. And I'm going to say, hey, give me 14, font size 14. And let's also now do some coloring on this. Okay, great. Makes it a little bit darker. And let's make the text bolder, right? So 600 makes it pretty bold. And then let's get outside of the P tag, and finally let's give it a media query. So I'm gonna go max width 768. Again, mobile devices. Where you at mobile devices? Flex direction, we're gonna give it column, and then padding, of course, will be 0 by 5 pixels. Okay, boom, there we have it. That is looking gorgeous. Okay. Beautiful. Hopefully you got to that with me, and let's keep rocking and rolling. All right, just to blow some of yours minds. Okay, so to flex on what this media query does, right? So for example, imagine if I wanted to make this red every time it was a mobile device, but like if I went full screen, it made it black. Okay, so what I can do is I can actually select, because this is a P tag right here. So I can actually select this by doing that, okay? And then how would I make it red? Think about that. How would I make it red? All right, so color, red, save, okay? So now notice that it's in red, but when I go full screen mode, desktop mode, now it's black, okay? So it's basically saying, this again is saying mobile devices, do the following. Now I can also, if I wanted to do something like font size, make the font size 100x. On mobile, the font size would be crazy in red, and on full screen, it would actually be completely normal. That's kind of crazy. It's almost like you have two different apps, right? That's pretty freaking cool. So I'm just gonna select this P tag and remove it, and we should be back to our normal, healthy looking app. All right, now what we're gonna do is basically we're gonna start to add some of these parts. So for example, in the finished version, you see we have these three things happening over here, okay? So this is like 1, this is 2, and this is 3. And this is our left side, right? This is our middle, and then this is our right side, okay? So basically what I'm gonna do at this point is I'm gonna divide up the page in these three things, and I'm gonna use actually grid layout instead of flexbox layout to do this, okay? So this is gonna be really cool. Let's go ahead and make it happen, pal. Okay, so let me go to our app. Cool, let's go to home.js. Okay, cool, we're already here. All right, so let's go right underneath section, and right underneath section, I'm going to add my component called layout. And inside of here, I'm gonna make a div and call it left side. Here, I'm gonna put main, and another div, and we'll just say right side. Okay. And again, it's complaining, I don't know what layout is, but this time, you know what we need to do, okay? What do we need to do? We need to go downtown and style that damn component. Const layout, style div. All right, save. And then let's go here Okay, so right now you got left side, main, and right side. Not exactly where we want it, but it's a good start. And here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start with display grid. Okay, well that didn't do anything. It's okay, buddy. Hold on, hang in there. All right, we're gonna call them the areas. We're gonna call them this: left side, main, and right side. Okay, boom. So it's divided up into 3 areas. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to define how many columns I want, right? So we're gonna go ahead and do that now. So let's go here, and I'm gonna give it columns, and I'm just gonna say min max, give me this. Okay, right there. Let's go. Okay, and always like click and watch what it does, right? So right now it's doing something really, really bizarre, but watch what happens once we're done with the whole freaking thing. Okay, I don't know why my autocomplete always acts so freaking weird. Okay, let's go here, min max 300 pixels. Okay, so let's go here, min max 0.5. Okay, there we go. So now they're like overlapping a little bit, but we got left side, main, and right side, kind of like how I want them. But a couple of things I want to tell them. I want to tell them, hey, I want to have a column gap of 25 pixels. Okay, cool. And another thing I want is I want a row gap of 25 pixels. Okay. Make sure we keep refreshing because sometimes the styling acts a little weird. And grid template row, let's go auto on this thing. Cool. Okay, and margin, I want to go 25 pixels. Cool. So that gave it some margin from the top. Great. And then let's go ahead and again add our media query. So what does that mean? That means that mobile device, we want specific things to happen. Okay, display flex. All right, flex direction, we're going to make it go column instead of like row by row, right? So for example, here it's gonna go like multiple columns. Okay, when I go into this, now it's like that. Each row is a column. Okay, just one column per row. And padding, we're gonna go 0 by 5 pixels like that. Cool. So we gave it a little push and a shove from touching the screen so much on the left hand side. Okay, and with that said, we're looking pretty good, and that allowed us to divide up the page into 3. And you know, honestly, I'm just gonna comment that line out because that line is giving me the creeps. With that said, this is looking good, and let's keep on rocking and rolling. Okay, so far looking good. Now let's actually go ahead and we've divided the page. Now we're actually going to start making the main and the left and the right components. Okay, so let's go ahead and start doing that. We're going to try to keep it pretty freaking simple and pretty empty for now. Okay, so let's go ahead, go inside of components and create a new file. And we're going to call this file left side.js. And in left side.js, create another component, okay, called inside of components, call it main.js. And let's also create another component and we'll call it right side.js. Okay. Then inside of left side, just go ahead and do import styled from styled components. Okay, and for left side, we're gonna do the following. All right, so let's fix this one because we made a little typo. So just rename, and just make it a small s. Okay, there we go. So complete const left side. I'm gonna have props like this. Okay, and return. Inside of the return, we're just gonna put a container. And in that container, just say the word left side like that. That's fine. Okay, and we're gonna create the style component for this so it doesn't freak out. And inside of here, we'll do grid area and we'll go left side, just like that. Okay. And again, export default left side. Cool. So save, 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 save. Now we're gonna do this. Let's go to main, and in main, I'm gonna paste that code, and everywhere it says left side, I'm just going to replace it with main. That's it. Okay. Whoops. So let's replace this with main. Okay. And let's replace that with main. Cool. And this. Like that. So wherever it says main, replace it. And now copy main, go to right side, paste this code, and everywhere it says main, you know the drill by this point. Just replace right side, replace main with right side. Okay. Like that. Okay, and then just go hit save. Cool. And last thing we want to do is we want to go to home.js. Okay, and under layout, we want to replace all of these divs and remove them because we don't need that anymore. Instead, we're just gonna do left side. All right. And make sure you autocomplete it because autocomplete will automatically import it for you as well. Why did it do left side like that? Oh, because okay, well anyways, it's left side with a small s like that. Okay, we're also gonna do main just like that. Close it, and then we're also gonna do right side. Make sure that when you write these three that you import these three as well. And now it's saying styled is not defined in any of them. Well, what does that mean? So let's go to left side and let's see what it's saying. Okay, so lowercase the styled from style components, and that should be good to go, I believe. Save, go here, make it styled with a small s, save, hit refresh, and yep, that's looking great. Let's hit save like that. Cool. So we're good so far. And now let's actually add a art card component on the left hand side. All right, so let's add the art to the cards now. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so first things first, I'm gonna go to, let's go to left side because that's where we're gonna actually make this happen. And I'm going to create, let's just create a styled component, and I'm going to called art card. Okay, and let's actually get it started with something in here. So instead of saying left side in there, I'm going to do art card just like that. All right, and within this, I'm just gonna say card. Okay, kind of like that. So you should have card here. Okay, now inside of this, we'll do text align, and I'll do center. Okay, so boom, there we go. Looking good so far. Now let's go overflow hidden. All right, so it won't like bleed off the screen onto the sides. Okay, there we go. And let's go background color. Boom, like this. Give it a border radius of 5 pixels. Cool. So now we're starting to look like a card, right? And we have that background right there, and now the little radius is coming in. That's clean. And let's give it a little transition. Box shadow 83 milliseconds. Okay, cool. And now let's give it a position relative. Border, I'm gonna give it none. Okay, and I can give it a complicated looking box shadow. but I think I'm just gonna pass on that for now. So I'm actually gonna add the box shadow because I think it does make it kind of look nice. And so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I'm gonna give it a the only reason sometimes I want to skip it is because it looks like this mysterious code, but again, a lot of it is auto-generated, you know, and even when I encourage you to use like online tools for things like box shadow and stuff like that, okay? All right, so now we got the art card. Let's go ahead and work on the user information. So we're gonna need a couple of things to make that happen. All right, so now you're gonna need 2 photos /SVG files. We're gonna need photo, this one right here with the camera icon. And we're also gonna need this card, background card, okay? So let's go ahead and take both of these. And I'm going to put them in my yoink, okay? Just as a place, right before a pit stop before I drop them into my images. So boom, just added them right there. All right, so now that we added those images, let's go ahead and do something with them. So I'm gonna, am I in the left side already? Okay, great. I'm in the left side component already. Perfect. Now, inside of my art card, just so you have an idea what we're doing, we're gonna be building this thing out right here on the left-hand side, okay? So let's go inside of our app that we're working on currently. Inside of our art card component, remove where it says cart. Instead, we're gonna create a new component called user info. All right, I'm gonna hit tab on this, and inside of here, I'm going to create a new component called background. Let's hit tab on that. That should complete it. And inside of this, actually, let's kill the card background right there. Okay, and so inside of user info, I'm gonna have card background. I'm also gonna have a tag with no href, just so I can borrow the a styling. And we're gonna have photo, which is gonna be a component. And then I'm gonna have link, just like this. It's gonna be another component. And it's going to say welcome there. Okay, and then I'm just gonna end it. So /end, just like that. All right, so I got user info and then in there card background and the a tag. Okay, now right underneath this a tag, I'm going to have another a tag, again with no href. Okay, so just like this. Inside of this a tag, I'm gonna have add photo text component, and that's just gonna say add a photo, just like that. Okay, now there are tons of components that we need to go and make, so let's go ahead and get started. It's like 3 or 4, maybe more. So let's go user info. And I'm just gonna do style div. Let's leave it empty. Then we need card background. And I'm gonna do something similar, which is gonna be styled div. Let's leave that empty. Let's go const photo. And let's go here. Let's leave that empty. And then let's go const link for the link component. And again, this is a div. We're gonna leave it empty for now and add photo text. Okay, let's leave that empty for now as well. Okay, user info is not defined. Boom, welcome there, add a photo. That's what you should be seeing right now. Cool. So now we're gonna start adding all the styling in here. So for user info, let's get started with that. So a couple of things are gonna be happening here. We're gonna give it a border bottom of 1 pixel. Solid. Okay, there we go. So that gave it a nice little drop shadow here. Makes it look beautiful. So that's a border bottom. I didn't add the border anywhere else. 12 pixels by 16 pixels. Okay, so now this is much more centered. We have padding going left. We get padding going this way, and we got padding going that way. Okay, so far so good. Let's go word wrap, and we'll do break word. Cool. And let's go ahead and do this. Cool. So sometimes some of this we might not need, honestly, but it's okay. I'm going to leave it here. Word break, break word. Cool. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's keep on going. Okay. Inside of my card background, we're going to now, okay, so first of all, we're going to add a background image to this. Okay, so let's go background and give it a URL. And that's going to be images/cardbackground.svg. Cool. Close it, put a semicolon. Good. Hit refresh. Refresh. Cool. So that image is not showing up, but that image is going to start showing up in just a little bit. So let's give it a background position of center. Let's go give it a background size of 462 pixels. Let's go give it a height of 54 pixels. So now you can start to see that image show up. And let's give it a margin of -12, -12, 0. So now that card is starting to look pretty perfect. Pretty freaking perfect, okay? Pretty and perfect. There we go. So card background, we're good on, okay? Now let's just go ahead and add photo in there. So photo is going to require us to do a bit of styling, but it's going to look so freaking beautiful when it's done. So we're going to start off with not having any box shadow. For background image, let's go ahead and choose the photo image. So images, I'm going to do /photo.svg. Okay. Now we're going to make this thing show up in just a second. So let's give it a certain width. Let's also give it a certain height. So now the image is showing up. Cool. Now we're going to start making it look better. Cool. Height, I'm going to give it box sizing, border box, background clip, content box, background color, let's go white. Okay. Background position center. Cool. So that changed how the image was looking. I'm going to give it a background size of 60%. Beautiful. And then we have background repeat at no repeat, actually. Cool. So because we don't want it repeating over and over again, we just want one camera. And that's how we get it. Now let's go and do border. And for border, we're going to do 2 pixels solid white. Clean. Okay, margin. Let's give it a margin of -38 pixels. Auto, 12 pixel, like that. Damn, look at that. One line of code and beautifully smacks that in the middle. Mwah. Guys, like, isn't that beautiful when you have these little touches and they all keep adding on and then your front end just, just beautiful. All right, and then let's give it a border radius of 50%. Ho, 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 ho. Now we got it round, nice and round, just how we like it. Okay, now let's go inside of our link and make that do good things. Let's go 16 pixels for the font size. Line height, we'll go 1.5. Okay, that added some line height to this, okay? Let's go here and go color, and we'll change the color just a little bit. So we're going to go 0, 0, 0, 0.9. Cool. And then after that, we're just going to choose the font weight to be kind of boldish. Okay, let's go 600. So welcome there. Boom. Looking a little bold. Man, looks so nice, right? On the left-hand side, it's looking beautiful. When I go in this mode, it looks great in mobile. You know, most people get lazy on the mobile, but not us. We make sure that that mobile version is looking clutch, you know? Is it distracting when I'm in the center? Probably. I'll just keep myself to the side for now. Okay. All right. So That looks great. Okay, and then add photo to text, add photo text. Let's go give it a color, and let's start off with this. Okay, cool. We got a little blue action going on. Let's give some margin from the top. So give it a little separation from welcome there, right? It was way too close and feeling a little uncomfortable, and we got it out of there. Give it a little font size of 12 pixels, line height. Again, line height gives things some nice breathing room, so it just does not hurt. And then we'll give it a font weight of 400, makes it just a little bit tad bit darker. If we go 700, that's a little too much, but 400 is just right and just enough. So perfect, that's looking great. Now let's add a widget component inside of our art card. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. All right, now let's work on our widget. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go inside of our left side component. Great. And then here I want to add my widget. Okay, so right underneath the user info, I'm going to add this widget right there, just like that. Okay, this is going to be a widget component. Open up the A tag. Okay, and then we're gonna create a div. Inside of that div, I'm gonna have some span tags, so spandex, and this is gonna say, the first span tag is gonna say connections, and then the next span tag is going to say grow your network, just like that. Okay, now I need to close that A tag. That's why it's complaining. Great. And I need to actually add an SVG inside of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this SVG that I'm adding. Okay, and we're going to call it the widget icon. All right, so I'm going to go inside of my, so let's take this widget icon right over here. Okay, and I'm simply going to add that to my images. So drag and drop. Cool. So now once you have that SVG, we're also going to add in our item icon. Okay, that's another one we're going to need. So this item icon one, the little bookmark looking thing. Okay, so let's also get that and add that to our images. So drag and drop. Cool, so we got that SVG going. Now let's go back to our left side, and here's what we're gonna do. Okay, inside of this A tag, inside of this, actually, where are we planning to add this? Where am I planning to add this? So let's see here. We got, where's my div action going on? Grow your network. So right underneath grow your network, this actually needs to be wrapped up in a div, I believe. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, so this needs to get wrapped up in a div. Okay, boom, just let's do it like that. Okay, so widget, A tag, div, span. Cool. And right outside of this div ending is where we're gonna make our magic happen. Okay, so let's go outside of this div, and I'm going to do image, and the image source is going to be that SVG file that we just added. Okay, and after where the widget ends, we're going to add in another component called item. Within that, we're going to have a span tag. Within that, we're going to have another image, or a image, and that's going to be slash images item icon.svg. Okay, and just so you have some idea what is happening is we're going to be doing a lot of this stuff. So we're going to be adding this, we're going to be adding this. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff happening like that. So hang in there, Buttercup. It'll be great. And if you're watching this and you're enjoying this so far, do your friend a favor and smash that like button and keep that energy high in here. Okay, I love your beautiful face, and let's keep going. Okay, so widget, we're gonna need to create a styled component. Okay, And just for you guys, I didn't do an ASMR version, okay? Because you guys didn't like that very much. So let's go ahead and let's add in a widget just like this. And we're going to do two things. We're going to add in widget and we're going to add an item. Cool. So widget component, just in the start, was going to be styled div. I'm going to leave it empty. And then also let's add in for item. Okay, let's go. Item is going to be a styled A. And just start off with empty. So let's put slash here, by the way. That was a little typo. So boom, slash, not dash. Cool. So now both of the images should be here, right there. Okay, if I full screen this thing, you should see them. Connections, grow your network. And we got both of our images. Right? Cool. Okay, so let's go ahead all the way down and start styling this widget. Okay, so that's gonna take a second actually to style because there's a couple of things happening here. Let's go border bottom, 1 pixel solid. All right, beautiful. Let's add some padding to the top of this thing. Cool. And let's add some padding to the bottom of this thing. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and style the A tags inside of this thing. And I'm going to give it a text decoration of none. Let's go display flex because we're going to need that. Justify content. And I want to give it space between. Okay, so you saw how this thing got pushed, right? That's kind of what we want. This on the left side, this on the right side, and there's space in between. That's why we write that. Align items center, and we're gonna give it some padding. Cool. Okay, so on hover, it gets darker and it kind of gets highlighted, okay? Whoops, my face is blocking pretty much everything. Great. So when I hover, boom, boom, looking pretty magnificent, my friend. Background color, on hover, we got some action going on. Okay, now let's go under hover and let's do something, okay? So just go display flex. And we'll go flex direction and we'll go column. Okay, so connections and grow your network got written out on separate lines because this is a span tag, this is a span tag, and because of doing column, they both got pushed onto their own columns. Let's go text align and we'll go left. So now connections and grow your network are, you know, evened out more. And within this, let's style our span tags even further. So let's go give it font size of 12 pixels, a little bit smaller. Let's give it a line height of 1.33333. So we got some spacing going on in between, some room to breathe. It's like when I'm sleeping with my girlfriend and I just want to like not spoon for a second, you know? I'm basically giving a little line height in between. Because sometimes it just gets way too hot. First child, aka Monet's first. No, I'm kidding. All right, here we go. Let's give it a color, RGBA. It's one of the members on our team, and I don't know if we're supposed to say this on YouTube, but she's having a baby, so we're excited. We're super excited for her. We're pumped. We're super happy. Let's go here. Let's go ahead and let's go 0.06. Beautiful. And then underneath the first child, let's go with a nth child. Whoops. Nth child, just like that. And let's give it, woo, what happened here? Just like that. Okay, there we go. So now these styled things have certain ways of how they're colored. Okay, so that's good. And let's close out of all of this. And then the last thing we want to do is we want to give certain styling to SVG. Hopefully that actually does something. Cool. So there we go. So now this component is looking really beautiful. I mean, like, look at it, right? On the left-hand side, connections, grow your network, that little icon right there. I mean, just fine little touches, and this entire app is coming along so freaking well. I mean, like, just look at this thing, right? It's beautiful. So that's great. Now we're going to go ahead and style our item component, right? Because that's another one that we were going to do. So let's go ahead and do that one. Okay, where's item component? Item component has the item icon. So I imagine it's this one, but hopefully we're not wrong. Let's go. Let's give it a border color. Whoops. I mean, technically that was correct code. Okay, that. Text align it to left. I mean, do we even have text in there? Oh yeah, let's go ahead and add text in there. Okay, so let's go to our item. We have span and we have an image, and right underneath this we'll say my items. Okay, just like that. So what did left align do? Let's see. If I delete that line, what happens? Absolutely nothing. Perfect. Great. Just how I like my styling to do things. Padding, let's give it 12 pixels. Font size, 12 pixels is great. And then let's go display block. Okay, nice. So now it's looking perfect. I want to give it a certain, let's work on the span a little bit. So first things first, I'm going to start it off with enabling flex on it. And then let's go and vertically align everything with align items. Just play with the color just a little bit. It just makes it kind of like a dark black. Okay. And then let's get out of here. Right there. And on hover, I want to change the color. Just like that. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, hey, hey. Nice. Look at these cards. Now this thing is coming. Look at how much we got completed. It's looking great. You are great. Thank you for being here so far. And I mean, in all seriousness, I really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. And let's keep going. This one is for the boys and the girls. Okay, great progress so far, Cupcake. But now is not the time to quit. Now is the time to go harder so we can finish it and make your portfolio look amazing so you can get that dream job. Okay, right now is not the time to quit. So let's keep on rocking and rolling. Let's work on the community card. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna need this image. This is that plus sign. Finished version of that looks like this. This is gonna be the community card. Okay, so that's what we're gonna be working on. So let's go ahead, grab that sign and add it to my images folder. Okay. All right. So once you got that plus sign, let's go to the left side and let's add that thing in. Okay. So let's go to under our art card where it ends. So where does it end? Right there. Let's go under there, under where? And let's do community card. Component, hit tab, hit A, hit tab. Okay, so we're gonna now borrow the link tag styling, just like that. And inside of our link tag, I'm gonna make a span, and the span is going to have the word groups in there. Okay, and now I'm going to make another A tag that's going to be empty, just like this. Inside of here, we're gonna have another span, and inside of there, I'm gonna have the word events, and right underneath that, I will have my image, and my image is going to be the plus icon SVG that I got. Okay, so again, community card. I got my A tag here, my A tag here with some span, with the span tag in there. Okay, 2 A tags with span tags in there. And we're gonna need just essentially a few more things. Okay, so let's have another A tag, blank. And inside of here, let's have a span tag that says follows. Oops. Let's say follow hashtags. Okay. And then right underneath that, I'm gonna have another A tag that says span, and it'll say discover more, just like this. Okay. So we got 1 A tag, 2, 3, and 4. Each A tag has 1 span tag. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 A tags, 4 span tags. Got it? Everything inside of the community card. Cool. Good. All right. So now let's go ahead and make our styled component called community card. So let's go and let's have it borrow from styled card. Let's hit save. And community card is not defined. Cool. There we go. So now we got this ugly looking thing right here, but hey, at least it's right here and it's ours. So that's good. Plus sign. So now let's go inside of this thing and let's start working on it. So let's add some padding. Cool. That gives it some breathing room. Let's text align everything to be on the left. That's better. Let's make it display flex. And you know what? I'm gonna give it gonna make it go in columns. Cool. Aha. Looking way better. Clean. Let's go down and let's start styling the A tag. So let's select the A tags now. Color black. Cool. My girlfriend's favorite color. Let's go like this. Boom. That padding gives it nice breathing room from the left and from the top. Let's play with the font size and give it 12 pixels. And then I'm going to do vertical align on this thing. And let's see if it actually does anything. I don't even think we need this thing, okay? Cool, so let's just leave that out for now, because otherwise it just gets confusing. Cool. Let's go and go on hover. Let's add some functionality to it. So let's make the color go and do that blue thing. Okay, so when I hover over it, each one of these highlights. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Great. Okay, cool. Now, under hover, what I want to do is let's go to our span and let's go display flex. Let's go align items. And I'm going to vertically center. Great. So now events is looking good because before it was looking stupid with the plus sign. Let's go justify content and I'm gonna go space between. Cool. So now that plus sign has a space between and it gives it nice little breathing room there. Okay, let's get out of the span tag and we're gonna grab the last child. Okay, and we're gonna give it a color. Okay, we're gonna make that gray. Text decoration, of course, is none. Border top, let's go 1 pixel solid with this color, I think. Cool. So this border top has done that thing right there, that like line, that partition that we got. Okay. So, and underneath this, I'm gonna add some padding. Great. And let's add in a little hover. And 0.08. Cool. Ooh, a little too dark. Let's lighten that up. 0.08, baby. Yeah. Blue, blue, blue. Hover. Nice. Man, this is looking freaking slick. Search bar looks great. My icon here looks great. The front end is looking good. Looking pretty freaking good. Okay. All right, I'm in like 200% zoom on my screen, but you know, so yours might look slightly different, but that's okay. All right, so really good progress here, and I think let's keep on going. All right, so next up, let's go and add the follow card component on the right-hand side. Well, what is that? What is that, Kazi? It's going to be some of this, all right? The follow component. So let's start working on this thing now. Boom. So let's go. Add follow card component. So I'm gonna go to my right side component now, and inside of my right card component, I'm going to remove what we have here, and instead I'm gonna add a new component called follow card. Okay, so inside of my container, I'm gonna have a follow card component. Now inside of here, I'm just gonna write the text right side, and of course it's gonna complain. It doesn't know what it is. No worries. We're going to create a follow card component now, or styled component now. Okay, so far it should just be saying right side and not really doing anything. Okay, no worries. Now let's go text align. Let's go text align, and we'll go center, overflow. Let's go hidden. Okay, great. Let's go and add margin bottom 8 pixels, background color. Okay, so now the right side is having a little like border radius around it. Okay, it's at the bottom. We'll fix that, but that's what you should be having. So I just zoomed out a little bit from my app. Right side should be there on your mobile type of view, and on full screen view, right side should be kind of at the bottom right now. Okay, cool. So we added a little border radius that gave it the rounded corners. Let's go ahead and do position relative, and let's go border none, and I'm gonna give it a box shadow, and let's go like this with our box shadow. Okay, mysterious box shadow, and then padding, we're gonna go 12 pixels. Cool. So now right side should be kind of a lot more visible and much bigger. Okay. All right, I have to zoom out a little bit and get to 125%, and that allows me to see it. Okay, now we're gonna add a title inside of our card. So let's get our feed icon, and we're gonna put that in images because that's what we're gonna need now. Cool, so with that icon on the way, let's go back to right side, and inside here, we're gonna add that. Since let's go where we had the word right side written and remove it, and instead we'll replace it with a component called title. And inside of this component, I'm gonna add a h2, and this h2 is going to say add to your feed. Let's hit save so it auto formats it. I have prettier extension. You can get the prettier extension from here if you want your auto completion to work. And also for auto completion to work, you should go to your workspace settings. Okay, so just go to your settings. How do I even get to my settings? Go to your settings and have format, and do default formatter prettier, and also format on save. So once you do that, your formatting should start to work. Okay, cool. So add title. Now inside of our title, I have my h2 tag, and underneath that, I'm going to add my image, and my image source is going to be this one right here. And all the way at the bottom, we're going to now add the styling for this component, const title, and I'm going to say inline flex on this thing. So right there. Okay, great. Let's go down, align items. Okay, and I'm gonna justify content. Let's go space between. That should space things out for us. Cool. Let's go ahead, hit refresh. Great. And let's go font size, and I'm gonna go 16 pixels. All right, and width 100%. Beautiful. And again, color. Okay, so that gives it a little gray add to your feed. Okay, add to your feed. That's what that should look like. Pretty simple. All right, so we're good with that. And now we're gonna add feed follow list. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. So that's gonna add multiple more things. This is gonna be the big one. It's gonna add a lot of things. Cool. So great. Now let's add the feed list. Okay, so under the title, I'm going to create my feed list. Cool. So let's go ahead and do it like this. And as a matter of fact, do I even need that other add to your feed stuff? Don't really think I need that anymore. Actually, let's add the feed list underneath our title. Okay, so leave the title as is, and underneath that, let's add our feed list. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. So it's kind of like easier to see. All right, so let's go feed list component, and inside of here, I'm gonna have, here's how I'm gonna do this. Okay, let's go there. Keep the A tag empty. Inside of here, I'm going to have an avatar component. Whoops, an avatar component like that. And underneath this, I'm going to have a div. And that div is going to have a span tag. It's going to say linked in like this. Okay. Underneath that, let's put a button that says follow. Cool. So feed list. List, okay, the li. Inside of that, we have an a tag that's going to have an avatar component. Then we have a div that has LinkedIn, and then a button that says follow. Cool. All right, so underneath this, let's get out underneath this and let's create another list. Okay, inside of there, we'll have another a tag. Again, let's remove the href. Cool. Let's put our avatar component again, and let's go div on this thing, span. I'm going to go video. Cool. And then I'm going to go button, and this button is also going to say follow. Great. All right. Now it's like, hey, I don't know feed list. I don't know avatar. So no worries. We're just going to go ahead and, create stylings for them. And this is going to be a styled UL, okay, unordered list. And then we're going to also create a styling for avatar. Let's do that. So now you should see on the right hand side, we have add to your feed, LinkedIn, and then video. Cool. Now this feed list, let's go inside of it. And let's go margin top 16 pixels. And we'll go display flex and align items center. Great. It's looking good. Margin, we'll give it a 12 pixel. So that gave it, again, some breathing room between linked in and the word video. I'm going to give it a position that's relative. And font size, let's go 14 pixels on this thing. So it's going to be on the smaller side. And then let's select the div just like that. And let's go display flex in there. And I'm going to go flex direction column on it. Okay. To just make sure that the follow button is underneath where it says LinkedIn and video. Okay. And let's get out of this. And here I'm going to now style the button. So background color. Let's go transparent color. Okay. A little gray. These are some ugly buttons right now, but I swear they're gonna look good by the time we're done with them. The button looks goofy. Okay. And they're getting uglier by the second. Okay. Padding 16 pixels. Okay, fat buttons now, and we're gonna vertically align them. Let's give it a little border radius so it has slightly rounded corners. That's better. Box sizing, I'm gonna do border box. Font weight. Cool. I'm gonna justify the content to be center. Let's give it a max height of 32 pixels, a min height. Actually, I'm going to give it a max width instead of 480 pixels. Text align center and outline none. Great. So looking good so far. I'm liking it. Okay. And now we're going to go and do the stuff with the avatar. Okay. So let's get out of this. And we're done with the feed list. Let's go inside of our avatar one now. And inside of our avatar, we're going to add the background image. Let's give it a URL. And I'll show you guys this image as well. But this is what it is. Just type it out with me.com/sch1b4v. Oh my goodness. I'll try to make it easier for you and add it somewhere inside of GitHub. But this is the image, okay? It's kind of ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Okay. So you can type that out, or maybe we'll put it in my GitHub repo so you can kind of have access to it. Cool. So boom. Let's go background size and we'll do contain background position center. Let's go no repeat and width of 48 pixels. And then let's go height of 48 pixels. Okay, great. Coming along. Okay, coming along. So that's good so far. By the way, if you're wondering what that image is, it's that like big plus sign that we have in our final app. So let me just show you. It's that one right over there. Actually, I think I got the image wrong myself. So this is what it actually is. Now, boom, we got that hashtag symbol right over there. Okay, that's what that is. So now that's looking better. All right, now let's add recommendation component and add a banner card. Cool. So let's go ahead and do that, baby girl. All right, we got the right icon. And that's actually, do we have the right icon? Did we add the right icon? It's this one right here. Beautiful. Looks kind of silly. Did I add it? I can't remember. Let's drop it in right here again. Boom. I mean, looks like I never added it before. Okay, now that I added that, let's go back to our right side. So let's go right side. And then inside here, underneath the feed list component, once we get out of that one, let's go ahead and create a recommendation component. And under my recommendation component, I'm going to go view all recommendations. Okay. And underneath here, I'm going to add image, and let's go images/right icon -svg. Cool. So and now it goes, hey, recommendation is not defined. Well, not a problem, my friend. Let's go all the way down. Wait, what's happening here? Recommendation. Wait, I meant to do this. View all. It should be wrapped in recommendations, the image. There we go. That's better. Okay, and recommendation, let's create a new style component for it. Recommendation, and we're gonna go styled A. Cool, let's just leave that. Now, I'm also gonna need a banner card. Okay, so let's go and add the banner card right underneath the follow card. Okay, so let's go banner card, just like that. And inside of the banner card, I'm gonna add an image, and that image is also gonna have a really annoying source. All right, I'm gonna paste that in right there. All right, so again, I'm gonna try to give you access to the image, but for whatever reason, if you're unable to get it, I'm just gonna paste that image right here so you can see it. Okay, it's gonna be this image, and this is the URL. Yeah, there you go. Okay, but I'm gonna try to make it easy for you guys to get it, so I'll work on that. So banner card, yep, that's it for the banner card. And then now we just have to create styling for it. Okay, so let's go all the way down for banner card, and let's go banner card, and for styling, let's just inherit our styling from follow card. Cool, let's go here and refresh. Great, let's go in our recommendation and go color, give it a little color for our recommendations, our blue color. So view all recommendation now has that blue color that you can see, and it's looking good. Okay, Now let's go underneath here. Let's go display flex. Let's go align item center and font size 14 pixels. Cool. So just made that a little bit smaller. And then for banner card, what we're going to do is we're just going to say, hey, image, make the width of it 100%, and then make the height of it 100%. And that's it. Okay. That is it. Oh, by the way, I was wondering why my right side was messed up. In my file, which file am I in right now? I think right. Yep. So right side JS inside of this file, this was like at the bottom right. And I was like, why is this the bottom right? So this is a small typo. Okay. So it's right side lowercase. Okay. And that actually brings that to the top right. Okay. So make sure you have that right. All right. That add image is acting a little funny. So we're just going to keep going and then we're going to have that image show up. Okay. But for now, the banner card, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to keep rocking and rolling. Okay. So just bear with me and let's go. So now we're going to add a common card component. Okay. So let's go inside of main. And in here, we're going to basically create that component. Let's go here, const common card. Okay. And we're going to do this. Okay. And text align it to be center. I'm going to overflow hidden margin bottom. All right. This is going to be helpful for the share box in just a second, but just let's keep going with this. Hang in there with me. And it'll make sense very, very soon. Okay, so we're gonna basically add in margin bottom 8 pixels to this thing, background color, and we're gonna actually inherit from this. Okay, because this is gonna be our common styling, and then we're gonna inherit from this card. Let's go border radius and go 5 pixels. I'll go position relative, border none. And then we're going to do the box shadow game of that, go RGB, that, and cool. So now we got our box shadow. Our box shadow is good to go. And let's go ahead and actually start using this. Okay, so I'm going to go into my container. Let's remove main. And instead of main, we're going to create a new component called ShareBox. Inside of ShareBox, I'm just going to write in the word share. And then let's create a styling for ShareBox. So const ShareBox, and I'm gonna go and inherit. I want to inherit my styling from common card. Okay. And then let's go and do display flex direction. I'm gonna go column. Okay. And now we got the share component showing up right over here. Okay, that's perfect. That's what we want. The share to be showing up right in the middle. Color. Okay. So that gives it a very light gray. I'm going to margin like this. Cool. And then background white. Okay. So ShareBox is looking good. We're inheriting the ShareBox features from our other component called common card. Okay, so now in our ShareBox, we're going to be adding a bunch of things. Okay, what is ShareBox, you might ask? Well, that's a really, really good question. So let's actually see what ShareBox is. So ShareBox, I believe, is going to be our, this one right here. This is going to be our ShareBox. Okay, we got photo, video, event, and article in there. Okay, that's what we're working on right now. So aka our post box. Okay, so let's add those things in. I'm actually excited to build that component out. That component is going to be a lot of fun, and that component is going to have some really dope modals that go along with it. Okay, so get excited. So first things first, I'm going to need a couple of icons, all of those icons actually. So I'm going to need my article icon, that one right there. I'm going to need my event icon. So let's go and find it. Starts with an E, event icon. I'm also going to need my photo icon. Look for a P, photo icon. And then I'm also going to need my video icon. Where's that? Right there. Cool. So let's take these I'll open up my public images and boom, drop it in right there. Pop it like it. All right, let's delete this one. Cool. All right. So this is good. Now, let's refresh. So we got all of our images. Okay, that's good. Let's go to main.js now. And in our main file, we're gonna now start adding all of this. Okay, so under share box, I'm just gonna add in a div, and inside of the div, let's add in images, and let's add in our user SVG. Okay, so that's a big image right there that we added. Cool. It's taking up the whole screen right now, but that's okay. We're gonna fix that soon. And then right underneath that, we're going to do button and say start a post. Cool. So underneath that, we're gonna have another div. Inside of that div, we'll have another button. And then inside of that button, we'll have another image. And then this image is going to have our photo icon.svg. Okay. So like, look, right underneath that user image, we got this thing going on right here. Okay. Doesn't look like this right now, but we're working on it. Okay. We got the image part down and we got the photo down. Now we're going to take that image and we're going to control it soon because that image is out of control right now. We're going to control it. Don't worry. Okay. And you'll see how that happens. Okay. So I got my button right here with an image inside of it. And right underneath this image, actually, let's add in a span tag and say photo. Cool. So now that's looking good. Underneath this button, let's add in another button. And this button right here is going to have another image in here. And this image is going to be /images event icon.svg, just like that. Cool. So that's event. Actually, we got photo icon.svg, and this one, let's make it video icon. Okay. And then the span tag right underneath it is going to be video. Okay. Then let's have another button. Hopefully you're getting the rhythm of this. Okay. And then inside of this button, we're going to have image, and we're going to have /images /event icon.svg. Okay. And then underneath this image, we'll have span event, just like that. Cool. And lastly, I'm going to have another button, which is going to have an image inside of it. That image is going to be, I don't know where it starts writing. It goes crazy. /images /article icon.svg. Okay. And the span tag here is simply going to say write article, just like that. Now, let's go and check it out. Whoa, all of them are right there. That looks great. Making progress. Photo, video, article. We got the whole shebang in here. Okay, cool. And then what we got to do is we got to start adding styling to it. So let's go to our share box, and underneath our share box where we added background white, we're going to add an additional styling. Okay, so let's select the div, not create. And for div, we're going to style the buttons like so. Man, these autocompletes are painful. So this button is going to have the styling of outline none. Cool. Underneath here, we're going to have color. Okay. Font size, let's give it a 14 pixels. Right. All right. So underneath this, let's do min height of 48 pixels. Cool. Background transparent. Okay. So caught the crazy thing. All right. So share box, make sure the whole freaking thing is wrapped in share box. Okay, that's the error. Okay, this is why it's important to catch these errors. Boom. Okay, now if I uncomment this out, because I commented it right now because I was like, there's literally no difference that's happening. Okay, so let's just go line by line here and see. Whoops. Let's just comment. Well, it comments out the whole thing at once. So let's try it like that. Okay. So I'm gonna uncomment this color. Okay, that made it a little bit gray. I think you can see that, right? That made it a little bit gray. Okay, now that made the font size a little bit bigger, right? Line height. Cool. That gave it a little height. Cool. Let's go min height. Boom. We got a min height action going on. And lastly, but not leastly, let's make the background transparent. Okay, so clear that out. Great. Now we're gonna add a couple of more things to this. Okay, cool. So now under background, we're gonna make sure that border is none. Okay, so now the border is gone and it's starting to look a lot better. Yeah, so boom, that's looking beautiful. Let's go display flex. Nice. That looks a lot more beautiful now. Clean. And then let's go align items center. Nice. Font weight should be 600. Yeah, that looks great. That looks great. All right, we're doing good. Now underneath this button, let's get into the first child and display flex. Okay, so we're starting to control that image a little bit. Align items center. Okay, let's go padding. Nice. Some more control on that image. It's always a good sign. Now we're gonna get into really controlling that image. Boom. Already looking better, baby. Border radius, of course, 50% will give it that nice circular feel. And then margin right 8 pixels. Look at that. We're getting somewhere with that now. We're getting somewhere with that now. So let's get out of that image now. And now let's dig into the button. Okay. Okay, so you saw what margin did, right? It gave it more margin from the top in this case. We're gonna have flex grow 1. And then let's go border radius 35 pixels. Cool. Okay. And let's go on and go padding left. My bad. Left 16 pixels. Cool. Okay, so far so good. Let's go border 1 pixel solid, and then we're gonna essentially give it that color right there. Okay, so now you can see start a post actually has a little border around it, right? And how did that happen? So for example, if I remove border radius, now look, it looks square. But if I put that border radius there, boom, it's looking nice and circular like that. Okay. Now let's add background color and we'll add white. Cool. And then text align, and I'm going to text align everything to be left. Great. Great. Okay. And now let's get out of here and let's deal with the nth child. Just like that. All right, and we'll go display flex. Yeah, so beautiful. It's coming together. Flex wrap. Beautiful. Justify content. Space around. So we'll give space around. Ooh. That looks clean. Okay. And then underneath here, we'll go padding bottom. Okay, so you saw how it gave it some breathing room from here, right there. Gave it breathing room right there. Okay. And then the buttons here, image, the image inside of the buttons. Okay. Let's go ahead and control that. 0. Cool. That controls it. That's great. Great. So take a look at the images right here. These images. Boom. When I add that line, now those images have some margin from the text because they were initially way too close. All right. Now let's get outside of that image and let's deal with span. And here, boom. And now we got the beautiful blue action going on. Amazing. Amazing, you guys. Okay. That was absolutely incredible work. And, you know, I just want to say that I'm proud of you for getting up to here and making such great progress so far. You've been absolutely amazing, but we're not done yet. And we got a lot of way to go. For example, you know, as amazing as this is looking already, right? And I bet you even completely forgot, we actually have a freaking homepage, right? Which is completely mobile responsive, by the way. Okay. And if I hit /home, now we get redirected to home, right? So this is all the front end functionality, and this is great. But remember, we still need to add more things to it. Like, for example, we still need to be able to add Firebase to it. So we have login and logout functionality from the home page. We still need to be able to add React Router redirecting you on login to this page. And then we need to add more functionality around being able to write a post. So we're going to need a modal. We're going to need to be able to add text in that modal, and then add images in there and add videos in there. And then we're going to need to be able to store that inside of Firebase. And then we're going to need to be able to read that from Firebase and show all of it here. And then we're going to need to write React code that can show those components and everything in a beautiful way. Okay. So we're doing great so far, but we got a long way to go. So hang tight. You're doing fantastic. Smash the like button if you haven't already, and let's keep rocking and rolling. Now, look, if you want to take your skills to the next level and you want to become the badass developer that you've always dreamed of, go to cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. Okay. So then you don't just watch me do this, so that you can actually build apps like this. Okay. This is why we made this course, Profit with JavaScript. So you can get your skills up so freaking high and really get to that next level. So go ahead. You know, if you want to take it to the next level, watch this video. Go to this page, cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. We'll put a link in the description as well. But guys, you know, this is what we do. We have the best community on the planet. Okay, we have success coaches for you. We show you how to make money with JavaScript and coding. We have an amazing community. It's like a family, okay? You're going to build some incredible projects inside of that, inside of this course. You have some of the best instructors in the world, okay? And you have people landing 6-figure developer jobs, all right? I got a job offer for $90,000. Frank got a job offer for 6 figures. This guy got a job offer for $110,000. I mean, the results are crazy. Okay, you can go ahead and check it out yourself. And honestly, join this course. Worst case scenario, you have a money back guarantee. Okay, so there's nothing for you to worry about. So go ahead, sign up for this course so you can actually build these clones yourself. You can actually build these projects yourself, and you're going to learn the fundamentals that you actually need. All right, now let's actually start adding the article portion. Okay, that means like we'll be able to see some of the articles. So here we go. So first things first. Okay, let's go over to our main JS where we're at right now. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit because I was a little too close and claustrophobic for comfort. And let's go right underneath the share box. Okay, so where is it? Let's go to main. And I'll go right underneath the share box where share box is ending. And let's open up a div. And inside of this div, I'm going to add an article. Okay. And inside of this article, I'm just going to say article like so. Okay. And let's hit refresh. Now it says it's not defined because we need to make a styling for that component. Okay. So let's go ahead, const article. And again, I can do styled. And I'm going to copy from the common card. Okay, so let's go like this. Beautiful. Now we have an article right here. Pretty clean. Okay, pretty nice. So let's hit save. Now let's actually add more things to this. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to add padding 0 to it. Cool. Margin of 0 by 8 pixels. Okay. And then I'm going to do overflow. I'm just going to say visible on this thing. Okay. So our article is here. It looks great. I like how it looks. I like how you look, and you're important, and I love you. Okay. Never let anybody tell you otherwise. I'm here to support you. All right. Let's keep going. So great job on the article. All right. Now let's work on the ellipsis. Okay. So first what I want you to do is open it up. Whoopsie daisy. You're crazy. All right. This is the ellipsis SVG. It looks like that. 3 collapsible dots. Okay. So what I want you to do is open up your public, open up your images, and then open up your, that's inappropriate. Open up your heart. That's what I was going to say. And drop that image. All right, great. Now that you got that image, what we're going to do is we're going to go inside of our main and we're going to do a couple of things. Okay. Let's go inside of our article component that we made. And we're going to remove what we put inside of there. All right. Simply because we're going to change that bad boy up and add a new component called shared actor. Okay. And inside of this shared actor, I'm going to make a link tag. Now, I don't actually need the link. I just need to borrow the styling. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And I'm going to give it an image. And we're going to give it a user.sv. Where does it start typing? Okay. Like so. Okay. And so that's pretty good as long as our A tag and image is concerned. Now inside of this A tag, I'm going to also add another div. Okay, and this div is going to have span, and I'm going to have title. After title, I'll have info. Okay, capitalize the title T, and then we're going to have date, just like so. Underneath this A tag, I'm going to add a button. That button is going to have an image, and we're going to give it an ellipsis and image. SVG. Okay, now it's complaining. It's like, yeah, I don't know what the shared actor is. No problem. Const shared actor. Okay, just like that. We're going to give it a style div, make it empty, and save. And refresh, and it should be defined now, okay? So now we see title, info, date right next to each other. Very uncomfortably close with the 3 dots. Okay, great. So let's start adding some styling to it and make it look good. Okay, make it look good in the hood. Like you should. Let's go and do that, okay, for the shared actor. So now this is going to require a lot of styling. Hang in there. Let's give it padding right of 40 pixels. Oops, cannot see it. Cool. Let's go down. And I'm going to give it if flex wrap. And we'll do no wrap on this thing. Okay. And just make sure the whole thing is wrapped in shared or shared actor, just like that. Okay. Padding, I want to give it 12 pixel by 16 pixels by 0. Cool. Okay. Whoops. All right. Let's see. Okay. This is where we have it. It's looking good. We got some padding going. Now let's do a couple of more things to it. Okay, I'm going to add margin to bottom. Let's go like this and add some margin. And underneath that, let's go align items. Center. Cool. And let's keep going. All right, so now let's go ahead and add under align items. I'm going to make sure my display is flex. Okay, cool. It's starting to look pretty. Okay, sometimes certain things don't happen, but I promise they take some time and then they come together. Cool. So we got display flex. Now underneath here, let's style our A tag, aka our link tag, and I'm going to give it a margin right of 12 pixels. Okay, so now that button moved just a little bit to the right. That's beautiful. Now, make sure you keep hitting save for the changes to take place. So that gives it margin. Great. Now let's go flex grow. We'll do 1 on this. All right. Beautiful. The image is taking up a lot of that. Nice. And now I'm going to do overflow hidden. Cool. And then let's do display flex. Okay. Whoops, did not mean to do that. All right, so now you should have the image here, the 3 dots to the right, just like that. And then if I full screen it, it should still look very similar to this. Okay, cool. Let's keep on going. Now underneath it, this again doesn't really matter that much, but I just like to do it just to be safe that no links have any text decoration, just because it's annoying. Let's go inside here and now let's style the image tag that's inside of the link tag, and I'll give it a width of 48 pixels. Nice. And I will give it a height of 48 pixels. Cool. So now what you see is that right there. Okay. So you should see title, info, date, and the 3 dots. Great. Now let's get outside of this image and we will select our div and let's go display flex. Cool. Flex direction will go column. So now title, info, date should be each on their own line. Okay. Let's go flex grow 1 on this. Awesome. So now title, info, date should be in the middle. Okay. And we'll do flex bases of 0. All right, so we got the flex bases. Now let's go margin left on this thing, and we'll go 8 pixels for margin. So that gave it just a tiny little margin. You'll see it move a little bit. And I'm gonna go overflow hidden again. Cool. So we don't want to see any type of weird overflow happening. And span, let's control the span now. So text align, I'm going to say left. So now title, info, date should be right up next to the image. Let's grab the first child. Okay, and then we'll go font size 14 pixels. Cool. Makes it a little bit smaller. We'll make it now bolder with font weight. And again, first child is that text right here. Okay. And then let's give it a color and we'll go 0001. Okay, so that makes it just a little bit darker. Okay. Then outside of this span tag, what we're gonna do, actually we're still inside of the span, but we're outside of the first child, right? So inside of this span tag, let's also style another element. So I'm gonna go, basically this means this thing that you're styling. All right, so that end is referring to this shared actor style div. So I'm saying this div's nth child. And I'm gonna go n+1. right. And let's go font size 12 pixels. Cool. And then we'll go color. Great. So now the whole thing is just a little bit gray. Okay. So that's pretty good. Now we're going to go outside of pretty much all of that, and we're going to style a button component on its own. So we're going to go outside of all of these squigglies, and we'll now style the button component, and we'll say position absolute. So now the button should be hovering right over the photo. We'll say right by 12 pixels. Cool. Top of 0. Nice. Background transparent, like so. Border will go none. Outline will go none. So now there's no boxes around it. Oops. Now there's no boxes around that ellipsis, right? It's just an ellipsis by itself. And that's it on when it comes to this component for now. This is pretty good. And now let's keep on going. All right, now let's add description and a shared image. Okay, that's what we're calling it. So let's go in Finder, and this is the image that I want you to use. Okay, we'll make a random post. So that's the image. And cool. Now let's go to our main after we got that image. And now let's start actually working on this. Okay, so what we need to do at this point is we need to find where our shared actor component is, which is right here. Underneath our shared actor component, we need to now add a new component, and we're going to call that component description. Inside of description, I'll just say the text description. Just like that. That's it. Okay. So that's good. Let's see what is happening here. Cool, cool, cool. Now underneath description, we're going to add one more thing. We're going to add a new component, and it's going to be called shared image, just like this. And inside of here, we're going to have an A tag that's going to be empty. And inside of this A tag, we're going to have an image like so. Shared image.jpg. Okay, so again, description. Boom. Again, it's complaining that it doesn't know what those styled components are. No worries, we'll add them in right now. So let's go add a description. So that. Boom, beautiful. Here we go. That image is just out of control right now. Okay, that image is overflowing everywhere. So all good. Now we just need to figure out how to control that image, okay? And we'll do that now by styling. So inside of my description, let's add padding 0 by 16 pixels, overflow. Let's make it hidden. For color, let's go like that. Okay, let's make it a little bit darker. Cool. All right, and then we're gonna go and text align it to the left. Now you can't see that much right now, but now you'll see it. Okay, there we go. So save, boom. That's where my description is. That's what you should be seeing right now. But really the thing we need to style is that image. So let's control that. So first of all, let's give it a little bit of margin from the top. There. So now it has a little separation between the word text and the image itself. Let's give it a width of 100%. Cool. So again, it's still crazy, but we'll control it in a second. Oops. Let's go here. Let's go display block. Cool. Let's go position relative. All right. And then background color. Okay. All right. And then let's control the image inside of this tag. So let's go image, object fit, contain. So still the image should be pretty much out of control with 100%. And finally, the image is starting to come into control. So let's put a semicolon here, and beautiful. So now it actually looks like a legitimate post, right? Description, title, info, date. If I go full screen, I have description here. So now this is looking like an actual post. That is great. That's what we want. All right, so now it's looking like an actual image, right? It looks good. So let's keep on going with this and now add social counts underneath here, right? So for example, how many likes does this image have? How many upvotes does it have? And reactions and things like that. Kind of like in the finished version, I can see that there are 75 reactions that I have, 0 comments, how many likes, comments, shares, send, all of that. Cool. So let's go ahead and add all of those things in now. So what I'm going to do is I will go in underneath my shared image component. So let's go right underneath that. And I'm going to add my social counts component. Okay, that's what we're going to call it. Let's go ahead and create our list. And then inside of it, we'll make a button. And inside of that button, I'm going to add my image. Okay. And these images are, again, we're going to give you access to all these images. But this is going to be an image that I kind of just pulled. All right. It's it's a URL. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to download this image so it's less annoying for you guys. Let's see. Is there an easy way to actually download this image though? There's no easy way to download that image. So actually, let's just use the CDN, okay, that we have here. And let's just stick with that, okay? So this is the URL for it. And again, we'll add all of these images inside of the GitHub repo so you can access all of them. Okay, so that's gonna give you your like button. Let's add another image right underneath this, okay? And this is going to be the following URL, and we'll add that one. Oops, let's add that one right there. This one. Okay, great. So now we got these 2 images, okay? And this image right here, you can go look it up. This image is going to be the clapping emoji, okay? Really hard to see. I'll have to zoom in quite a bit so you can see it. But yeah, this is the clapping one, okay? So make sure you have that one. And underneath this image, I want to add in another thing, and we'll just add span tag, and we'll say 75, as in to say that we have 75 reactions so far. Okay, button, cool. And right underneath this list ending, let's do another one, li, and then inside of here, we're going to do an a tag. Again, remove the entire ahref. And we're going to say 1 comment. Okay, let's just do 2 comments like this. Okay, and hit save. Cool. So we got social count. Inside of here, we have a list. We have, you know, 1 button here. And now 1 button has 2 images and that span. Cool. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and add in the styling for our social counts component. So I'm going to do const social counts styled unordered list, save. The error should go away, save again, go ahead, refresh, come back. Cool. All right. So now I see this, I see 75 reactions, thumbs up, clapping, 75 claps, and I see 2 comments right underneath it. Okay, looks good, but let's make it look better. Okay, let me full screen this. That's what it looks like right now. Okay. So now we have to do a bunch of styling work to make sure that this looks good. So let's add a line height to it, about 1.3. Okay, so that gave it a little breathing room for 2 comments. Let's go display flex. All right, now they're pushed to the left-hand side. I'm gonna align items to start kind of right at the start, so that's good. I'm gonna make overflow auto for this. Margin, let's give it 0 by 16 pixels. Okay, so now it's pushed a little bit from the left-hand side. Padding, I'm gonna give it a little bit of padding. Okay, good. So padding went ahead and added more of this. So now it's nicely centered and looks like we have again more breathing room there. Border, let's give it a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and give it this color here. Cool. Okay, looking nice. Looking nice. Okay, let's give it a list style and we'll go and give it none. Okay, so those 2 dots that were showing up now are just completely gone. And now let's actually select the list and style it. So I'm gonna go margin right on this thing and let's go 5 pixels. Great. We'll go font size 12 pixels. Cool. So now the 2 comments are small. Button display flex. Cool. So it looks pretty freaking good now. Okay. So that gives us our social that we were looking to add. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add social button actions inside of the article. Okay, so now we're going to make it look even better. We're going to add the comments button, the like one, and a bunch of them. Cool. So first things first, let's go ahead and find them. So I have comments. Comments is going to be that one right there at the top. And we have our like icon. So that one, we have our send icon. Let's find that. Boom, right there. And then of course we have our share icon right there. Okay, let's drag all of them straight into images. Cool. So we got all of those inside of images. So now we're good. All right, so now we got those images and we are gonna now start putting those inside. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go right under where our social counts component ends. So I'm going to go right underneath here. And right there, I'm going to add a button. And inside of this button, I'm going to add an image. And this image is going to be my like icon.svg. Cool. So now you should see a like button appear on your screen like so. Great. After this, let's add the button word like next to it too, because I think that'll look nice. So let's go and let's add in the word like. Great. So now we have a blue button and we have the text that says like. Cool. Okay, let's go underneath here and let's add in another button now. Okay, and inside of this, let's add an image. And let's go images, comments, -icon, SVG. Great. So you got the like button and now we got the comment. And we'll do a similar thing. We'll do span tag. And I'm just gonna say comment, plural. Great. And now we're gonna repeat that. Okay. So I'm gonna just copy this button. I'm gonna paste and paste. And where it says comments icon, I'm gonna share that with, replace that with share icon, and this one I'm gonna replace it with send icon. So now I have a share icon right here and a send icon right here. And I'm gonna remove this word with the word share, and I'm gonna replace this word with the word send. Great. That's what we have here. Now if I full screen this, looks freaking great. Looks amazing, okay? but we still need to make it look better. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to go and create the new component. Okay. The one that we called social actions. All right. So let's go all the way up to the top. Okay. So right underneath social counts, I'm going to make a new component called social actions. So I'm going to wrap all these buttons inside of social actions. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go social. Let's do it like this. Social actions. Let's copy that and let's go right outside of this and paste it. So all the stuff that we added, let's put it inside of social actions like so. Okay. Now it's going to complain, hey, I don't know what this thing is. All good. Let's go and do and describe the styled component. So we'll do const social actions is equal to, and I want to do styled div. Boom. Okay, refresh. Here we go. They're right there. Okay. And now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go align items. And I'm going to align them centrally. Cool. Display flex. Because I like enabling flex mode on here. Great. I'm going to give it a margin of 0. Min height of 40 pixels. There we go. Let's give it a little padding, 4 by 8 pixels, like that. And then I'm going to make a button appear on this, or style a button, not make a button appear on this. What the heck am I talking about? And let's do inline flex on this thing. Great. Let's align these items centrally. Cool. Padding, let's go 8 pixels. Looking great. Okay, give it a little blue. So now they actually look very clickable. And then I want to add a media query, but only to the buttons. Okay, nothing else. So I'm going to do the following. Let's add our media query, and I'm going to say min width. So this is going to be the other way. This is going to say only do this on desktop mode. So you're not going to see anything change right now. Okay, this is saying only on desktop, only on something bigger than a mobile device. That's what that means. It's the inverse of max width. And I'm going to say give it a margin left of 8 pixels. Okay, you're not going to see a difference, but let's go full screen here. All right. And so you see the like icon and you see the distance between the like emoji and the like text. All right. Now on the actual mobile device, they're much closer together. Okay. If I actually comment this line out and we full screen it, notice that they're much closer together. Okay. So that difference only takes place on a desktop. Great. So far, so good. You should be up to here. And now our posts are starting to take shape and we are liking it. All right, you dirty boys and girls, let's keep rocking and rolling. So we're having fun so far, You're enjoying yourself. But now we're going to do Redux. And that's going to slap you in the face. Fun time is over. Get ready to get spanked. Actually, you might like Redux, okay? So hang in there and enjoy it with me. Come on, let's go. So let's get to the Redux part, okay? So first things first, we got to install Redux. How do we do that? Command J, open the command line, okay? And what I'm going to do is just for a second, I'm going to stop my server by doing Control C, okay? On Windows, it might be something else, but just Control C should work. All right, and I will simply do yarn add. You can do npm install, okay? It's the same thing. Yarn add. And I'm going to do React Redux like so, and I'm going to hit enter. And so now it's going to install React Redux. And then I'm going to also install just Redux by itself. Yarn add, and we're going to do Redux like so. So go ahead and install both of those beautiful packages, my beautiful person. Okay, great. Now that that's done, we're gonna go ahead and wrap the entire app in a Redux store. So let's go to index.js, okay? And simply go at the top and right underneath here, we're gonna do the following. I'm gonna import provider from React Redux. Cool. And then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import store from store. Okay. Yeah, so we have to still, of course, create a store, which we're gonna do soon. All right, so don't freak out, but we're gonna be creating a store soon. Okay. But yeah, this is what all I want you to add for now. And then let's go underneath. And what I'm gonna do is a few things. Instead of right underneath, so this app here, right? We wanna wrap this app inside of our provider now. Okay, so let's go provider and store, and we're gonna give it our store that we have. Okay, and wrap the app inside of that provider. That's all. Cool, that's all. Cool, if you try to run your app right now and you're running into an error, don't worry, it's because we haven't made the store file yet. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and make that store file. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so let's go to our reducers and let's make the reducers first. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a reducer. Let's do it like this. So in my source, I'm gonna create a new folder and it's going to be called reducers. Okay, and inside of reducers, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make index.js. Okay, great. And what all I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say import combine reducers. Okay, and we're gonna import that from Redux. And let's also do import user reducer from, whoops, user reducer like this. And I'm gonna say make root reducer equal to combine reducers. That's a cool thing about some of the Redux stuff that we're doing, okay? And we're gonna say user reducer like that. Okay, so this is gonna allow us to combine the reducer, so it's gonna be helpful. Now let's make another file inside of our reducers folder, and this is going to be called user reducer like this. Okay, so let's go inside of our user reducer and we're gonna initialize the initial state in here, and we'll simply make the initial state to be where user is null, he's empty, or she. Okay, and then we're gonna say user reducer is going to be whatever, in this case, the initial state. So by default, if you don't pass in anything, it's just gonna be the initial state. And it's also going to take in an action. And we're going to do a switch depending on the action type. Default, however, will be just the thing that returns the state. Okay. So if so here's how this reducer, I think about it, right? User reducer. Anytime there's a reducer, how I think about it, really, it should be called, in my mind, a state updater, because all a reducer does is it updates a given state. So for example, if we gave it some type of state, it would update it. Okay, otherwise it would just return the existing state. So here's just a dumb example. If I gave it an array with an action of if I gave it something with the action of like, it'll send the payload and it will hit like here and it will increment it by 1. Okay, that's where the switch case will come in. Okay, is the switch case like? All right, then do the following action where we increment like by 1. Is the switch action type comment? Well, then in that case, increment the comment section by 1. If it's none of those, well, the default should be, hey, just return the actual state. Don't really do anything. Okay, so that's kind of what's happening at a high level. All right, so now we have both of these made. Now let's go ahead and, of course, create our store. Okay, and we are going to add our store. We're going to add our store. Let me actually just see this real quick. All right, so let's go inside of our source. And in our source, we're going to create a new folder. Okay, and we're just going to call that folder store. Okay, and inside of store, I'm going to create a new file, and this will be called index.js. Within this file, we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to create store, and we're going to apply some middleware. Did I write it correctly and then remove it? Yes, knowing me, probably did something silly like that. Apply middleware. And of course, let's bring it from Redux. Okay, import root reducer from reducers. Okay, and now let's just define our store. And once we do this, we're not going to have errors anymore in our app, and our app should start running. Okay, great. So now store is defined. We are also exporting store. Now that we're exporting store, we will have access to it inside of our project. And in our index.js, if I go here, we are importing that store. And then we're passing it to our provider. So technically, looking at this, we should not have any more errors. If you do npm start, in my case, I'm going to do yarn start. You should not have errors on this thing. Okay, so let me refresh. Okay, so it's saying does not contain a default export. And what does not contain a default export? It is complaining about, what is it complaining about? Attempted import error. /reducers does not contain a default export. Cool. So let's go to some of our reducer files and let's see if we're exporting what we want to be exporting. Looks like we're not. Okay, so in our user reducer, we're gonna just simply do export default. And I'm gonna say user reducer. Or wait, am I in user reducer right now? No, I'm not. I'm in index.js. So here we have root reducer. So I need to be, yeah, that would make sense. So let's export the root reducer and let's go into our user reducer and let's go and export default user reducer. Now we should be getting both of those. Did I misspell yeah, I did. Initial should not be spelled initial, should be spelled initial. So initial is now defined. Cool. Now that was just setup, okay, of Redux, and there's a pretty good start to it, and we're making good progress. Let's keep going. All right, guys, so just a little note, this that you're gonna build is gonna be an example without using Redux Toolkit. So we wanted to show you what life looks like without Toolkit. Redux is much harder without Redux Toolkit. If you built our Disney Plus clone, you would have noticed things were much simpler with Redux Toolkit. It's gonna be a little bit harder. But I think it's important for you to know this because you might go to a company that's not using the Redux Toolkit yet. So let's go. All right. So let's go and now start working on the login functionality. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead to my login component. Do we have one yet? Actually, we don't. So let's go ahead and start working on that component now. Okay. So inside of our components. Oh, we do. My bad. Cool. So inside of our login component, we're going to do a couple of things. Okay, let's go all the way at the end where we're exporting default login. We're not going to need that, okay? So let's remove that for now. Actually, just leave that for now so we don't have an error, but we'll delete that later. Okay. And at the top, what I'm going to do is let's go import connect from React Redux, like so. Okay, and let's keep going down. And what we're gonna do here is now we're gonna create a map state to props. Okay, that's another one of the annoying things that we had to do before we got Redux Toolkit. Okay, but I'll show you how this works as well. Okay, boom, we'll leave that as empty, and then we'll also do map dispatch to props. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do this. Cool. Okay, again, just hang in with me. I promise the more you do repetition of building things with Redux, the more it's going to start to make sense. But it's kind of like one of those things that you kind of get the aha moments all at once. And also pattern recognition is key to understanding these things. Okay, so don't get discouraged the first time you see this because it's going to freak you out. Now let's go export default, and I'm going to do export default connect, and we're going to do map state to props. And I'm going to do map dispatch to props like that. Okay. And then I'm also going to do login like this. Okay. So freaking weird, right? But there we go. Okay. That is going to allow us to export login as well. Cool. Okay. So we're good so far. Now what we need to do is we actually need to start installing a couple of things. All right, now let's go ahead and start installing a couple of other things we're gonna need. So we're gonna need Redux Thunk, and we're gonna need Firebase. Okay, so let's go ahead and install these things now. So I'm gonna click on my command line. I'm gonna hit Control-C to stop the server. I'm gonna hit enter just a couple of times, and then I'm just gonna do yarn add. Again, you can do npm install, but I'm just gonna do yarn add, and I'll do Firebase. Like so. So now start installing Firebase. And once that's done, we're going to install something else. Okay. We're going to install Firebase tools because you're going to need those. So I'm going to do yarn add Firebase tools. That's the second thing you're going to need to install. And then after that, we're going to need one more thing to install. All right, now, and then last one we're gonna need is yarn add, and I'm gonna do Redux Thunk. Redux dash Thunk. Okay, so we're gonna make sure that we have that. So those are the three things we're gonna install. Make sure you don't miss on any of these because these are gonna be important. Okay, and then of course we're gonna need access to our Firebase config files. So let's go ahead and get them now. All right, now, so here's what I want you to do. Go to Firebase, okay, firebase.com. So let's just go together, firebase.com, like so. Hit here, I'm just gonna go to the email that I prefer, and then hit go to console, okay? And here you're gonna see all these clones. You might not see any of them. This is my Firebase. So for you, you might have to do add project, okay? And you might want to do LinkedIn clone. I'm just going to call it dummy clone, but you should call it LinkedIn clone like this, okay? So dummy LinkedIn clone, like so. Hit continue. You don't need anything else. And then it'll say creating your project, and that's good. Okay, that's kind of what you want. And I'll show you what you need to do after that. Looks so beautiful, right? Look at that UI. Beautiful, just circling around. All right, so let's hit continue on that thing, and then let's keep on rocking and rolling. Okay, so I already have a project created, so I'm gonna get out of this one now, and I'm gonna go to the other project that I have. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to my LinkedIn clone. You just stay in that exact one. Okay, and here I'm gonna go to project settings. Okay, and we're gonna get the things that we need here. So go all the way to Firebase SDK snippet, click config, and then get all of the details for your app that you need. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy all of these details, copy. Let's go back to our app. Okay, and let's start working on our app. So what I'm gonna do now, all right, and just in case you were not able to find this code, right? Let's kind of walk through it together. So I'm gonna switch to my clone, the dummy one that I was building alongside with you, okay? And now it might say there are no apps in your project. So what I want you to do is click that code button right here. Go ahead and do that now. And now inside of here, just call it the same thing. We could call it LinkedIn-clone. Okay, and then just hit register app for now. Okay, and now it's gonna give you all of the code that you need. Okay, so then just simply grab, don't grab the script tags, but you can just grab everything that's inside of that like var, okay, and just copy it. Cool, great. So that's all you need to do on your end. All right, I'm gonna switch back to my other project that I had made, and I'm gonna grab everything from there. All right, now what I want you to do is go ahead inside of your source and right click on your source folder and make a new file. And I'm gonna call it firebase.js, okay? And inside of here, I want you to do import Firebase from Firebase like that. And then just go ahead and paste your config, okay? And in your config, you should have the API key. You should have the auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messaging, sender ID, app ID, and measurement ID, okay? And this should be called const Firebase config like that. Cool. Now we're gonna just do a couple of things after this. So Firebase app, and I'm going to initialize this app like this and pass in the Firebase config. Cool. That'll help initialize your app. Now let's connect your Firebase to your database. So let's do Firebase app.firestore. Okay. And let's do const auth. Actually, you know what? I'll build mine from scratch with you guys. Okay, so let's go to my dummy version here. Okay. And I'll just build this out with you guys because I think that's going to be the best way for you guys to pick this up. So let's hit save. Cool. Now you and I are going to be on the same page. Okay. Don't have any unfair advantage. Okay. So Firestore, const auth. Okay, this is what we're going to need this for authentication later. So add that. Provider. New firebase.auth.google auth provider. Okay. And then let's do storage. Firebase.storage. Okay, because we need to store our images somewhere. All right, so that's what we're going to be using storage for. And now let's export some of these things so we have access to them outside of here. Okay. And then export default database because we're going to need access to the database as well. So this is what your overall Firebase file should be looking like. This is going to be very important for all your Firebase stuff. So make sure that you don't have some funny, weird stuff going on here, okay? All right, now let's go inside of our index.js, which is inside of our store, okay? So we have a bunch of index.js's now, but go inside of your store, click on that index.js, okay? And here's what we're gonna do. Okay, now we're gonna add a couple of things to our store. Okay, so let's, hey, where's my, okay, that line was just too far away for me to see. Let's do import thunk middleware, okay, from Redux thunk. And also what we're gonna do is now we're gonna start applying the middleware. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna say apply middleware. And I'm gonna pass in thunk middleware like so. And we're just gonna close that. Paren. And that's it. Okay, that's the change that we're making here. So we should be good for now. And now what we want to do is like continue adding in the login functionality. Okay, so we're gonna now add a couple of more things to our login. Okay, beautiful. You're freaking crushing it. Let's keep on going. So we got this. Now let's make the login functionality work. Okay, and what do I mean by that? Here's what I mean by that. If we go to our finalized LinkedIn clone app, if I sign out here, look what happens if I hit sign in with Google. Boom. Right? So this pop-up, how is it happening? How is that information being stored? We're gonna do that and resolve that with Redux, okay, and Firebase. So let's go ahead and work on that functionality now. So first things first, which one should I work on first? Let me think. Okay, let's actually do this, okay? So in our source, let's make a new folder and we're gonna call it actions. Okay, for Redux, you have your actions, you have your reducers, you need all these things, okay? And it's good to put them in different folders. So inside of this actions, we're going to create a index.js. Cool. And in here, we're going to import a couple of things. I'm gonna import auth and I'm gonna import provider. And we're gonna get this from Firebase. Okay, and then let's do export function because we're gonna need to export this anyway. So let's go sign in API. That's what it's gonna be called. And what it's gonna do is gonna dispatch auth. Okay, and we're gonna do sign in with pop-up. So this is a nice function that comes with Firebase. Okay, so this auth right here is coming from Firebase. So sign in with pop-up like that. Okay, so sign in with pop-up. Once Firebase responds with a promise, we're going to do .then. Okay, so we're going to chain it and we're going to pass it a payload. Payload like so. Oops. Boom. And then inside here, I'm just gonna console log the payload. Okay, so we're gonna be able to see that. Great. Now let's go here and I'm gonna do .catch and let's catch any errors that we're getting. And then I'm just simply going to alert us of the error message. Okay, so this is what your index.js file should look like right about now. Okay, and now let's go ahead and put it to use. All right, so now let's go to our login component where we're actually going to use this sign in thing. Okay, so login.js and let's start with importing that little method that we made, sign in API, okay, from that. Okay, so that'll import it. And now what we're gonna do is inside a form where we had Google form, now all we're gonna do to this component, and we're gonna say, hey, on click, we want you to do something. Here's what we want you to do. We want you to run that function. So we're just gonna do props.sign in. Okay. That's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Okay. And we're gonna go down, and this is where Redux gets funky, but just hang in there with me, okay? And I'll show you how we do this. So all the way at the end right here, for the Redux portion, we're gonna add this kind of right below our export default. And let's go ahead and do map dispatch to props. Actually, we're doing that already, so let's just stay in here. Boom, right there. Okay. Dispatch, and this is the code. So let's hit enter and get inside of here, and we're gonna say sign in. Okay, and what that's going to do is that's going to dispatch our method sign in API. Okay, so this sign in here, right, corresponds to where we're doing props.sign in. Okay, so now those things are connected. And again, think of Redux like this global store, okay, where when the user logs in, it passes the user login information and stores it there on the front end. It's kind of like having a database on the front end that you can access really, really fast. That's how I think about Redux and state management tools. All right, awesome. So now we got all of this. That's looking good. Now let's actually start dispatching these actions to the stores after integrating it with Google Auth. So we're gonna start adding the Google Auth integration very, very soon. Okay. So first of all, here's what I want to do. Let me go to my Firebase. Okay. And what I'm gonna do to my Firebase is let's go to authentication inside of my Firebase. And under my authentication, so let's go to our Firebase app, and then inside of our app, what we're gonna do is let's go ahead to our authentication and then just go and click get started. Cool. Now inside of get started, what we're going to do is hit where it says Google for provider and just hit enable. And that's essentially it, okay? Just give it your email, whatever your email. It gave me a weird email, but whatever. That should be good. Okay, so now your Google should be enabled. Another weird thing, by the way, is if you are on some type of different Firebase website, you might not see what I see here. You might see something completely different. So what you want to do in that case is actually you want to hit where it says build. Okay, for some of you, it might say build. Click that and then click authentication underneath that. That'll bring you to your authentication. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start trying things and trying to break things, and let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my actual app, and on my app, instead of home, let's delete that and let's just go to the localhost 3000. Now it might say the site can't be reached. Well, no problem. I'm just gonna hit yarn start. You can in your terminal hit npm start and you should be good to go. Okay. So now we're gonna click, ooh, my middleware is not defined. Oh, okay, interesting. So let's go to my store, my index.js inside of my store. Okay. And in here, I'm probably capitalizing it somewhere, middleware, and let's make it lowercase. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, I'm sorry, Frankie. Frankie's building it out with me to help test it. By the way, shout out to Frankie, guys. Frankie's been here. Frankie, pop in. Frankie's been here and test running and doing the entire build actually with us, so he can make sure that this is actually running perfectly for you guys, okay? So drop some love for Frankie in the comments below. Cool. Let's keep going. Now let's hit sign in with Google, and Frankie says it's working for him. Ooh, it's working. That's cool, right? So easy. That's so freaking cool. Let's hit cleverprogrammer.com. Nice. Okay, great. So let's open up inspect and let's see if the payload is inside of our console, and it looks like it is. Okay, so hit inspect, go to console, and do you see where it says object? Now click the drop down on the object. So you guys should see user right here. Okay, now click under user. Did you click the drop down? Oh, I see. Now keep scrolling down and you'll actually see display name. You'll see email and you'll see email verified. Yeah, okay, great. And if you keep scrolling down, you'll actually even see things like photo URL. Do you see that? Now, if you double click into the photo URL, actually, can I select that? Copies. So right click and copy string. Okay. And now open a new tab and paste that string. You should see your photo like this. Okay. And that should tell you that your app is like actually pulling the payload from the sign in, right? So like, where is that payload statement? Let's just go ahead and search. Let's go console. there's like only one place we're actually doing console log. And it's inside of our, oops, not mean to do that. We're doing this inside of our user reducer, it seems like. No, I'm sorry. Why am I'm being freaking crazy. It's right here, not inside of our user reducer. We're using it inside of our actions index.js, and we're console logging. So the payload is actually what Firebase gives us back. It's this object. That's the payload that gets dropped every time we log in. So we'll be able to use that payload to pull the photo and pull the name and email and all of that good stuff. Okay, so granted we're able to get everything that we need, right? Granted we're able to get everything that we're looking for. We still need a way to actually store that information, right? We still need a way to store that information. So that's what we're gonna do. And the website and things still need to change based on the user logging in, okay? Because it shouldn't keep saying sign in with Google the whole time. That would not make sense. All right, so let's go ahead and start setting things up. So first thing I'm gonna do is inside of actions, I'm going to make a new file, and this file is going to be called actiontype.js. Okay, and I'm going to do something very simple. I'm just going to say export const set user equals set user. Okay, that's all. Set user equals string set user. That's it. All right, now let's go inside of, let's see, which file should I work on first? Let's go ahead inside of our user reducer now. Okay, that's inside of our reducer. So for example, just click reducer, then go to user reducer, you should be there. Now we're gonna do a couple of things here inside of our switch case. So depending on what type of action we get, so if we get a case where we're setting a user, what we're gonna do is we're gonna return whatever the state was previously and then add in our new user. Okay, so the state is going to be updated just by one thing. Now it's complaining, hey, set user is not defined. Well, no worries. Let's go all the way at the top and let's import it. So import set user, okay, from actions action type, like that. Cool. So now it won't be giving us an error anymore. Our app should actually be working. So we're good with the user reducer for now. Now let's go inside of our index.js. All right, and now let's go to our index.js. Okay, and in our index.js, all I'm going to do, and sorry, wrong index.js, my bad. Let's go inside of our actions index.js right here. And now all I want to do inside of my payload, instead of using console log, we're going to dispatch the user. Dispatch means send that information out, shoot it. Okay, whenever I think dispatch, I think of like the Olympics, what is it called? Referee shooting gun, right? So it's like whenever the starting pistol. No, not that. That's like too crazy. Starting pistol. Okay. Holy crap, this just got crazy. Sprint. Jesus, that's what I think of whenever I think of dispatching actions. So like whenever we dispatch actions from the stores, like tell the entire store where the user has logged in. Okay. Man, got crazy. So this is who you are when you're dispatching actions. Is this an actual gun? I don't know if they don't have real guns, right? The Olympics. Okay, so let's go inside. So in our index.js here, now let's just make a couple of changes. Okay, first of all, we're gonna import from the top. Import set user, like so, and I'm gonna do from action type. Okay, that's good. Now let's also export const set user. This is going to help us set the user, and it's going to take in a payload. Whoops. It's going to take in a payload, and that's going to be type set user. And then the user is going to be the payload. Okay, whatever the payload is going to be. Cool. All right. So that's good. Import is looking fresh. And now we're just going to dispatch the action here instead of console logging it. So dispatch set user and payload user, just like so. Okay, save. Okay, so now with all three of those things done, hopefully that information is actually being stored inside of Redux. Let's hit sign in with Google. And I'm going to go ahead and sign in. Cool. So we'll be able to see later if this information is actually being stored or not. All right, so now let's redirect our user to home page on login. So I'm going to go to login, and inside of my container, right at the beginning, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say the following. I'm going to say, hey, if we got a user going on, okay, then what I want you to do is I want you to redirect to, okay, and what we'll do is, let me write redirect and hit enter. So I'll import it from React Router, okay, importing that from React Router just like that. Cool. And what I will say is redirect me to the home page. Cool. Now let's end that bad boy like that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Very, very clean line. And it says, hey, if the user is there, redirect me. Now, all we need to do to make this magic work is let's go all the way to the bottom. And what I'm going to do is right above map dispatch to props. Let's just add it here. Actually, inside of map state to props, we can do this, okay? We can do this right here. So where it says return, which is empty, we're going to say user state to state dot user state dot user. So that's who the user is going to be. And look at that. It is already redirecting us. How freaking cool is that, you fools? If I go to home page, okay, let's hit sign in with Google. Hopefully it works. Let's see. Hopefully it breaks and breaks my heart. Whoa! Bo, 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 bo. Smash the like button if you enjoyed that one. That was really clean. Okay. I'm loving this, man. Are you guys loving this? I hope you're loving this. Okay. This is awesome. All right. Now Redux is kind of crazy. So before we move on, I just want to explain some of this stuff here. Okay. So let's go back to our home page, or not our home page, but our login page, right? This sign in pop-up, this one line of code makes that pop-up happen. That is insane. Okay. So that's just that one line of code that's making that pop-up happen. Then this line of code is telling the app, hey, this is the user information. So I'm dispatching this action. When I dispatch this action, I send it this function called setUser. Okay. And I give it the payload of the user. So remember, what is payload.user? Do you guys remember that when I did, let's actually do this right now. So I'm going to console log, and I'm just going to do payload here. Okay. And what I'm going to do here is comment this line out, and let's hit refresh. Now I'm going to hit sign in with Google, and let's hit inspect, okay, on the right hand side. And I'm going to go to, whoops, not sources, console. Okay. And I'm going to click sign in right there. Now an object just appeared. Okay. And it's giving me this information about the user. Okay. Now the user information is the one I want, right? So now watch this. Now I'm going to do payload dot what? User, right? So now watch what happens. If I hit save and I hit refresh, okay, and let's go sign in with Google, and I'm going to hit kazi@cleverprogrammer.com. I'm just going to get the information pertaining to the user. That's it. So I'm not getting my display name, and I'm getting my email, and I'm getting all of that, right? So that's what payload.user actually is. So that object, we're sending over to this method over here that says set user. So set user takes a payload. The payload was all of the user details. Now this is type set user, and user, we set it to whatever the payload was. Okay, that's kind of what's happening. That's kind of what's happening here. Okay, and let's go to set user. Boom. Okay, it's all freaking connected. Okay, now if I go inside of my reducers and I go inside of my user reducers, when it sees the case that I'm trying to set the user, it takes my existing state and it just adds the new user to it. And if the state doesn't change, it just returns the default state of whatever it was before that user was there. That's it. Okay, and remember, Redux is immutable, so I'm not mutating this. Okay, I'm creating a brand new state with whatever the previous state was, along with the new one user that I've added. Okay, so a little bit of just explaining behind the scenes of what's happening with Redux. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the user authentication info when the authentication is changed, okay, and store it. Okay, so for example, when I log in, I want to like store that information and have access to it. Okay, anytime I'm like refreshing or getting that information. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So inside of my actions and index.js, what I will do underneath here is let's make another function. Okay, and let's call it user auth, like so. Get user auth. Okay, this is what's going to get the authentication info. And let's start it off with dispatch. Cool. And I'm going to do, this is something that comes from Firebase. So on auth state changed. Do me a favor and run this asynchronously. Okay, you're going to take a user as an input, and if user, meaning if the user exists or is logged in or whatever, dispatch set the user to user. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's go inside of our app JS file, and we're gonna add all of this here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna need to do a couple of things, and for those things I'm gonna kind of walk you through all of this. Okay, so first of all, right at the start here, okay, function app, let me think, let's have it take props like that. Okay, and then inside of here, I'm actually gonna throw in my use effect hook. So let's go use effect, and let's hit enter. Whoops, use effect. Okay, there's tons of boilerplate that comes with a lot of this stuff, but okay, so use effect, this is how we write it in here. Okay, so I'm going to say props dot get user auth. Cool. And then here, it's not going to really have any dependencies for now. Cool. Okay, so now it's going to start telling us, hey, we're erroring out. So let's go ahead and import React hooks. So import use effect, like so. All right, so that's now gonna import this use effect. Good. Use effect is not defined. Interesting. Should be defined. Okay, so now it's saying get user auth is not a function, so we're gonna go ahead and import that as well. Import get user auth. Okay, from actions. Okay, so now we got that as well. It's good. Cool. So now, of course, it's saying it's not a function, but we're gonna go ahead and take care of that. Okay, so let's go ahead inside, just get inside of app.js. Hopefully you're there. And now let's go all the way to the bottom, and we're gonna need to do those map to props type of things. Okay, this is a very common thing we have to do with Redux. If you're using it without toolkit, it's annoying, but has to be done. Okay, so we're gonna do that now, right after take out this fat ass wallet from my pocket. So let's go ahead and do this. So map state to props, like so, and we're gonna do state, and let's go like this, and we're gonna return squigglies like that. Okay, then let's do const map dispatch to props. Okay, we're gonna do this. It's gonna take in something to dispatch and get user auth, and this is actually what's gonna start defining your function. Okay, and we're gonna say dispatch get user auth function. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna remove this export default line. We're gonna export default. I'm gonna say connect. Okay, we're also gonna need access to this connect. We're gonna import it later. I'm gonna do map state to props, and then I'm gonna do map dispatch to props, and then let's just do app. Okay, now we're gonna need to import connect. So let's go ahead and import connect from Redux. Okay, import connect, my bad, from React Redux. Cool. So that's imported. Now what's the error? Let's see. Identifier connect has already been declared. Oh, my bad. I'm getting it too many times. It's already right here. Cool. We got connect. Now what's the error? Expected an assignment or function call and instead saw an expression line 37 and 16. Cool. So let's see. Okay, let's wrap that in parentheses so it's an expression. Okay. Don't need that there. Okay, so now that should be good. Should be good. That allows us to get the user info. Hopefully they're not getting any errors. And now we are on the same page. Beautiful. Okay, so the other annoying thing that I realized, guys, is remember my image was not showing up. The jobs add one or whatever. This one just kept not showing up. I looked at my console and it was getting blocked by client for whatever reason. So what I decided to go ahead and do is like copy that image and open, like copy link address, open that right here, right? And then what you can do if you're having the same problem is hit save image as, okay? And go to that same folder you have everything, right? So for example, for me, GitHub, Banger projects, LinkedIn clone, public images. Inside of that images folder, I just decided to call it jobs add.jpg, okay? And then I hit save. So then it showed up as an image right there, okay? And then I went to my right side component because that's where it was supposed to show up and it just was like never showing up, okay? So in the right side component, in order for it to show, what I did is I went to my banner card and instead of having that static link, I just changed it with the actual image, okay? So how you can do that is simply go and select this /images /jobs add.jpg, hit save, and then this is what you should see, okay? So go ahead and do that. That'll take care of that other problem that we were having earlier, okay? And so if somebody wants to be helpful, please drop the timestamp to when this problem was first introduced, okay? And then, you know, and just say this is the bug fix for that. So if somebody's looking for it, that'll be really, really helpful. Thank you. Now let's go ahead and display the user photo once the user is logged in. So I'm going to go inside of header.js and let's go to where we have user, which is user component, okay? So this user component right here, okay? So where that says me, we're gonna replace that with an image of me, okay? The image that I get from Google authentication. All right, so here's how that's gonna go. I'm gonna go right underneath this A tag, cool? And right underneath this A tag, what I'm gonna do is open up your squiggly, okay? And let's be careful where we put everything, okay? So squiggly, let's do it this way. I'm in the wrong place. Okay, remove that squiggly and remove that A. It needs to be inside of user. Okay. What did I do? What did I do? I'm sorry. I'm confusing you. Okay. Leave work alone. Leave work alone. So it should have that A tag in there. You're good. You don't need to touch work. We're trying to touch user. I don't know why I decided to go under work. Probably I'm just been coding for so long. I'm losing my eyesight a little bit. So bear with me here. Okay. I'm just a human being. Relax. So right over here, what I'm going to do is let's add a squiggly here. Okay. Like that. Okay. So the squiggly opens up here, but here's where we're going to close it. So remove the closing one, and I'm going to close it right above this span. Just like that. Okay. That is perfecto. Okay. That's the right spot for me to close it. Cool. So now let's go ahead and make this work. So inside of this squiggly, we're going to do a couple of things. Okay, I'm going to say props.user. So if the user is logged in and exists, I want the following to happen. Props.user.photo URL. Okay. So if that URL exists, then I want the following to happen. Okay. So I'm going to make an image tag here. And in this image tag for source, what I'm going to say is this. Okay. And you can remove the quotes because this is going to evaluate to a string anyway once it's done. So I'm going to say props.user.photo URL. Okay. And let's end that. Cool. And then I'm going to say colon. So like this. Okay. Now, this looks really intimidating and confusing, but let me explain. First, hey, is the user logged in? Yes, they are. They exist. Great. Then look for their photo URL. Does that exist? Question mark. If it exists, then show their photo. Then I have this ternary operator right there. If it doesn't exist, show a generic user photo. Capiche? That's what's happening there. Another thing, why my thing looks funny, why this me part with the drop down sign looks funny is because the drop down is not inside of the span. So let's go ahead and close that and sandwich that in the span. Okay, so again, span should have the word me in it and the drop down image in it. Okay, so make sure to go ahead and do that. And once you do that, what's going to happen is now your photo and your me with the drop down looks freaking great. Okay, that's what should happen. All right, so that's looking good. Now what we need to do is make sure our dispatch is happening, because right now our app does not know about the image. So it needs access to the store and we need to dispatch that action. Okay, so then it's going to have access to the photo. So anyways, long story short, let's go all the way to the bottom. And let's go ahead and do map state to props like so. And state, whoops. Okay, state. And then inside of here, we're going to return user state.user state.user. And knowing boilerplate code. Okay, that's map state to props. Now we also need map dispatch to props. And let's go dispatch. All right, like this. Let's leave it empty for now. We don't really have anything going on in here just yet. And then this last line where it says export default header, remove that line. So we're going to delete that line. And we're just going to do export default connect. And you guys know the drill. We're going to connect map state to props like so. Then we're going to do map dispatch to props. And then we're going to do header like this. Okie dokie, Mr. Pokey. Okay. So that is pretty good for now. Let me actually just see if we need to change any additional things at the top. Did we import connect? Yes, we did import connect. So that's looking good so far. Okay, great. So it is working. In order to be able to see it, first of all, it's at the bottom right. You should be seeing your logged in photo because I'm logged in. And you should be seeing your logged in photo at the bottom right if you're logged in. And at the top right, you should actually be seeing it if in desktop mode. Okay, so you should be seeing your photo. Cool. Amazing. Okay, now what we want to do is add the ability to sign out. So when I hover over sign me, right? If I hit sign out, I cannot sign out. So let's add that ability. So let's go and start off by, first of all, inside of actions, we're now going to create a new file. Actually, no, let's not create a new file. Let's just go inside of our index.js. So in here, remember we added the sign in functionality and the get user auth functionality. So let's go underneath that and let's add the sign out functionality now. So let's do export function, sign out API. Okay. And then let's do return dispatch. Just like this. All right, inside of this dispatch, all we're gonna do is we're gonna do auth.signout. And again, this comes built in with Firebase. Okay, that's why Firebase is so nice. And then we're gonna do .then. Okay, leave that empty. And we're gonna do dispatch set user to null. Okay, so we're gonna run that function. We're gonna set the user to null. Okay, that's going to remove any user that's existing. And then I'm going to do .catch any errors. And if there are any errors, just simply console log them in this case. Great. So this is what your sign out API should be looking like right now. Okay, so continuing on with our functionality. Now we're going to do just a few things. Okay, so let's go to our when we sign out, so let's think about this, right? When we sign out, we need to be redirected back to the home page, right? Just like when we sign in, we need to be redirected back. Let me fix that. When we sign out, we need to be redirected to the login page. Just like when we sign in, we're redirected to the home page. Okay, so we're gonna work on that. That was Naz. Say hi to Naz, everybody behind me. Beautiful. So we're going to add that redirect in just a second. But first, let's start off with the functionality. So I'm going to go to my header. Okay. And let's first of all import the sign out functionality that we made. Okay. So let's import sign out API. Okay. And where are we going to import that from? Well, you know where we're going to import that from our actions where we just finished making it. Okay. In the index.js. So now this will actually import it. Okay, why is it saying modules not found? /actions. Oh, my bad. /actions. There we go. Okay, because I'm inside of headers, which is inside of components. So I need to back out first, and then I have access to this actions folder. Okay, gotta back out, then boom. Hence the 2 dots right there. Cool. Okay, so now inside of my sign out, let's find that. So sign out is right there. And to this sign out, all I'm going to say is on click, I want you to do something for me. Okay, and sign out is going to be like, hey, what do you want me to do? Well, on click, I want to actually sign out. Okay, I want to call the sign out method. Now, remember, because we're using Redux, you can't just normally make this work because that would make too much sense, unfortunately. So in Redux, you do things always in a really obnoxious boilerplate method. Thank you, Dan Abramov, the founder of Redux. So I'm going to go to my dispatch to props. And in here, all I'm going to do is we're going to add in sign out. And what sign out is going to do is dispatch. And we're going to use our method that we created earlier, dispatch sign out API. Okay, so that should already be pretty good. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if that does anything or not. So sign out. Whoa, it actually worked. Did you guys see the photo change? That's freaking amazing. So let's actually go back to our home page and let's test this out. Let's hit sign in and it should redirect us to the home page when I sign in. So boom, let me choose my email. Okay, it redirected me, and look, my photo is of the logged in user. That photo is being pulled straight from Firebase. Now, if I hover over and click sign out, it signed me out and the photo is gone. But what should happen? When I sign out, I need to be redirected back to the login page. So let's just go ahead and add that last bit of functionality. And how we're gonna do that is let's start off by going to our home page. And inside of our home page, I need to make sure that I import my redirect, okay, from React Router DOM, because that's what allows me to manipulate the DOM and manipulate which pages I'm at. I also need to import connect because I'm going to need that for this from React Redux. And again, this is Redux without toolkit. Okay, so this is why you still have to do mappings and connects. Okay, now inside of my container right over here, here's what I'm going to do. All right, we're just going to add that right there. And I'm going to say, hey, if the user is not logged in or there is no user, then what I want you to do in that case is redirect me to the home page, or I'm sorry, I keep saying the home page, but the login page in this case. Okay. And of course, we want to close this. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. So now when I sign out, it actually brings me back to the home page. Okay. And last things I want to do in order to make sure that that happens and my store knows about it, here's what I need to do, because that functionality is still not necessarily working. We're going to do map state to props. And I'm going to let the state know about, hey, user, update the user state like so. And I'm going to delete this line and we're going to do export default. And this is what we've been doing with Redux every single time. So connect map state to props, and we're just going to leave it to that because we don't need to dispatch any actions in this case. And of course, add home just like this. Okay, so now refresh. So now watch what happens. Okay, I'm going to sign in with Google. Now it should update my photo at the bottom right. Now let me full screen it real quick. Full screen, hover over it. Let's click sign out, and boom, that works. That is nice. Right when I sign out, it actually brings me back straight to the home page. Okay, so hopefully you're enjoying this so far. And now we're going to start displaying the username right next to our user profile. Okay, user image. All right, so here we go. So now we're going to actually add the display username on the left hand side. Okay, so and we're going to do that right there, okay, where it says welcome Rafik Kazi. That's kind of what we're going to do in our own app. Okay, so first of all, let's just log in, so it redirects us to the home page. Beautiful. That looks good. Okay, but now it says welcome there. Well, it should know who we are, so it shouldn't say there. It should actually say our name now. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go to my left side component that I have. And then where we have this link, this is where we need to change it, okay? And here's how we're going to do that. So I'm going to say props.user. This is going to get me access to the user. And remember, display name. This is what should get me access to the name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically be like, hey, if the user exists, okay, so props.user. If the user exists, this is a nice fancy ternary operator that says, then show me the username. Otherwise, show me blank. Okay. Or I can just say, show me, well, there. Okay. So that way it says there for now. And then if the user will be there, it'll say their name instead. Cool. Well, why is it not getting the name, you might ask? well, what we're gonna have to do is tell Redux about it. So this is where we need to map state to props. So let's do const map state to props like this. Open this bad boy up, and again, we're going to return user state.user state.user like this. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and connect it now to our component. All right, so let's go here. Boom, import connect like this from React Redux. So now we have this imported. That's great. Let's go all the way down. Whew, it's a lot of lines of code in there. Remove this, and we're going to do export default connect map state to props, and we'll just do left side like this. Okay, again, we're not doing any dispatching here. We're only doing reading and retrieving. All right, so now Rafik Kazi is being read. Hey, that's amazing, right? Let me go home. Rafik Kazi. If I log out, it should basically be nobody. Okay, cool. /home. Doesn't even let me go to home. Okay, when I log in, it lets me go to home. So that's really good. My authentication, it seems like it's working really well, and things are good. Now we're going to start working on the modal. Okay, so let's go ahead to main.js file, and instead of post Malone, we're going to be working on post modal. So congratulations. All right, post modal. There we go. You like that one, Nas? All right, and pretty much what I'm going to do is right underneath where article is ending, and there's a div ending right underneath the article. Let's go underneath that div, and I'm going to add the post modal. Okay, and you'll be like, hey Kazi, psst, hey Kazi, where are you importing the post modal from? That's a really good question. It doesn't exist yet, so we need to go ahead and make it. So inside of components, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called post modal.js. Okay, and now we're going to start working on this modal, and it's going to be nice. So let's start off with styled from styled components, because we're going to need to style this thing. And of course, let's go ahead and go. It's going to get some props, okay, as arguments. And I'm going to create a new component inside of here. It's going to be a container, and I'm just going to say post modal for now. Let's hit refresh. It's still complaining. Well, that's because I have to export default post modal, and now it should stop complaining soon. Okay, it goes, hey, I don't know what container is. No worries. So I'm going to const container, and let's actually go styled div and leave it as an empty. Cool. So now all the errors are gone, and we're back to an operational app, which is exactly what we want. Now inside of our container, we're going to style it. So I'm going to say position fixed. Okay. Where's our modal? I'll show you. Our modal will be available for us shortly. Okay. Let's go top 0 for the modal. Let's go left 0. Okay. And we're going to start seeing it soon. Hopefully. I'm as surprised as you when we see it. Just kidding. All right. Bottom 0. Okay. So that allows us to put it at the top. We're going to give it a really high Z index. Okay. So you can kind of do that. That will make sure that it's always on top of things. So now you're starting to see it. Post modal. Okay. And now 0, 0, 0, 0. It means 0 on the left axis, X axis, Y axis. And that's what you end up getting when you go 0, 0, 0. So what this does here, by the way, right, is this 0, 0, 0, you're wondering what it does. So come here and inspect the element. Now when I inspect it, look, the modal is actually over the entire screen. Okay. And if I actually change this to 10 pixels, or let's go 50 pixels, so something visible from the top, it's pushing it down. But notice now it's not the entire screen. So why we do that sometimes 0000 like that is to kind of, in an easy way, say, hey, take over the entire browser. Okay, so this right now is taking over the entire browser, and it has a massive Z index, so it'll also take over more priority. Cool. So now inside of color, I'm going to give it color black. And just to kind of show you this, right? If I actually gave it a background color of, let's say, black, watch what happens. Boom, my entire screen is now gone black, okay? And if I gave it a Z index of -20, now it's hiding behind, but you can still see the little black bars on the side, okay? So that Z index is just to make sure that always stays on top of everything else. And instead of black, of course, it's a crazy color to give it right now. We're going to just give it 0.8, just like this, okay? That's what's gonna happen when the modal opens. That's what's gonna happen to the entire screen. That's what we want, okay? So then we can see the modal easily. So that's how we make that happen. Cool. Now, last thing we wanna do is, we're already exporting it and we're using it in main.js, right? So let's go to our main and we have post modal. That's how we're getting this. Cool. Beautiful. And make sure we're imported. Okay, perfect. Good job so far. Let's keep rocking and rolling. And now we're going to start adding main content component inside of post modal. So let's go to post modal. And inside of here, I'm going to remove where it says post modal. Okay. And I'm going to say content. Cool. Inside of content, let's just write content for now and leave it pretty blank. And we're going to add in a new styled component. I'm going to say content with a styled div, of course, empty to just start it off with. And we'll give it a width of 100%. Okay, cool. All right, max width, we'll give it of 552 pixels. So it will never be bigger than that. We're going to give it a background color of white. So now we can actually start to see this, okay? Cool, so we can see that the modal is starting to become visible. And now what we're gonna do is let's give it let's remove that. Let's actually keep that, my bad. And let's go and give it a max height of 90%. Cool. Overflow will go initial. Okay, and then let's go border radius of 5 pixels. Okay, so now we're starting to have slightly rounded corners right there. We'll go position, relative, display flex. Okay, and now let's do flex direction column in this case. Cool. We'll top 32 pixels. That pushes it down, and we're gonna go margin 0 auto. Okay, so now we have this thing smack in the middle, showing up exactly where we want it. Beautiful. So that's all we wanted to do for this, and now we're gonna add header and post modal component. Okay, so let's go and do that. So inside of content, I'm gonna remove content, and I'm just gonna go header like this. Okay, cool. And inside of here, what I want to say is let's go and add an H2, and we'll do create a post like that. Right underneath this, I'll add a button. And inside of this button, I'm going to add an image, and this image is going to be a close icon.svg. Okay. And now the header is going to say, hey, I'm not defined. Well, no problem. Okay, and I'll show you how to add a close icon, by the way. So the close icon actually is right here. It looks like that little X at the top. So let's go grab that close icon and drop it inside of our images. Now you should have access to it. Okay, let's go back to the code that we were on inside of components postmodal.js. So we added that image, and now we're going to actually create styling for that component. So const header. Let's start it off with blank. And then let's go ahead and start now styling it, okay? So we now see create a post. So that looks pretty good. Display block. I'm going to add padding to it. Boom. Now the padding is starting to look good. I'm going to add a border bottom. So I'm going to add something on the bottom. Okay. And then lastly, we're going to do this. Clean. Let's give it a font size of 16 pixels. I'm going to give it a line height of 1.5. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to go RGBA on this thing. And let's do this. Cool. So it's like a little grayed out now. We'll do font weight 400. And then justify. Actually, before we do that, let's enable display flex. Let's go justify content on this thing, and we'll go space between. So now that X should springboard over all the way to the right hand side. I'm gonna go align items center. Dope. And then of course, let's style the button, and I'm gonna go height 40 pixels, width 40 pixels. Great. Min width auto. Color. Let's do the same thing. A little bit of that gray never hurt nobody. Cool. And then SVG. Hey, pointer events, make sure that there are none. Pointer events are none. Okay. Cool. X. Cool. All right. So now we got that big boxy looking X in the modal. It's pretty good. It's a good start. Okay. Let's create shared content and add user info part inside of it. Okay. So let's go to, we're inside of here. Now let's make shared content. So where am I going to do that? Let's do it right underneath this header right here. Shared content. Let's go user info. Let's make another component. And inside of here, I'm going to go image / images / user SVG. Okay, this is just going to be the dummy user image. And for span, let's go name. Okay. All right. Shared content is not defined. User info is not defined. You guys know the drill, right? You guys know what we do. Let's go ahead and start working on this, right? Style div. Let's leave it empty for now. User info style div. Like that. Oh, refresh. Okay. So now that image is showing up, but it obviously looks crazy. So we're going to now work on it. Let's enable display flex to start off. Things are already starting to look in control. Display flex is such magic. Flex direction column. Flex grow 1. Overflow Y. I'm going to go auto on this thing. Vertical align. Baseline. Cool. Background, I'm going to do transparent. Okay. And then, of course, padding 8 pixels by 12 pixels. Beautiful. Great. Now let's, inside of our user info, let's go ahead and do a couple of things. Enable display flex here. I'm going to align my items to the center. So I can see that N is in the middle, but it's still behind the photo. Let's add padding 12 pixels by 24 pixels, like so. Cool. And now let's control our SVG and our images, and we're going to give them the same type of styling. Boom. Boom. Cool. Background. Clip. I'm gonna go content box. Okay, border 2 pixels, solid, transparent. Border radius. This is gonna give it the nice little circle that we always love. Looking clean. And then of course, let's go inside of our span, and now we're gonna go font weight 600, font size 16 pixels, line height 1.5. Cool. So now the text is looking bolder. And then of course, let's give it a little bit of margin because it's getting a little too close to that logo. So let's push it a little bit. Okay. Beautiful. So that looks great to me. For shared content, right? This modal is looking good. I mean, of course, we still need to add functionality. So when I hit X, it actually goes away, right? And things like that. So we're gonna now start adding those things in. Okay. We also need to make sure the text editor is editable. So that's gonna need, quite a bit of work. So let's work on that now. All right, so cool. Let's start working on the text editor and add in a bunch of functionality. So I am going to go I'm gonna just stay in my post modal. Okay, and then let's add another component, and I'm gonna add it right underneath shared content. So we're gonna call it share creation like this. And let's just type in some word in there like actions. Let's go all the way down, and I'm gonna add a component styling for this, styled div, hit save just so that error stops. Display flex. So you should be able to see actions in there now. Okay, it's right there. Boom. Cool. Now I'm gonna do justify content space between. Cool. And then of course padding 12 pixels, 24 by 16. Cool. So now we just added some padding kind of everywhere from every direction. So that looks good. Now we're gonna add creation buttons. Okay, so you might be wondering, hey, where are you getting the creation buttons from? Here. So we're gonna have the share image. Okay, that image right there at the top, and we're also gonna have that image, the video image as well. So share image, share video. I'm going to drag this into my images and drop. Cool. So that's gonna be there. Now let's go inside of my right underneath share creation. Inside of share creation, I'm going to remove the word actions, and instead I'm going to write attach assets. Okay, and let's create a new component called attach assets. Okay, and inside of attach assets, let's create a new component called asset button like that. And inside of asset button, I'm going to add an image, and that image is going to be images/share.image.svg. Cool. And then I'm going to have another asset button. And inside of that, I'm going to have another image, and it's going to be images/share video.svg like so. Cool. Now let's go ahead and add this. So all the way at the bottom, let's do const asset button is equal to styled button. Okay, and I'm gonna let's do display flex on this thing. Of course, it's saying that error, so let's actually start that styling too, so we don't have that error anymore. Styled div. Okay, boom. So we got the image here, and then we got the video button right there. Okay, that's what we were trying to add. So now let's go here and do align items center. Height, we'll make it 40 pixels. Let's give it a min width of auto. Color, I'm gonna go RGBA 0000.5. Okay. And then under attach assets, let's do align items center, do display flex, and let's go padding right, and I'll go 8 pixels on it. Boom. Okay, beautiful. So we got this, we got the buttons, and we got some styling for this asset button at least. Okay, so let's finish up the styling for attach assets now. Okay, so I'm gonna go right here, and we're gonna use this selector here to get our styled component called asset button. And we're gonna style that to be width 40 pixels like this. Cool. So now that should be good. Okay, if I made that 100 pixels, it'll be really obvious what happens. So if I go 100 pixels like that, you can obviously see that just buttons got really long. But let's go 40 pixels, and they're right there. Cool. So that looks good. And now let's add share comment component. Mouthful, a little bit of a mouthful. All right, so let's go find this. So share comment, it's gonna be this one. All right, let's drag that into our images folder. Okay, and then let's go to our post modal. And inside of our post modal, let's make that work. So where am I doing share comments? So let's go, let's go underneath attach assets. Okay, so let's go outside of attach assets. All right, let's go now share comment like that. And then inside of share comment, I will add, let me do it like this so you could see the entire time. Let's just do asset button like that. And inside of this asset button, I'm going to add an image, and this image is going to be the following: /images/share comment .svg. Cool. And then we'll just write anyone here. Okay. So now you see this button appear, but now let's wrap that new button that we made inside of share comment component. Okay, so I'll go here and paste it. Okay, so this is what it should look like. Share comment component. Now it's going to complain about share comment component, but you and I, we don't worry about that because we know this. We go ahead and create this style component like this, keep it blank, and then let's add some padding left. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go and add margin right auto. Cool. Let's go border left, 1 pixel solid RGBA. This, cool. So now you're seeing this border, right? This thin little border that's being there. Let's go ahead, make a $sign. I'm gonna say asset button, select asset button. And inside of that button, any SVGs we have, let's give it a margin right of 5 pixels. Cool. So that looks good. The share comment component is kind of done. Now let's add the post button. And how I'm going to do it is like this. So let's go right underneath the share comment. And let's add in the button right here. Okay, so I'm going to go post button. And let's just say post. Now let's go ahead and add that to our styling. So I'm going to do const post button is equal to styled button. Cool. So again, start off with empty. And now that button is there. I can see it. Min width 60 pixels. Cool. Border radius 20 pixels. Ooh, I like how it's looking. Padding left 16 pixels. Cool. Let's add some padding right by 16 pixels. Okay, so now it's made it a little bit bigger. Background like this. Okay, give it a little blue. We'll color it white. Okay. And then on hover. So I'll do this. On hover. We're going to give it a background of that right there. Cool. So when I hover, boom, just a little bit extra blue, click it and I can press it. Okay, beautiful. All right, so now that we added that post button, let's remove the close button image. Okay. And we're gonna do some stuff with being able to hide it and show it. So when we hit X, we want things to be able to happen. Okay, so let's go and work on that now. Okay, And I was gonna work on the text editor earlier, but let's go and work on it now. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the text editor. Cool. So no worries. In post modal, what I'm gonna do is all the way at the top. Okay, let's go import use state like this. Okay, let's use React states because we're gonna need to work with state now. And let's start. So here I'm going to say editor text, and then we're going to do set editor text. So this is going to be a function that allows us to change the text. All right. That's kind of how you also set variables in React, the React way of setting variables. And we're going to start off with it being blank. Okay. So the functionality we're working on now is this one. So when I hit start a post, this modal pops up. The text in the start is blank. And then as I start typing it, it updates the text. So we're going to do that in our app that's not built yet. Cool. So let's go underneath user info. Okay. So underneath user info, I'm going to make my editor component, and editor component is going to take in the text area. Actually, before I make my editor component, let's leave it blank. Let's start off with just doing text area like this. Cool. I'm going to just go ahead and remove all of this for now. All right. And what I will say is inside of text area, let's add something for value. So we're going to make value be the editor text. So whatever the state of the text is. Okay. So right now it's not really going to be doing much. So when I type, it doesn't do anything. It just kind of freezes. That's what should be happening with yours. Okay. Then after text, I want to do on change. I want something to happen. Okay. And what do I want to happen on change? I want to take, let's go like this. I'm going to take whatever the value you're giving me and I want to set it to the editor text. So I'm going to do e.target.value. So whatever you're typing. Okay. It's complaining E is not defined. Okay. Not to worry. We're going to take care of that shortly. Okay. So we have on change and we have the on change ending right there. Cool. Let's go ahead and add the placeholder as well in just a second. All right. Just make sure you refresh. As soon as you refresh, you should be good to go. And all that's happening is as soon as I type in F in the text area, now it calls this on change. Okay. It goes on change. What should I do? On change says, hey, grab the event. Okay. What was the event? I wrote this thing. So now what we do is we change the editor text variable's value, which was blank in the start, with whatever the target value is. In this case, it's F. So now this editor text here becomes F, and then it shows F. Now when I write FE, it becomes FE. It passes that here, that passes that here. And then that shows that there. Super confusing, but that's what's happening. Okay, and then if I hit post, I have access to all of that information. So now let's do placeholder. Whoops. Let's not do that. Placeholder. Okay. And then my placeholder is going to be, what do you want to talk about? Cool. So if you remove everything, that's what the placeholder will be. And of course, let's also do auto focus to be true. Okay, so as far as my text area is concerned, that's looking good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create my styled component. I'm going to do this one the other way. So let's go ahead and create a styled component called editor and do style div. Okay, and I'm going to style it in just a second. Let's go and take what we created, this text area, and we're going to wrap this entire text area inside of a new component called editor. So make sure you cut that and you wrap the text area inside of editor just like this. Okay. Now we need to style our editor component. Okay. Great. Let's add some padding. And I'll go 12 pixels by 24 pixels, like so. Let's now style the text area inside of this editor. Let's go with 100%. Cool, so it's big. Let's give it a min height of 100 pixels. Great. Did that do anything? Yes, I made it fat, which is exactly what we want. And then resize none. Okay, so now, so notice this little touch, right? If I have resize enabled at the bottom right, you see this resize and I can resize it to whatever I want, right? Boom, it's kind of weird. By doing resize none, it now, there's nothing, there's no way to resize this. That's what we want. Let's go here and let's go input width 100. Beautiful. Okay. So whatever we're writing here, input, cool. Height of 35 pixels. Cool. Font size of 16 pixels. Okay. All right. And then right underneath it, we're going to go margin bottom 20 pixels. Okay, great. Our text box looks absolutely great. We're using state to do a bunch of stuff, and that's good. Now, again, let's focus back on being able to open the modal and close the modal. This is something very common that you have to do in React, and we're going to start working on that now. So let's go ahead and get started. So where should we get started? Well, the first thing I want to do is inside of main, I'm going to add the ability to hide and show the modal. Cool. So let's go all the way at the top. We're going to import state because we're going to need access to it. So use state and I'm going to say from React. Okay. Now underneath main, we're going to do show modal, set show modal like this. My bad. Use state and default is going to be a closed state. Okay. So by default, it's going to be just always closed. All right. Now right underneath here, let's add the code to make it hide and show the modal. So let's get started on that. So I'm going to do handle click. And here's what we're going to do. Okay. So we're going to start it off by preventing the default behavior, which is important for React. So you don't have these weird refreshing things going on when you don't want them. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's stay here outside of our if statement. And now I'm going to just add a little switch statement and I'm just going to say show modal. All right. And in the case that I get an open, what I want you to do is the following. I want you to set it to close and then break. Okay. In the other case where it's closed, then what I want you to do is I want you to show modal to be open. Okay. And break. In the case, oh, actually, otherwise, let's just do default. Set show modal to be just closed by default. Okay, and then we'll break right there. Beautiful. So that seems simple enough. Now let's actually go to the button and add that functionality. Where's my button? User SVG. Yep. So start a post. That's where we're going to add it. So let's go on click equals, and I'm going to say handle click. Okay, great. And where I have post modal, let's scroll down. Where I have post modal, I'm going to give it show modal, pass it the current state of the modal. Okay, so it's going to take a prop that's show modal prop, and we'll add in the functionality for that prop in just a second. Okay, and then the handle click prop, it's going to just do handle click. Actually, we're probably just taking in props, so we'll probably have to do props dot show modal and props dot handle click. So let's go ahead and check that out. Let's go to post modal. Dope. And inside of my post modal, I want to do just a few things. So right underneath that text that we're editing, let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to create a reset. All right. And this reset is going to take in an event, and it's going to set the editor text to be blank. And it's also going to handle click and handle the event. Okay. So I'm going to wrap the whole thing in a JSX fragment all the way down to this container here. Okay, so let's just start off with that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm also going to wrap the entire thing in these squiggly brackets like this. Cool. Now within here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say props.showModal equals open. If that's true, then what I want you to do is show me all of this stuff here. Okay. And what I'm going to do to my button, let's go to my, where is my create a post? Create a post, right? So right underneath that, I have a button. Okay. And what to that button, I'm going to do on click, take in an event. Okay. And call my reset function and give it my event. Okay, that's what I want to happen when I click X. So now, also let's go all the way down. And where do I have my SVG? Inside of my header, const header. Where's my header styling? Right there. Let's also do comma img to it, okay? Add an image to it as well. Cool, let's refresh. Let's full screen this thing. Let's hit start a post. Ooh, hit X. Nice, look at that. That worked. I can't believe that worked. I really thought it was gonna break. Boom, boom. Look at that modal. And look, the whole screen goes dark because that we have that, you know, that post modal div that takes over the entire screen when I click it. When I hit X, it goes and it's done. Okay, that modal is a very beautiful functionality. So great work on adding that. I'm proud of you. Okay, and if you're proud of you, then smash that like button. Okay, just for yourself, if not for me. I'm proud of you. Let's keep going. Now we're gonna add a smooth fade that's gonna fade these things out. So here's how we're gonna do that. Let's go to post modal, and inside of our post modal, let's go all the way down to container, and right underneath here, I'm just gonna say animation fade in, and let's do something like 0.3 seconds. That's 300 milliseconds. Okay, did that do something? I don't know. If that didn't do anything, then we're gonna have to make it do something. Start a post. Cool. Let's go to our index.css and we're gonna make it do something. All right, so I'm now in my index.css file, which is of course inside of source. So let me close out of my images and close out of my public. Let's close actions. Okay. So inside of source, I have index.css. Let's go there. Let's go all the way down and let's make that fade in mean something and do something. So I'm going to say WebKit keyframes. Let's go fade in. And what fade in's job is going to be is this. From opacity of 0, what we want you to do is go to an opacity of 1. And now we're going to also define standard keyframes. Let's remove all of this. Let's do an @ right there. Okay, save. It's still complaining, failing to compile. That should be good. Start. Ooh, look at that fade in. Start a post. Ooh. Click. Yo, that looks beautiful. That is freaking beautiful. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. All right, that modal work was just beautiful, okay? Now let's keep going. Beautiful. So now we got that working. Now we're gonna disable the post button when the editor text is empty. Okay, because right now, even when the editor text is not empty, I can hit post. So we don't want that. We don't want that. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead to post modal and let's start adding that functionality. So let's go to our post button, and inside of our post button, all I'm gonna say is this. I'm gonna say disabled, okay, when the editor text state is empty, when it just doesn't exist, okay? If it's, so give me true. So give me disabled true if the text is empty. Otherwise, give me false. Cool. That's essentially it. Cool. Disable old. D, just like that. Okay. So now because of the styling and stuff like that, you can't really see it, but it's actually disabled right now because there's no borders around it. But when I type, the borders appear. Okay. But it's just like a little hard to see. So we're going to go ahead and add some styling to it. So let's go to our post button. So I'm going to Command F, post button component, and let's add some styling to this. So inside of background, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some cool ways of styling now. Props dot this. I'm going to do it this way. Okay, let's go get access to the props. And if the props is disabled, question mark, then I want you to style it in this way, 0000.8. Okay. And if you're not disabled, then I want you to style it in a different way. So like what we had earlier. So now this is going to be really freaking cool. Whoa, what the hell happened? It looks ugly as hell. What the heck happened? We lost all of our styling. Oh man, the app is going all over the place. All right, let's take that out of parentheses here. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but Prettier wants me to do it the other way. Oh, and why am I going blind? Let's close this freaking parentheses right there, right? Because that would only make sense. And then that closes that. Cool. Ah, yeah, look at that. Okay, my post is dark, right? And now it's blue. This is why I love styled components, you guys, because I'm saying if it's disabled, give it this color. If it's enabled, give it this color. It's just so freaking nice. It's just so freaking nice. Okay. And now I also want to change the text color. Okay, so let's go ahead and change the text color because right now it's just white. That's not what we want. So let's go props, and I'm going to go props disabled. Okay, if it's disabled, then do the following. Of course, open, close this. Okay, and then outside of this, just give me white. Okay, so when it's disabled, it's hard to see it. When it's enabled, boom. Okay, so that's what I want that to happen with the colors. It's good. It's good. Okay, cool. And then on hover, I also want to give it a dynamic functionality. Okay, so I'm going to say props. And if it's disabled, again, let's go ahead and do 000 0.8 like that. Actually, let's do 0.08. Okay. Or in the other case, give me this. Okay, am I closing my parentheses right? Yes, I am. On hover. Beautiful. Okay, that's all that's happening. Cool. So when I hover over, it gives me like a lighter gray in the disabled mode. Okay, and then when I write, then it gives me this one when I hover over on this thing, right? Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful. That's exactly what I want, and that's really, really good. Now we're gonna start adding file input for uploading images, and that allows us to upload a file from our computer and add it to this, and that's really nice functionality. And if you're going to a recruiter, you can show them that functionality, okay? And they're gonna be blown away. So let's go ahead and start adding that now. So file input, where do we start? Well, we start in post modal. Let's go all the way to the top, and right underneath this, let's go ahead and add share image. Set share image. All right, and I'm gonna go use state, leave it blank. Cool. And then what I want to do is I want to handle the change as it happens. Okay, we're gonna get the first element from the files, and if the image is blank or image is undefined, okay, in those two cases, I want to basically say, hey, not an image. The image file is a, and then we're gonna be able to access and say type of image. Cool. So that's gonna be great. This is gonna help me figure out like what the actual error is and what's the type of the image. And then otherwise, I'm just going to return. And I'm gonna return right here. Return. Cool. And now right underneath that, let's go set share image. Image. Okay. So meaning if we don't get an error, then do this thing. And when I do this thing, it's going to update that variable right there, share image. Cool. Cool beans. Now let's go ahead and actually add the upload image component. So I'll add the upload image component kind of right underneath the text area. All right, so text area, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this and I'm just gonna end it right there. So just a little bit, tad bit cleaner. And right underneath the text area, I'm going to add the upload image component. Okay. And let's just go ahead and give it a empty styling for now before we start doing other things to it. Upload image is equal to styled div, and just leave it empty for now. Okay, that way we don't get into errors as I'm writing it, so you can see it build out. Upload image right there. And let's go input. Type is going to be file. So already just by doing type file for input, I can now choose file and it brings up all of this stuff, which is super cool. All right. So that's good. And I can even click choose file and click an image and it automatically knows Disney plus ASMR, right? It says it right there. That's a really good sign. So like things are already kind of working. I'm gonna say accept, and let's say accept what? Accept image / GIF. So accept images and GIFs, and also accept JPEGs, and also I'll have it accept PNGs. Okay, like this. So that's good. Go name is equal to image. the ID of this will be file. Cool, of this input. And then let's give it a style, and I'll give it a JSX inline styling. Okay, and I'm going to say display none. Okay, so if I remove that style, you see choose file. If I add display none, now that choose file is just not showing because I said don't display it, right? If I change it with something else, it's gonna have different behavior. Cool. All right. So that's good. Now on change, we need to add something that actually handles on change. Okay, so let's go on change. We're going to handle on change. Okay, so it's going to run our handle change function, which is going to do all of this, which is going to set the image for us. Cool. Cool. So now we're closing out of that input. That's good. All right. So that input should end right there. Right underneath that, we'll add a paragraph tag. And in here, let's add a label. Okay. And HTML4 will just be file. And now let's give it a style. Okay. And again, we'll also do this one inline as well for styling. Just please bear with me. This is going to be a little hard to follow, but bear with me here. And I'm just going to say cursor pointer, but actually, you know what? I don't even think we need that, to be honest. I'm just going to leave that. So that will make it simpler for you. And then let's just say inside of the label, let's just say select a image. Let's do an image to share like that. Okay, so now there's our styling. Very, very simple. Okay, and when I click it, okay, already it actually opens this up. Okay, so but what we have to do is probably make it look like something that you want to click on. So we're gonna do that in just a second. All right, let's end our label. We're ending our label, that's good. And right underneath ending our label, we're ending our P tag. That's good. Now let's right underneath our P tag, but still inside our upload image component, let's add in these squigglies. And we're going to do share image. So if the image actually exists, then do the following. Okay. And I'm going to say image source is equal to, and I'm going to say url.create object URL. And I'm going to pass this the share image path. Okay, like that. Let's close our image tag. Beautiful. Okay, boom, boom. Woo-wee! Hey, our image is showing. That was nice. And a lot easier to do than expected. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's good. Let's go down, upload image. Now let's add this component styling all the way at the bottom for upload image, because right now the image is ridiculous, right? So we're just gonna need to control that. So let's go text align, center, and then after this, so now select an image to share is looking good. Okay. And of course, now what we wanna do is we wanna say, hey, the image, let's give it a width of 100%. So now the image is looking great. Wow, how nice, huh? We got click. Okay, let's refresh. Right, boom, let's click. Select an image to share. Pick that, hit enter. Man, that looks beautiful. That looks beautiful. I love it. Okay, very, very simple and very effective. Very, very effective. Now we're also going to add a React player. So then that way we're able to actually show like any video URLs that we put. Okay. That's going to like kind of auto expand them and make them look great. So let's go ahead and do that. Cool, so let's start working on it. Now, first things we need is I'm gonna hit Control C and stop my server. And what we actually need is, you can do npm install like this, but I'm actually gonna do yarn add, which is the same thing. And I'm gonna do yarn add react-player, okay, and hit enter. So install, what I want you to do is install this component right now. Not component, but man, my brain is getting fucking fried. But yeah, install this. So now you should have React Player. Okay, the React Player library. And let's go inside of our post modal and go all the way at the top. And I'm gonna do import React Player from React Player like this. Cool. And right underneath here, we're gonna say const video link, and then we're gonna say set video link like this, equal use state, and leave that blank. Okay, cool. Now, inside of our handle change, actually, are we gonna work on inside of our handle change? Let me see. Okay, so right here where I'm doing this share image thing right above upload image, where should we add this actually? Let me think. So let's keep this inside of our upload image, but right underneath where we're doing the share image line. Okay, so right here, we're gonna do a couple of things. I'm gonna add a empty React JSX fragment. Okay, and inside of this, let's add an input. We're gonna keep it text, and placeholder will be please input a video link like that. And then the value will be whatever is the video link that we give it. And of course, on change, we're gonna say take the event and set the video URL, set the video link based on whatever the user gives you. Okay, the value of the event. Great. So input ends here. And right underneath input, what we're gonna do is open close squiggly. And I'm gonna say if video link exists, then what I want you to do, okay, and let's close this bracket and go React Player. All right, and I just imported it. So I imported import React Player from React-Player. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Let's say React Player width is equal to 10, let's go 100%. Okay, and then we're gonna go URL and is whichever video link that's actually set in our state at the moment. Okay, save. Beautiful. So that should be pretty good. All right, now we're gonna test it out and see if it does anything. Whoops, let's do yarn start again. So it starts up our app. Okay, wake up app, cool. All right, so we got please input a video link. Let's see if I have a YouTube video link. Boom, right when I embed it, it's right there. That is awesome. And this also happens to be my video if you want to go check out my chess channel.
Welcome back to another
That's awesome, yeah? Beautiful. Let's go 20% on the width. So that made it really, really tiny, just like this. So make sure choose 100% on your React Player width. So React Player plays really nicely with videos. Okay, so we're good. Now we're gonna make it so you can switch between share image or share video.
All right, here we go. Welcome back to the same thing that you were on. So let's just continue going, all right? I just wanted to take a little break, but it's all good. We're back now and we're ready to go. Okay, can I hear myself? Beautiful. Awesome. So let's just go ahead and get started with this, right? So far, we're doing a great job. We got the video player showing. We got me looking beautiful here, right there, okay? Maybe for you, it's your video that you're putting, okay? You can use your own YouTube video link, and then it'll be you. With that said, let's go ahead and make it so we can switch between whichever one we want, right? Because right now, we're seeing both image and the YouTube URL. I don't want to see both of them. I just want to see one of them. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and add that functionality. Okay, now the functionality is going to take a little bit. So first things first, we're going to start off by going inside of our post modal. So make sure you're there. And right here, we're going to add that component. Okay, so not component. We're going to add a state variable here. Okay, because this is going to change at some point. So asset area, and then of course, the way that we are using it is going to be set asset area. Cool, just like this. This is a convention we use. And default is going to be empty. Cool. Now let's go under where we have set share image. Okay. Underneath that, we're going to make a new function here that we're going to use, switch asset area. Cool. It'll take in the area as an argument. And then it's going to do a couple of things. So it's going to make the image just empty. We'll also do set video link, and we'll make that empty. Cool. And then we're going to do set asset area to the area that we received. Okay. And that's all good. Okay. Awesome. Now let's go to our reset. In our reset, we're just going to add a few more things, okay? But we're going to add that above our handle click change, okay? So I'm going to do set share image. Let's go blank here. Set video link will go blank because, again, this is reset. So this should reset essentially all of those states. So that's all we're doing there. Now, let's go down under where we have the area focus in our text area. Okay, so right below this, I'm going to do a couple of things. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's open up our squiggly bracket here. Okay, and let's go ahead. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the squiggly bracket kind of in this weird area right underneath this JSX, the JSX fragment that's ending right underneath this player. That's where I'm going to add the ending of that. Okay. And essentially we're going to have a ternary operator in between there. So let's do this. Okay. So if asset area is equal to image, then I want the following to happen. All right. Whoops. Image. Then I want this, all of this to happen. Okay. The upload image thing to show up. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to take this where this upload image is ending. I'm going to take it. Okay. I'm going to take this thing here and let's move it up. Okay. So boom, boom, boom. Let's go up top and let's end this component right here. Okay. The upload image component. And here's where I'm going to add my ternary. So I'm going to do colon here. This is a little hard to read. And I apologize about that, but bear with me here. And then I'm going to say if the asset area is media, then I want you to do the following. Okay. In that case, do all of this. So again, a little hard to read, but I'm basically saying if it's image, then do all of this, okay, the upload image component. Okay, if the asset area is media, then do all of this. Okay, great. And then let's go ahead and just switch a couple of things. So I'm going to find my asset button, and all I'm going to do for my asset button is very simple. I will simply add an on click on this thing like this. Let's open this up, go like that, beautiful. And I'm going to do switch asset area like so, and pass in image. Okay, pass in the image for that. And then where's my other asset button? Right here. This is the one for the video, and I'm just going to say on click, and we're going to do switch asset area, and I'm just going to say media like so. Okay, and then that should be pretty freaking good. Great. Pretty freaking cool. Wow. Look at that. It's working and it looks nice, right? When I click the image, I see this. When I click this one, I see this video right there. Okay, and how is that working? Well, this is one asset button, which is right here, and this is asset button number 2, this video one. Okay, so we got 1 and 2. I'll write 1 and 2 just like so. Okay, this image one is this one, the one, and this media one is this video one. Now, what happens when I click this video one, this picture one, is this on-click thing runs, and it changes my state variable, this asset area one, and it changes it to image. Okay, so well, let's go into that function and see what that's doing. Okay, it changes it to an image. Okay, so I go switch asset area and I pass it the image, and then it just changes it to an image. All right, and that makes the code appear and work and do essentially what I want it to do. Okay, if I go and do switch asset area to media, it goes ahead and changes it to a media. Okay, and then boom, you get your switching statements here. Boom, and here I can put my video link to a YouTube video like so, and it will actually even put the video here. Okay, and let's test putting an image, and let's see if our image works. Beautiful, our image is working, and that's exactly what we want. So we're done with that functionality. Now we're going to connect with our store and get user info. Okay, so let's go down. First of all, let's actually just import. So I'm going to do import connect, because we're going to need to connect to our Redux store in a second. So let's do this. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna map states to props, the boring, usual Redux stuff, which, you know, with the Redux toolkit, you don't need to know how to do. I'm gonna do map state to props, state, and actually this is gonna be an expression like that. Okay, let's leave it empty for now. And I'm just gonna do export default connect map state to props. We'll do map dispatch dispatch to props. Okay, and then we'll do post modal like that. Actually, my bad. Okay, this one is going to be map dispatch to props. Okay, and that's going to be good for the dispatch to props. And above this, I'm going to add map state to props. Okay, and we'll make this state. Now this one is going to be dispatch. Okay, so this one that says state, cool, let's go like this. All right, I like putting parentheses here. Hopefully Prettier likes it too. Great. And what I'm going to do is say return user state dot state like that. Okay, so now that should be good to go. That's that. All right, now we're going to display the user info. So let's go to user info component, which is up here, and we're going to add our little ternary action. And let's go ahead and do that now. Okay. So I'm going to say props.user.photo URL. So hey, if the photo URL is there, then I want you to do the following. Then I want you to show the image, and the source for this is going to be the actual URL for the photo. Props.user.photo URL like so. All right. And I don't need to do anything else. I think that should be good. Cool. Let's end this photo one. Okay. And then we need an OR statement. So an OR statement, I'm going to basically give it this as my OR statement. And then we need to end this squiggly. Okay. So what is my error here? Let's see. I think I'm ending it too early, so let's remove that. There. So basically I'm saying, hey, does the photo exist? If it exists of the user, then show the photo of the actual user that we pulled from Firebase. Otherwise, show this anonymous user photo. So let's click the post the modal Okay, now it's having an error. Cannot read property photo URL of undefined. Okay, no problem. So what basically needs to happen is I need to right now. Actually, I'm logged in. Logged in. Okay. Weird error. We'll figure it out together. Not to worry. Okay, let's hit save on this thing. And then let's go ahead underneath here. We got our span tag, and in our span, what I'm going to say is props.user.display name. Okay, just like that. Great. And of course, we got to close our squiggly. Otherwise, we're going to be in some troubles. Cool. So let's try signing out. Let's try signing in with Google. Okay. Cannot read property photo URL of undefined. Interesting. Because pretty sure we're freaking logged in. Oh, duh. This is why I don't have access to the user. I gotta access the freaking user. Okay, that's what user is. Okay, state.user state.user. Okay, so now up here, where I'm asking for the user, command F user. Okay, where I want to get the user's photo. Now I have access to the user's photo. So let's hit save. Let's hit refresh. And now I'm going to have access to the user's photo. Okay, so for example, let's click. Boom, there we go. Okay, so now let's go full screen here. Okay, click start a post. And if you're logged in, we'll have a photo here. If you're not logged in, you shouldn't even be able to get to this page. But if you did get to this page, you'll have this anonymous photo as a fallback. Okay, so great. Now we got that photo. Now let's add functionality with the image. Okay, we want to be able to actually upload the image to Firebase Storage. So let's go ahead and do that now. So first things first. Well, what are the first things first? So let's go to actions, because we're going to add an action. And we're going to add a new action. Okay, it's going to be called post article API, and it will take in a payload. Okay, and I'm just going to return a dispatch event that's going to look like the following. Okay, if what I want to do is payload is payload.image is not blank, so we have an image, then I'm going to set my upload to be storage.ref. Storage.ref. Okay. Images slash payload image.name. Okay. And then let's get out of here, and we're going to use the .put method, and we'll do payload.image. Cool. So this is going to help us upload our image. All right. And let's go ahead and make sure that we do that. All right. Now let's do upload. Okay, and I'll do upload.on. Cool. On state changed. Okay. Then we're going to do snapshot. All right. Let's go and not that one. Let's go like that. Snapshot. I'm going to say const progress is the following. We're going to have snapshot bytes transferred. Boom. And we'll do snapshot dot total bytes. Bytes, just like that. All right. And let's multiply that by 100 and close it off. Cool. All right. Now this is going to be helpful for making that loading bar soon. And you guys will see how this is actually going to help you. Okay. So now, boom. We have this one right here. let's just wrap this thing inside of parens right here. It doesn't need it. Okay, it's redundant. Cool. Let's get out of here. And now let's basically go console log progress. Okay, and I'll do this. Progress. Okay, and we'll put a %sign. So that'll show us how's our progress doing so far. I don't want my function to be ending here. So this upload on needed to be ending a little bit later. All right, so we're gonna need quite a lot of little weird changes here. So just follow along. Gets messy, okay? So open a parentheses here, and we're gonna close this, okay? Because this whole thing is an expression. Then I'm gonna console log the progress, and then what I wanna do is I want to essentially close out everything, right? So for example, this squiggly here, let's close that out. That parentheses right there, I'm gonna close that out. I also want to close this squiggly right there, okay? And then I also want to close that squiggly out right there. And I also want to close that squiggly out right there. And that should effectively take care of everything. And once I hit save, it should kind of format it like this, okay? But there's a couple of things that we got to do here. All right, now underneath this, what I want to basically say is, hey, if the snapshot state is running on the other hand, okay, then what I want to do is I want to console log the progress. Okay, progress like this. And boom. Cool. So in both cases, kind of show me what's going on. Okay. And then let's go underneath here. Okay, right there. And what I will say is if there's an error, then console.log error code. Okay. So again, I know there's a lot going on in this upload. So there's a lot, right? So for example, this upload function, it took in the state change. Then it took in this function right here on the fly. And then it's also taking in what needs to happen when there's an error. Okay. Cool. And then let's also do async. Okay. We're going to have download URL. And what that's going to do is we're going to await upload. Cool. And we're going to do get download URL like so. Okay. All right. So storage is not defined. We will define storage by importing it. Okay. So let's go ahead up at the top. And in here, right after provider, I'm going to upload storage from Firebase. That'll take care of that. We also want to add our database. Let's do import DB from Firebase. We're going to need that later. Okay, cool. Let's come on down now. And we got our download URL. So that's good. Now we need to do a couple of things. So right underneath this download URL, we're going to do our DB collection. Okay, so DB collection articles. To the articles collection, we're going to add the following. The actor is going to have the following things in here. Description will be payload of the user email. Title will be display name like so. Date will be whatever is the timestamp of the payload. And then image will be the photo URL, of course. Okay. Great. And then underneath here, video will be payload video. Shared image will be the download URL that we made. Comments will be 0. We'll kind of just hard code that for now. And description will be the payload description. Okay. So that should be good. I know that that was like a pretty hefty piece of code, but let's go to our post modal and now actually add that functionality in. We're pretty close. So hang in there with me, guys. Let's import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, and then we're going to import our post article API like so. And let's do from ... actions. Okay. So that gets us that. Now let's go where our switch asset area shows up. Cool. And let's add in our new method, okay, or function here. Post article. Okay, it's going to take an event. And again, I want to kind of prevent any of the weird stuff happening in React where things need to refresh and so on. So let's take care of that. And I'm basically going to say if the target does not equal to the current target, then just return. Cool. And then I'm going to define our payload, and image will be the share image. Video will be the video link. Our user will be our actual user. Description will be whatever the text is that the user adds. And of course, timestamp will be Firebase timestamp. Okay. So that's why we imported Firebase. And then here we're going to have props.post article. That's going to take the payload. Okay. And then simply let's go ahead and reset E, and then we'll call this function and we'll reset everything. Okay. Once it's added. And now let's basically go ahead and add these buttons. So I'm going to go down to my post button, and inside of my post button, when I click that button, I want a couple of things to happen. Okay, so let's go here and we'll define an on click. Just leave it blank for a second. And in our on click, what I want to happen is I'm going to give it an event. And then I want the following things to occur. Run our post article function and give it the event details. Okay. That means the description, the text, any information that we have already about the user. And now just let's go to our dispatch and add all of that in. Cool. So let's go here and let's add in that. So post article. And we will do, it'll take in a payload. Okay, and then we'll dispatch post article API payload like that. Okay, beautiful. Now let's see if it actually does anything for now. So I will take in an image, select an image, click an image, do that, test. Let's hit post. Post. So maybe it's doing something, maybe it isn't, but the only way to go and check is to go inside of our Firestore database and let's see if anything is actually happening. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a database. I'll put it in test mode. Let's hit next and enable. All right, that's going to be important because that allows our database to actually be created in the first place. Otherwise, we will not have a database. And Firestore is actually very, very powerful. So I like using this as our database, okay? All right, now we don't have any collections or anything like that. So let's try hitting post again. Does that do anything? Nope, not doing anything right now, which is totally fine. And by the way, Firestore also has storage. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. I'm going to go in there. So on the left-hand side, I have storage. And I can even upload a file, right? So let's just click here, upload a file, see what happens. I'm just kind of like hard coding it and uploading it there. Okay, so boom, it uploaded it. And now we'll be able to retrieve file from here. Okay, so that's the file data. It's kind of nice GUI that they have actually for uploading things. So pretty simple, but that's just kind of like me hard coding it. Okay, but that's not the way we're going to do what we're going to do in our app. Oh, and going back to index file, by the way, our actions index.js, this is squiggly, okay, not parentheses. That's why it's not changing. That's why it's actually not using that variable. Okay, this is like template literals, so that's how they work. Boom, let's refresh. Cool. Okay, let's try uploading the image now. Hopefully that works. Let's test. Okay. If it works, it'll probably upload it to our storage folder inside of our Firebase, okay? So let's keep on trying this thing. All right, so let's actually debug this real quick together because I think that's going to be helpful. So let's go inside of post article and I'm going to type in console log post Malone. All right, let's add a rocket here. Okay, it's not going to add a rocket, so let's just add a person here. That's fine. All right, so I have my image. I'm going to hit post, and it says post Malone. So I want to see where it's getting to. So it's getting to this line. Let's now add a console log here, and I'm just going to say, can I add a cake here? Let's add that cake. I don't know why it's being funny, but I'm just going to say hello here, okay? And let's see if it gets in here. Uh-oh. Okay. So it seems like it's getting to this if statement and then it's just returning. So it's actually not doing any of this and it's not running this post article payload function because that post article payload actually does everything that we need to do. It actually does this post article, right? We give it the payload, it dispatches it, and then it gives it to this function. This function knows how to upload. So it's never even getting to that. It's just dying right here. And that's because e.target is not equal current target. This should be current target. Okay. So I'm going to hit delete here. And now it should not be getting to that hello. So let's try again. And look, progress 0, progress 28, progress 85, progress 100%. Wow. So that actually looks good. Looks like something happened. So I'm going to go to my Firebase, refresh. Is it in my storage? Or is it in my database? Oh, it's in my storage. Oh, that's cool. I have an images folder. And here's my image, Gatsby versus Next.js. Okay, beautiful. Is it also in my database? Yes, it is. I have collections here. So I'm going to delete this other record I had. Actually, let me just leave that. I just had like some dummy freaking record. Okay, so delete. I don't know if it deletes the whole thing or not. It's not deleting it. That's fine. So just forget about that one. But it just added this new record here in my collection articles. Okay, how do I know that? Well, if I go to my code inside of my index.js, I have this line here that says, hey, DB collection articles inside of Firebase, add, and then add this whole thing. Okay, so we got actor, and actor has all these things inside of it, right? And then I also got just video, shared image, and comments. So video, shared image, description, and comments. Cool, which corresponds to these 4 things. And then actor and all of that corresponds to all of this. Okay, so that looks good to me so far. Now, finally, it's working, and this progress bar is working. So that's really good progress on our end. Now let's add the same post functionality, but with video as well, okay? And how we're gonna do that is it's going to be very simple. So remember how we have this if statement right here that says payload image? Well, what we're gonna do is say, let's find where that ends, right there, okay? And I'm just going to do else if. Be careful with the indentation, otherwise you're gonna get caught, okay? And I'm gonna say if payload is video, then I'm going to do DB collection, and essentially I'm gonna do the same thing, which is gonna be articles dot add. Okay, and we're gonna do actor, description, payload dot user dot email, title. I'm just gonna copy some of these, okay? Title is going to be that. Date is going to be, whoops, didn't mean to delete it. Okay, so paste, and then I'm gonna copy image and also paste it right here. Okay, so those are gonna be the same. And also this whole thing pretty much is also going to be the same. Video, payload video, shared image. So there's going to be only one difference though, okay? So I'll show you that in just a second. Let's hit save. Now instead of shared image being the download URL, it's just going to be empty because it's not an image. Cool, capiche, makes sense. Okay, great. So that's it. That's all that happens if we choose to add a video instead of an image. Okay, so let's try adding, let's go here and refresh. And let's go here, try adding a video. We'll add a YouTube video, test, hit post, and hopefully something happens. Let's go to our app. Did it add a video? Yes, it added a video right there. Okay, it's inside of our database. We'll be able to get access to it whenever we want, so on and so forth. Okay, cool. Now we're going to add in an article reducer, and this is going to be helpful for when we actually want to start pulling the articles and actually showing the articles. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on that. So I'm going to go inside of my reducers. So source, reducers, go into my reducers folder, and we are going to create a new file, and it's going to be called articlereducer.js. AKA article updater. Okay, much better name for a reducer. And I'm just gonna say export const init state like this. Loading is false. Okay, so the initial state is gonna be loading is false. So we shouldn't see that loading circle in the start. Okay, my article reducer, what that's gonna be is, hey, my initial state, let's make it the init state, and then it's going to take in an action. Whoops, my bad. There we go. And then we're going to take a switch based on the action type. That's just how Redux works, okay? And again, default is going to be just returning the existing state. And I'm going to export default article reducer like so. Now let's go inside of our index.js, which is inside of reducer. So the index.js inside of reducer. So go to that. And right underneath this user reducer, I'm going to add in an article reducer. Like that. And underneath my root reducer, I'm going to add, so user state is good. I'm just going to add article state. And we will do article reducer like so. All right, so that's good. Now we're gonna start working on the loading bar. Okay, so we can see the loading bar showing up as we, upload a video or an image. We wanna see like a little spinning circular loading bar. So let's start with going into our action type.js inside of action. So action type.js. So this is going to be export const set loading underscore status. equals set loading status like that. Okay, beautiful. And let's go inside of our article reducer. Okay. And I'm going to do one thing inside of my article reducers, which is I'm going to add an import statement at the top, and I'm going to say import set loading status from actions action type. Okay. So let's import that one, and then we're going to do underneath our action type. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say case set loading status. Okay. And I'm going to say a return whatever the state previously was, and then add this new loading state on top of that. Okay. Keep in mind, because this is Redux, nothing is being mutated. Now let's go to our index, not that index. Let's go to our actions, index.js. There's just so many indexes. Okay, so this import right here, we're going to do set user and also set loading status. And let's go underneath our, I mean, we can kind of add this wherever we want, but I'll just add it here. Okay. Let's just add it right there. Okay. And I'm going to just do export constant set loading is equal to, it'll take in status as an input, and we'll do type set loading, set loading status. Status is going to be whatever the status we pass it. Okay. And now let's go inside of our function post article API. And right underneath this return dispatch, I'm going to say dispatch set loading to be true. Great. Let's give a little gap here just so it looks cleaner. Great. Now let's go to our image and our image if statement, right? Go all the way down to where we have the payload.description. Okay, and right underneath that, I'm going to say dispatch set loading false. Okay, so once all of that happens, we're going to say finish the loading, meaning we'll keep spinning until the whole thing is uploaded and added to our articles. As soon as it's added to our articles in our Firebase database, then stop the spinning. Okay, dispatch an action to our Redux store, change the state of the set loading. Got it? And then we're going to do the same thing for when the video is done being uploaded. So these are the two parts where we're going to switch the loading to essentially false and for it to stop spinning. Okay. Beautiful. Now, next up, we're going to add our spinning logos and things like that. Okay. So here's the spinning logo. It's going to be called spin loader. This is what it is. Okay. Spinloader.svg. It already comes in with the graphic of the spinning. So we won't need to do any fancy CSS. So that's a good thing. All right. Take it and add it to your images. And then we're going to X out of it. Okay. And now we're going to go to main.js so we can add that there. Okay, so let's go to where our share box is because it's going to be inside of share box. So inside of share box, we have, we don't need this text here, by the way, anymore. Share. Let's hit refresh. Cool. So that share word is gone. Great. Okay. Now I'm going to add in a squiggly here. Okay. And I'm going to close this squiggly. Where should I close this squiggly? I'll close it. Let me think about where to close it actually. So let's just close this squiggly right underneath here. Okay. And what I'm basically going to say is, hey, if the user exists, then show the user photo like that. Okay. And then here's what I want you to do. If the user photo URL exists, then again, this is a ternary operator. We're going to do this. Show me the actual user's photo. End. Okay. Otherwise, show me just their anonymous photo. Okay, beautiful. I'm going to take that div and let's put it right underneath the share box. Okay, just like that. So now what it should look like is we have one div. Inside of here, what happens is we either see the user's image or we see the anonymous image, and then we have a button. Okay, so if I hit start a post, I see this. Cool, start a post. Okay, and then it when I click that start a post button, this thing is treated like a button. And when I click it, the handle click function runs. Okay, so that little thing we added there is helpful and awesome. And now on this button, what we're going to do is we're just going to add in what happens when it is disabled. Okay, so we're going to do props.loading. Okay, and if so, loading is either true, otherwise it's false. Okay, so if it's loading, set the disabled to true, otherwise set it to false. So like we shouldn't be able to click that thing or do anything to it if it's loading. Cool. Let's go to where our content component is. So let's find content. Actually, we don't have content component yet, so let's go ahead and add it. And where I want to add it is, let's go to our share box right there. Okay. And right underneath my share box, I'm going to add this. Cool. So let's do this, and I'm going to do props.loading. So if my loading is going on, then show my loading spinner. Images/spin loader.svg. Okay. And I think we should be good even with that. And let's end that image. That should be good. Okay. So our content component is actually going to be just a tad bit longer. So let's go ahead and remove this div that we're wrapping article in. And instead, we're going to wrap article inside of content. Okay, so I'm going to remove the, let's go ahead and remove that div. And let's grab the ending of that content. And let's go all the way down to where article ends. And let's remove this div as well and paste content. Okay, so instead of wrapping our article in a div, we're going to wrap article in our content component. Now, again, it's going to complain. It's going to be like, hey, you haven't defined content. Okay, no problem. We're pros now. So we're going to go ahead and define content. I'm going to do style div. Okay, let's go up. Boom, in there. And I'm going to do text align center. Just like this. Okay. And let me go ahead. Cool. Okay, let's do, again, this is for the loading part, okay? I'm going to do image width 30 pixels. All right, and then let's go to the end here. All right, and we're now gonna define what happens to our map state props. So map state to props. And we'll do a return loading state article state.loading. And we'll also do what's going on with the user. So we'll get access to the user state. And then let's do map dispatch to props. Okay. And we'll just leave that blank for now. Like this. Leave it blank. Cool. And let's do export default, and we'll do connect map dispatch to props as well, and of course main. That's this file that we're in. Now it's like, hey, I don't know what connect is. Okay, don't worry, it's not connect 4, but it's importing connect from React Redux like so. And that should know what we're trying to do. So let's try to add an image and see what happens now. We did not get a spinner. Okay, that was not fun. We definitely expected a spinner, and then we got like rickrolled. Oh, actually, first of all, let's go to this part here. I don't need these squigglies here, first of all, for the loading. So let's remove that. And let's try refreshing now. And giving it a good old college try. Seeing if the spinner shows up. Nope. Okay, and let's actually try putting a period here real quick and do period / images / spinloader.svg. Let's see if that helps us out here. Nope. Okay, I'm officially an idiot. So I was like, wait, what the frick is going on with the loading bar? So loading bar is completely working. I just forgot that it works not to show the image, because the image pretty much just loads instantaneously. But this bar is actually useful for when I hit post, now the loading bar shows. So perfect. Okay. Everything is working as expected, and we're making great progress. This was really awesome and fun so far. So it wasn't because I put a little period in front of my whatever that thing was, the spinner logo. Okay. So anyways, good progress. Let's keep going. Now what we're going to do is when the page is loading, we're going to call the API using a use effect, and we're going to use that to get actually the articles from Firebase. Okay, so we're going to use React hooks to get articles from Firebase. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go into my index, which is index.js, inside of my actions. Okay. And let's go ahead and add a completely new function in here. So I'm going to do export function and do get articles API. Okay. And then we're going to say return dispatch like so. And we're going to say let payload. Okay. So let's just leave payload as is, and I'm going to say db.collection. I'll do articles, and now we're going to get data from the articles. Okay, so we're going to do order by. We're going to do actor.date. Cool. And we're going to do descending like so. And then I'm going to do on snapshot. Okay. This allows me to read data from my Firebase. I'm going to say payload is equal to snapshot.docs.map, and all the documents that I pretty much get back, I'm essentially going to just kind of put them in an array. Okay, map them. That's what map will output. That's what payload will become. And I'll console.log payload as well, so you can kind of see it. Okay, cool. Now I have to refer to this and use this inside of my main.js, okay? So let's go to main. Let's go import. I'm gonna import use effect so I can use it. And I'm going to bring use state because I will also need state. Need to also manage state. Cool. Let's do import the get articles function as well that we made inside of our actions. Okay, we're gonna do actions // actions, just like that. Great. And let's go ahead and just add that right here. I'm gonna say use effect, cool, and props.getArticles. Okay, so this will just pretty much run it once. Articles, like this. So essentially when I go to main page, we're gonna try to run this once. Let's go down all the way. And now we're gonna do our Redux stuff. So let's go to dispatch state to props. I'm gonna go inside of here. Let's do get articles. And essentially gonna say dispatch get articles API like so, and run it. Run it, run it, run it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Do I have an error here? Use effect and use state. What is it complaining about? Oh, I have it twice, so that can just be on one line. That's fine. Refresh. Cannot read property collection of undefined. Okay, great. So let's hit inspect and see if we're console logging anything. We got an array of 4, and this is perfect because as you can see, this array of 4 is telling me, what do I have? Okay, so I have 4 items. Okay, one is this image right here, the user image. One is this image right here. Okay, let me copy that string and paste it. That image right there. Cool. Here's another one. It has a link to that video. And then here's another one. Okay. So shared image. Let's see where that takes me. Ooh, permission denied. Okay, all good. But it's looking like I have access to all of this and I can actually read it. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to dispatch an action to the store for setting articles. Okay, this will allow us to set articles, and then later we'll be able to do a lot more things with them. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go inside of my action type, and let's have another action type, export const get articles. And surprise, surprise, it's going to be called get articles. Cool. Now let's go inside of my main, and inside of my main where I'm defining my mapping state to props, let's add articles in here as well. And I'm going to say state.article state.articles like this. Cool. And let's go inside of my article reducer. Okay, if we don't have one, do we need to create one? No, we have article reducer. Great. Okay, let's go to our initial state, and we're going to do a few things actually all the way at the top. So we're going to import set loading status. We're also going to import get articles. Okay, underneath here, I'm going to say articles. And whoops, like this. Let's make articles an empty array in the start. All right, initial. And now in our switch cases, we're going to say, hey, if there's a case of get articles, then what we need to do is return the existing state along with whatever the article's payload is. Just like so. Cool. And now let's go to index inside of our actions. All right. And in our index, we are going to import, we have set user, we have set loading status. Now let's go ahead and add get articles and import this. And let's go here and I'm going to do export const get articles payload type get articles like that. Payload will be payload. Okay, and let's go all the way down where I'm like sorting it by actor date and descending order. All I'm going to do instead of this console log, we're going to dispatch this. I'm going to say get articles payload. Okay, and I don't need this line anymore. So let's hit save on this thing. So we're done. Okay, this is allowing us to set the articles. Okay, cool. Test. I'm gonna just add a dummy image. Not too much be happening right now. Cool. Okay, so everything is working. Now what I want to do is I want to hide the main content until there are articles. So we don't want to show any of the content unless we have like articles in there. Okay, so like for example, if I don't have any articles, then like kind of don't show any of this, the content. Cool. So we're inside of our main JS. Let's go all the way up. Let's go up right above the container. Okay. And right above the container, I'm going to open up a JSX fragment. And right underneath, where does the container end? So let's see where our container ends. Where our container ends, I'm going to close off my JSX fragment. Okay. And here's another thing I'm going to do. I'm going to open up a squiggly all the way at the top right here. Okay. And we're going to close it all the way at the bottom right before the JSX fragment ending and hit save. Okay. Now, why we're doing this is so we can add our ternary operator. So I'm going to say, hey, if articles length is 0, meaning there's no articles, then what I want you to do is basically say what the hell just happened? There we go. There are no articles, like that. Okay, that's all I want you to say. Or give me all of the things. Okay, give me the share box, give me everything. Cool. So this is a pretty simple ternary operator, but it's also pretty badass because it's like, wait, where did my ending squiggly go? It's also pretty badass. It basically says if there's 0, then just show this. There are no articles. And if there are articles, then do all of this. Okay, kind of crazy. Cool. Okay, beautiful. Now we're going to add the loader component. All right, so a few things need to happen. So let's go and make the loader component. All right. Actually, you know what? Let's actually skip the loader component because I think it's going to add a ton of additional code and not that much functionality. So let's pass on that, honestly. And instead, what I want to do is let's display the articles that we actually get back from Firebase. Okay. I think that's going to be a lot more interesting to add. Cool. So to get started on this, we're just going to do a few things inside of our main.js. So let's go to main.js. Cool. I'm there. Let's go down to where I'm loading my spinner. Down, 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 down. Okay. So here's where my spinner is happening. Okay. Now, right underneath this, I'm going to do a couple of things here. Okay. So buckle up because a lot is going to be happening here. So hang in there with me. Let's go props.articles.length. All right, if it's greater than 0, then I want the following to happen. I want to map those articles. Okay, and I'm going to need the key for performance sake. So I'm going to say, hey, article key is equal to key like so. Okay, and there's a lot of stuff that we're going to be deleting soon as well. And it's going to make a ton of sense shortly, okay? So let's go articles.map key. Okay, let's put a bracket there. Okay. And we're going to need to end that article at some point, but not to worry. Let's actually do this. Okay, so I'm going to remove all of this here. So we're just opening this. Okay. And I'm just going to use this article right here, and let's give it a key. Cool, because like initially I was just like showing one post, but we're going to need to show multiple posts, okay? So this whole thing is going to end up getting wrapped up. Okay, so we're going to have to go all the way down and wrap up this whole thing. So let's go all the way outside of article. Let's go ahead and close it. Okay. So hopefully the error should stop just for a little bit. Okay. Now we're going to make our changes that we wanted to make. Okay. So inside of our A, we're not just going to have this hard-coded image of the user. We're going to have the image of the actual user. Okay. So let's do article.actor.image. Okay, so see now it's cool because it has my image right there. That's what we wanted. It's pulling that straight from Firebase. That's a really, really good sign. So that's done. The next thing is where it says title. We're going to dynamically get this as well. So I'm going to say article.actor.title, like so. Okay, so now notice that my name is coming through. That's also really good. Let's do the same thing here, article.actor.description. Okay. And now my email is showing up. And then I'm going to do article.actor.date, and we're going to make it, if I leave it here, let's see what it does. Ho, ho, ho. Very interesting. Let's see if it bugs out. It freaks out. Okay. And that's because we're getting a weird date from Firebase. So we're going to do .toDate like that. And let's see if that fixes it. Refresh. Okay. And if that doesn't fix it, then we're going to do .toLocale date string. Okay, hopefully that should fix it. And it does. Okay, all we had to do was change it. And indeed, it is April 24th here, Saturday, 1:17 a.m. So I'm grinding out here 1:17 a.m. for your beautiful face. So if you're happy about that and you want to show your appreciation, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. All right, that's what I got for you. So that to me looks good. Outside of this, let's see, what do we need to change? Where it says description, let's change, the description is hard coded. So let's change that with article.description like so. Okay, so test. That's actually what I wrote. Test. Okay. Let's see what happens if I write hello and hit post. Okay, so right now, those things are not actually being added to the databases and coming back. We're not able to read back from it, so no worries, okay? Because it's still also sometimes waiting for an image. So a couple of things are happening. And while it's loading, did you notice I couldn't make a new post? So that was cool because it disables the start a post button. So that's really cool functionality. Underneath shared image, we're gonna do a couple of things. Okay, inside of shared image. Should we leave this hard-coded image? Probably not. Probably not. So we're going to get rid of it. Okay, why? Well, because it's hard-coded. We don't want it to be hard-coded. We want to work on it and change things dynamically. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to say, hey, if article shared image is not there and article.video is there, then what I want you to do is use the React player. All right, so we're going to do React player. And I'm going to give it a width of 100% like that. Okay, and URL is going to be article.video like this. And let's close it. Cool. All right, so let's also import the React player. Okay, so let's go all the way to the top. I'm going to do import React player from React player. Okay, dope. Cool. And now we'll add our or statement. And we're going to say or do the following. Okay, article.shared image, if that's there, then do this. Image article.shared image, and then just close it off. Okay, so open, close. What's the problem here? Did I add a question mark? Question mark. Oh, my bad. This should not be here. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's going to end that whole thing. Okay. Wow, that looks great. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, buddy. Okay. So I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, hover over this. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's absolutely great. All right. Now let's do articles comments, okay? So let's go downtown, right underneath. So let's find our social. So we have our social accounts ending here. And let's go a little bit above that. I have comments, and my comments are hard-coded in here. I don't want it to be hard-coded. So we're going to make them dynamic, and I'm going to do article.comments. All right, 0. It's almost kind of like hard-coded, but, you know, not really. So that's good. Okay, great. So this is looking good now. This is a lot of code. A lot. Just this line is almost 400 lines of code. Or this file, I mean. So great. We have all of this showing up exactly like how we want it. That makes me really happy. And then, of course, let's do... Should we add more text? No, I don't think I'm going to add this more text functionality. Okay. Let's try now adding another post, and let's see if it actually reads. Hey there, we just got done building LinkedIn clone with with React.js, Firebase, and Redux. Whew. For image, I don't know. Let me go and pick a cool image. So I'm going to go inside of thumbnails. And sure, let's just pick one of these. Let's just pick this. Why not? Why not? Let's hit post. Whoa, look at that. We just got done building our LinkedIn clone with React.js, Firebase, and Redux. So now our post functionality is completely working exactly the way we want it to. That is absolutely gorgeous. All right, and before we deploy this thing, because we're so freaking close, and I'm so proud of you that you've done such a good job, we just need to fix one thing. This over here looks funny, and these like buttons and these things look funny. So this is going to be pretty simple. So let's go inside of our main.js, and first let's fix social count. So social count component is that one right there, this one right here. Okay. So inside of our button, let's try going border none. So let's take away the border, and let's also do background color white. Okay, so it just matches the rest of the background. Okay, great. So that looks good to me. Let's also go inside of social actions, and we're going to do something similar. Inside of our button, let's go border none. Okay, great. And let's go background color white. Okay, beautiful. So now, there you go. That is our LinkedIn clone. It is looking absolutely gorgeous. You can log in, you can log out. I mean, every single functionality is there. We're using Redux. We have our drop-down menus working. I mean, this is beautiful. Like, think about it, right? Like, if I go mobile mode, right? Look at how good the mobile version looks. Just absolutely freaking beautiful. Okay, so this is an amazing clone. You've done a great job so far.
And now for the last piece of the puzzle, all we're going to do is we're going to deploy it together. Okay. So sometimes I forget my deploying commands, but let's just go ahead and figure it out, in this video. So first things first, one thing I know that I need to do is I'm going to need to run npm run build, and I'm also going to need to set up Firebase hosting. Okay, so we're going to go ahead through that process now. Let's try npm run build. Okay, and let's see it go through the build. Okay, and then we're going to do Firebase deploy, and let's see what happens. And when we run into errors, we'll try to solve them together. Okay, not to worry. Just make sure you're inside of the main folder, like LinkedIn clone. Okay, main directory. Now we should have a build folder, and this is going to be all our optimized images and files that are going to be ready, are going to be essentially production ready. Okay, so there we go. That's good. Our build is good to go. And now I'm going to try doing Firebase deploy. So I'm imagining I'm going to get some kind of error or some kind of process. Okay, cool. No worries. Let's see. Do I have any Firebase commands that I've written? So I remember the command is actually Firebase init. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so we're just going to initialize it. Let's go here and select hosting because we're going to need to host it. So that's good. Let's go use an existing project, and let's go to, where's LinkedIn clone? Is it actually logged into the right one? Because I'm not seeing my project. Okay, I'm going to end out of it. Let's do Firebase init one more time, and let's go hosting. Okay, and let's create a new project because that project just might not have been there. Okay. Let's call it LinkedIn clone. What would you like to call your project? LinkedIn clone. I did not mean to specify an ID. There's already a project with LinkedIn clone. Okay, all good. So let's actually go to Firebase from here. Okay, let's go to project overview, project settings. Okay, link to a Firebase hosting site. Let's see if we can do that. Boom. Okay. And let's go through the init project, init process one more time. Let's do hosting. Hit enter. I don't think it's going to let me select an existing project. Why is it not seeing any of the LinkedIns though? That's what I'm curious about, because it sees all this other stuff, but it does not see any of the LinkedIns, which is very interesting to me. So one thing you can do is make sure, so it's because I'm logged into the wrong Firebase. So I'm going to see if I can log out, and I'm going to log into the right Firebase. Okay, that's really where my problems were coming from. Cool. So you can do this too. If you're not logged into Firebase, make sure you log into Firebase. If you haven't installed Firebase, make sure you install Firebase. Now would be a good time. Now I'm logged in to Firebase. Okay, so good. Now let's do Firebase init. Now I should see my dummy LinkedIn clone, use an existing project. The dummy LinkedIn clone that we worked on. Our directory is going to be build. I'm going to hit enter.
configure as a single page app. I'm going to say yes. Set up automatic builds. File build already exists. Do you want to overwrite? Just hit enter. Okay, so now we've gone through the initialization process. I've also done npm run build, so I have my build folder. Let's try Firebase build. Dun, 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 dun. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? I don't know. Yo, let's go, guys. Amazing. Congratulations. The LinkedIn clone that you worked and we worked so hard for is deployed. So now let's go ahead and check it out. Hopefully it actually works and it doesn't embarrass us. Let's go full screen. This is the deployed version. You should be able to go and play around with this. Let's hit sign in with Google. And let's see if it allows us to log in. Log in. Boom, I'm inside. And look at that. It has access to my entire database. It's fully up and running. Okay. It has a bunch of my files, everything I need. Okay. And maybe by the time you're watching this, I'm probably going to have disabled for you to write to the database because people add all kinds of funny stuff when they're allowed to. Let's try taking an image like this. Trash devs need to become pro devs. All right, and I'm gonna hit post. All right, let's see if that posts. Ooh, that came through, clutch. And let's post a YouTube video of mine, and let's go Kazi playing chess. Let's hit post. Ooh, that's posted. Let's hit play.
Guys, welcome back.
Yo, I can even watch that video. I can even watch all my other chess-tastic videos. So there you have it, folks. Amazing, great job. The entire app is deployed. It is completely working. You've crushed it. Now look, if you want to take your skills to the next level and you want to become the badass developer that you've always dreamed of, go to cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. Okay. So then you don't just watch me do this, so that you can actually build apps like this. Okay. This is why we made this course, Profit with JavaScript. So you can get your skills up so freaking high and really get to that next level. So go ahead. If you want to take it to the next level, watch this video. Go to this page, cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. We'll put a link in the description as well. But guys, this is what we do. We have the best community on the planet. Okay, we have success coaches for you. We show you how to make money with JavaScript and coding. We have an amazing community. It's like a family, okay? You're going to build some incredible projects inside of this course. You have some of the best instructors in the world, okay? And you have people landing six-figure developer jobs, all right? I got a job offer for $90,000. Frank got a job offer for six figures. This guy got a job offer for $110,000. I mean, the results are crazy. Okay, you can go ahead and check it out yourself. And honestly, join this course. Worst case scenario, you have a money back guarantee. Okay, so there's nothing for you to worry about. So go ahead, sign up for this course so you can actually build these clones yourself. You can actually build these projects yourself, and you're going to learn the fundamentals that you actually need. Man, with that said, this was so much fun for me. I hope this was also fun for you. Once again, this is your boy, Kazi, aka React Daddy. Smash that like button, subscribe to the freaking channel, and that's it, okay? Comment below if you enjoyed this, if you love this. It's almost 2 a.m. and I'm out here grinding for you. I love your beautiful face. And as always, I'll see you in the next video.